Europa is widely considered the most likely place in our solar system beyond Earth to have life right now.
It's a moon, an icy world orbiting Jupiter.
Beneath its icy surface, a global ocean of water. Everywhere on Earth that there's water, there's life. So we want to understand, could Europa be a place where life might exist today?
3, 2, 1, lift off.
Europa Clipper is the first mission dedicated to exploring Europa.
This is the largest interplanetary spacecraft NASA has ever built and launched.
We have the right team, the right technologies to leverage to go to Europa now and unlock those mysteries that are just waiting for us.
The pictures we're going to get from Europa Clipper are going to blow our minds.
How could you not be excited about something as monumental as this?
You're looking live at NASA's Kennedy Space Center's Launch Pad 39A. SpaceX will soon begin fueling that Falcon Heavy rocket for NASA's Europa Clipper mission, a nearly 2 billion mile, 5.5-year journey to Jupiter's icy ocean moon. Good morning and welcome to the Space Coast of Florida. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz and this is NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory Engineer Jenny Kampmeyer. So glad to have you here today.
I'm so excited to be here. It's launch day.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. I think you're containing yourself. I feel like you're way more excited than you're portraying right now.
I am very excited.
Well, Jenny's here because she's going to help me tell you all about this mission. And right now we're currently marching towards a 12:06 p.m. Eastern launch. And Jenny, the mission name really says a lot. So we are going to sail, and that's the Clipper part, past Jupiter's moon Europa, where scientists believe there's an ocean beneath the icy surface. And why, Jenny, do NASA and its partners want to go there?
You know, at least on this planet, wherever there's water, we find life. And to know that there's a place in our solar system that not only has some water, but an abundant amount of water. Underneath that icy crust, there is this global saltwater ocean. And so we want to go there to see, is this a habitable place? Could it support life?
And why do scientists believe it could have those ingredients you're talking about?
Yeah, so we've actually been to Europa before. We have some kind of tantalizing evidence from previous missions. We've done a few flybys of the moon and gotten some data that, showed us that there's this ocean of water. And so we look, and then we kind of continue to study it and we look for those ingredients of life, the chemistry, the energy, the time, and the water. We think Europa's kind of been simmering away for about 4 billion years. So it's a really exciting place to go to look to see, is it habitable?
Right. And how many years has this team been working towards this goal?
This mission has been in the works for a long time. Folks have been trying to kind of literally get this mission off the ground for about 25 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what's your role within this mission? How do you feel being about an hour from launch?
So my role on the mission, I'm the science systems engineer, which is a really cool job. I basically get to sit kind of right on the boundary between the scientists and the engineers, and I work with both teams, so I get to be exposed to the engineering, exposed to the science, and help both sides work together. Being an hour away from launch, it's almost indescribable. It's so exciting. I can't believe we're finally here in this moment. It's a little bit surreal.
Yeah, I know you said you woke up 4:30 in the morning, wide awake and ready for today. I'm very excited to, again, have you here to walk us through what scientists, the scientific community, has really been looking forward to in this mission.
Absolutely.
But, we know we are launching today just days after Hurricane Milton barreled across Florida. Check out this stunning time-lapse taken from the International Space Station showing just how massive it was before slamming into Florida's west coast as a Category 3 hurricane. And now this radar from the National Weather Service pulls data from NASA-launched environmental satellites. You see those red and green boxes just popping up everywhere? Those were all tornado and flood warnings before the eye passed directly over us at Kennedy Space Center. We were thankfully spared from the worst damage, just some broken doors and awnings, overturned vehicles and trailers, and some beach erosion. But when it comes to our workforce, we know a lot of people really felt the impact there. We know some were without power for days, Jenny.
Absolutely. And, we both have friends and family in the area that that were without power and that had impacts from the storm. So I'm really glad that, everyone made it through okay.
Yeah, I know a tornado touched down just right outside of really your hotel, and a lot of other people who are here for this mission were staying.
Absolutely, yeah, and definitely a scary moment for the team, but everyone was okay, and we made it through.
Yeah, I think it really demonstrates that both NASA and SpaceX have remarkable skill and determination to, even after all that, get us to launch day today.
Absolutely, NASA always puts the safety of its people as the top priority. The thing we care the most about is keeping our people safe. And so it was really incredible to see that we were able to keep that goal kind of at top of mind while also making sure that we could get to today. So it's really amazing that, we prioritize the safety of our people, but that we got to this moment today of launching this mission.
Yeah, what do you have to say to the team again as we march towards the T0 today of 12:06 p.m. Eastern?
I'm just so thankful and proud of everybody. It's amazing to get to kind of represent the team, but it's really thousands of people who've worked on this project across, a lot of different organizations. So it's an incredible moment to be here.
Right. And so here we are. We're ready. The team's ready. And over the next 2.5 hours, we will walk you through everything you need to know about Europa and the spacecraft we're sending there. A lot of people, as we've been talking about, really looking forward to this mission, including U.S. Poet Laureate Ada Limon and Ted Lasso actor and co-creator Brendan Hunt. We'll hear from both of them today. And I think what's really cool about that is just how widespread the interest is in this mission.
It's amazing. Of course, I'm a big space nerd, as a lot of us are. There are a lot of people who are space enthusiasts and have been excited about this mission, but to start to see other folks, maybe this is the first time they've been exposed to something as cool as Europa Clipper. It's really cool to see the public so excited about this mission.
Yeah, and I know they're watching us today, so
yes.
That'll be really fun. And for our Spanish-speaking audience, if you're interested, NASA has a Spanish broadcast on our NASA Plus app, and this QR code you see on your screen there is going to take you right to it. NASA Plus is our free on-demand streaming service where you can find live programming like this and original content from across the agency. But first, NASA's Launch Services Program and SpaceX will soon decide if they will fuel the rocket. Here's Daryl Nail and Mick Woltman.
Welcome into Hangar AE here at the Mission Directors Center at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That's Mick Woltman, LSP Engineer Extraordinaire. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA. And yes, we have a T0 of 12:06 and 00 seconds Eastern Time, looking good for launch. Weather is shaping up perfect. And we also have no COLAs, no collision avoidance, nothing that we'll run into in space. That was a good report.
Yeah, that was what allowed us to move our T0 to 12:06, the end of our 15-second window today, and lock that in. The team was able to do that. No COLA, good weather, as you said. Everything's looking great, and the team's getting ready.
And we're listening to the launch teams right now. We've got an important poll coming up. We'll talk about it in a little bit. But this has been a challenging path to the pad as we see the rocket right there at Launch Pad 39A. The first issue was back on September 28th following the successful launch of Crew 9 to the International Space Station. The second stage failed to relight its engine for a disposal burn, a deorbit burn. And that same second stage is going to be used today. But LSP worked through that.
Yeah, similar second stage on Falcon Heavy, working collaboratively with SpaceX. We worked through the engineering data, looked at everything that happened, and we were able to come to a conclusion that things are good, and we're ready to proceed to launch for Europa Clipper.
The other challenge was the big one. We just saw the video, the center of Hurricane Milton passing right within 7 miles of this launch pad, 7 nautical miles, a Cat 1 hurricane with max sustained winds of 120 miles per hour, causing some minor damage to the pad, but looks like they fared okay.
Yeah, fared okay. SpaceX did an excellent job of assessing everything and making those minor repairs over the 24 hours and got the launch pad and the vehicle ready for launch.
And now let's listen in to NASA launch manager Tim Dunn, who will poll his team on readiness to load this rocket with propellant.
Attention poll stations, this is the NLM on the NLM net. Ready to conduct the propellant load and launch readiness poll. So we've had a very good morning in our countdown, worked through a couple of issues. We've got beautiful weather, a beautiful spacecraft, and a great rocket. So with that, I would like to conduct the poll to initiate propellant load into the Falcon Heavy and also committing to launch today for the Europa Clipper spacecraft. NASA CE.
NASA CE, go.
SMA.
SMA, go.
SMD.
SMD, go.
NASA MEM.
NASA MEM, go.
LSP.
LSPs, go.
ALM copies. The NASA Europa Clipper team is go for propellant load and go for launch.
So that takes us through a critical NASA decision gate. We will start loading prop in just a few minutes, and we'll join you back for that in a little bit. For now, we'll send you back to Megan and Jenny.
Thank you, Daryl and Mick. And here's the rest of our team for today's launch. We have Antonia Jaramillo here at Kennedy Space Center to interview some important folks in this mission. And then Raquel Villanueva live at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. We'll start with Raquel first. Raquel, JPL developed this mission with Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, correct?
That's right, Megan. And right behind me is mission control for the Europa Clipper mission, where experts are laser focused on operating the spacecraft. Each person here plays a critical role, from engineers monitoring the spacecraft's health to navigators who will be tracking its journey. They're constantly communicating to make sure everything is ready for today's launch. And in just a few minutes, they'll connect with NASA's Deep Space Network, a global system of giant radio antennas on Earth used to communicate with spacecraft. This step ensures that they are ready to establish contact with Europa Clipper after launch. And they're also keeping a long-standing tradition alive, Lucky Peanuts. It's a fun custom at JPL where the team snacks on peanuts before big mission events. Now, let's take a look at JPL's Pickering Auditorium. This is a live look where friends and family of the team have gathered to watch the launch. Hundreds are expected to fill the room, cheering on Europa Clipper. And back here at Mission Control, we'll keep you updated on key milestones and introduce you to the team working behind the scenes throughout the broadcast. Megan, back to you.
And just to let you guys in on what's happening here, Jenny is getting pretty emotional seeing some family and friends and her teammates here from the mission. We're so happy to have you here, but we
awesome.
Absolutely know we're pulling you away from that. So I didn't want you to feel left out. So you have some peanuts to keep along with the tradition.
Thank you so much. This connects me back to home, definitely, for sure.
She does know that I'm allergic to
Yes,
peanuts,
I'll
so
keep them over here.
she has to snack over here. But again, thank you for being here. I know that it would have been nice to be there, but
absolutely.
I hope it's nice to at least see them from these live
yes,
pictures.
it's just amazing to see everyone coming together. That's why I get emotional. Just, wow, we're finally here in this moment.
All right, and now we'll take a look at the clock again. We are 53 minutes to launch. Let's hear more about this mission from some of Jenny's teammates.
The most exciting thing about Europa can be summarized in one word: water. Now think about all the water on Earth and double that. That's what we think is on Europa.
But we need to go there to explore it, to understand, is this place a habitable environment that could potentially support life?
The propellant load and launch go-no-go poll is complete.
Scientists think Europa has the key ingredients to support life as we know it. Number 1, water. Number 2, energy. And 3, essential chemical building blocks. For the first time ever, we're sending a spacecraft completely dedicated to studying this moon.
The three main things that we're going to explore at Europa are the ice and the ocean, and understand that intersection between the two. Study the chemical composition of the moon, as well as the geology and whether it's active currently.
Europa Clipper is not specifically a life search mission. We're going to understand the potential habitability of Europa.
Jupiter's radiation environment is intense, and Europa sits in the worst part of that environment.
Jupiter acts like a giant particle accelerator. There are charged particles trapped in Jupiter's magnetosphere that rotate with it. And these particles slam against Europa and will slam into our spacecraft as well.
We protect the spacecraft in 2 ways. Number 1, we try to minimize the amount of time we spend in there, which is why we are orbiting Jupiter and just flying by Europa. The second way we protect against the radiation is by having an electronics vault that we put our computer and some of the other sensitive electronics inside, which is made of about 1/3 of an inch of aluminum.
With each flyby of Europa, the outside surface of the spacecraft sees the equivalent of 1 million chest x-rays, just as we're flying by.
It's a pretty long trip to get to Jupiter from Earth, but not that bad from a planetary standpoint.
From launch to the time we get to Jupiter is about 5.5 years.
This is the launch
And along the
director
way,
with
we
abort
have a
instructions.
flyby of Mars and then another flyby of Earth to get gravity assists to slingshot the spacecraft out to Jupiter.
I hope for the future explorers who are watching this at home that they take away from this that humanity, when we come together, can achieve really cool things.
We are in a golden age of robotic spaceflight exploration. How could you not be excited about something as monumental as this?
I am most excited about the potential to unlock the secrets of Europa, the potential to really understand this crazy world that exists and has likely existed in this condition for 4 billion years.
Moment in that preparation for Europa Clipper's trip to the Jupiter moon is about to happen when we kick off propellant load.
Yeah, this will start RP1 and the 3 boosters, and we'll get ready to go.
We'll stand by and listen in for the launch director.
The launch auto sequence has started.
Launch director Charlie Meyer giving the signal there that the launch auto sequence has started. And Mick, this is a very delicate dance that is all automated.
Yeah, the SpaceX team has automation in all their software to start fueling the first stages, and they'll get ready for LOX load here in about 5 minutes and continue with stage 2. But the team does a great job here with their procedures and following it, and we can see the telemetry that RP1 fueling has started on all 3 of these boosters. And Daryl, interestingly enough, the 2 side boosters reflown. We flew them on Psyche as a NASA LSP mission. Yesterday was the 1-year anniversary for the
Indeed.
Psyche mission.
That's right. And the boosters are back. We will say goodbye to them as it is a fully expendable mission this time around. So all 3 boosters will be discarded along with the second stage. The only thing coming back is the fairing. Let's talk about weather really quick. Whoa, what is there to talk about? It's nearly beautiful.
It's a gorgeous day for
the launch
for
weather
launch.
officer said, I think he used the words super duper.
Yeah, Mike McElhenney, our launch weather officer from the Space Force 45, just so happy with the weather today. And his last weather report, he was 95% go and trending towards even better. He just loves the way the weather, and as you can see in the picture, it's a gorgeous blue sky and great day for a launch.
Indeed. The only constraint that we did have was high clouds, and even that has been removed. So it doesn't get much better than this in the launch business, folks. 82 degrees out, 7 to 12 mile per hour winds. They are light up high as well. So this rocket is going to have a smooth ride. We are 95% go. All right, that's going to do it for us. We're going to continue to track the propellant load. We'll send it back to Megan and Jenny.
And as we continue to monitor important launch milestones, 2 things. We will pause for mission audio callouts when you hear those so that people can follow along with the launch countdown. But also, there are so many ways that you can participate in this broadcast. For one, if you have a question about anything we're talking about, send it our way. Jenny's super smart. Yeah, it's going all to her. So send them using the hashtag AskNASA, and Jenny will try to answer as many as she can live. And then you can also play Europa Clipper Bingo with us. Jenny is giving Vanna White a run for her money. She's showing you the bingo card now that you can get by just scanning the QR code on your screen. And this is how you will play with us. So you're going to listen for words like what, Jenny?
Like ocean, life, Europa Clipper, spacecraft. Listen to us say any of those words and try to get a bingo.
Try to get a bingo, and then you can share your win with us using the hashtag Europa Clipper. Okay, let's head over now to NASA's Tony Jaramillo for her first interview of this broadcast, one of the engineers who assembled and tested the spacecraft. Right, Tony?
That's right, Megan. We are here on the balcony of Kennedy's Operations Support Building, where the crowd has an amazing view of the launch pad. And joining me is Luis Aguila, Launch Operations Cable Harness Engineer. Luis, you're involved with connecting all of the cables to the spacecraft. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that entails?
Yeah, so my team and I are responsible for making sure we've installed, connected, and secured all the harness assemblies at the system level. What this means is that we made sure that it's ready for launch and it's ready for flight operations. All in all, we installed 220 harness assemblies and connected 970 connectors during the ATLO campaign. And that's not even counting what our partners and instrument teams did when they delivered the hardware.
So a lot of cables.
Yes.
Discuss to us the process of getting a planetary spacecraft, this spacecraft, ready for launch and how it compares to other missions, especially with this being the largest planetary spacecraft that NASA has ever built.
So aside from the complexity of this large spacecraft, we did have to deal with some of the unique requirements for the environment that we're going into. So for example, we couldn't use Kapton tape for flight applications, and Kapton is quite standard in the industry, so we had to adjust to that. Another thing is some of our instruments are magnetically sensitive, so we had to constantly check our cells, our tools, and our parts to make sure that they weren't going to contaminate the spacecraft.
Wow, that's awesome. And Jupiter's radiation environment is very intense. Can you tell us how Europa Clipper was built and tested to withstand it?
So a lot of testing went into the materials that we were going to use for the spacecraft to make sure they could survive the environment, or to make sure that we could shield them properly to survive the environment. Most of our electronics are inside of a thick-walled vault to make sure that they can survive, and anything external to that had to get shielded. For example, most of our external cabling had to get wrapped with copper foil, and that was done by hand. So,
Luis, thank you so much for joining us here. Let's check back in for a launch status update with Daryl and Mick. Daryl?
All right, thank you very much, Tony. Back into Hangar AE. We are here listening to the launch team. We heard Tim Dunn.
Launch load has started.
And there you go. LOX load has begun for the center core as well as the side boosters. And we can see that LOX starting to go into the rocket. We got 4 tanks to fill, and this gets another 3. One more tanks than that. The 3 tanks for the prop, the 3 tanks for the LOX, and then the one
on second stage. Yeah.
That's right.
Yes, but
doing math live on the air. You shouldn't do that.
You shouldn't do that. Yeah, but RP1 in the 3 boosters filling up. We're watching the telemetry here. Everything's going great. We just saw the fueling for LOX load start in the telemetry here, and things are looking good. The team is following their procedure, getting ready for the launch vehicle, getting it ready for liftoff this morning, as we continue to prep for the Europa Clipper liftoff at 12:06.
Filling these 4 stages, Mick, as we go along here with a beautiful view of Launch Pad 39A looking over the Atlantic Ocean. The first Falcon Heavy launch with a new liquid oxygen farm. This is really helpful, especially when it comes to a really key recycling capability. Prior to this, we'd have to wait 5 days if we had a scrub inside of propellant load. But tell me what that new LOX farm is doing for us.
Yeah, being Europa Clipper being an interplanetary, one of the largest planetary missions that we've launched, SpaceX came to NASA when they got this mission, and to make sure we had great launch availability for the mission over the science window, they upgraded their LOX farm at Launch Complex 39A, and they can now recycle and densify LOX every 48 hours, which gives us a lot more launch availability for a mission on a Falcon Heavy. So a huge upgrade that provides great access for the missions to be able to launch on time.
And now that we're inside of LOX load, we are not going to do a 24-hour recycle. We would be a 48-hour recycle if something happens and we scrub for some reason that's not a technical one. All right, when we come back, we will load the second stage of the rocket. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Jenny.
All right, so everything going really well as we are 42 minutes and 40 seconds from liftoff of a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket with Europa Clipper. Now we have some spacecraft facts for you now, actually. Europa Clipper is the largest spacecraft NASA has ever developed for a planetary mission. It is 15.5 feet high by more than 100 feet long when you include its solar arrays. That's longer than a basketball court. It's also the heaviest spacecraft at about 12,800 pounds, and 6,000 of that is just fuel. The spacecraft has 9 science instruments, plus a gravity and radio science investigation. All that will work together to study Europa's atmosphere, surface, interior, and space environment. And most of Europa Clipper's electronics are protected in a special vault. Jupiter has one of the most punishing radiation environments in our entire solar system. Now, the spacecraft was assembled at JPL in Pasadena, California. You can see it there. Shipping it here to Florida for launch. Now, that took a lot of coordination. First, some parts, like its high-gain antenna, were removed so it could fit in a shipping container. Then 2 semi-trucks drove the spacecraft, plus support equipment, about 70 miles to March Air Reserve Base. There it was loaded into a C-17 plane for its flight to Kennedy Space Center. And then once here, it was reassembled, as you can see there, and fueled in a clean room before it was encapsulated into the rocket's payload fairing. That fairing is at the top of the Falcon Heavy rocket you see live there, and it keeps the spacecraft safe through launch. And once Europa Clipper is delivered to space, it will take 5.5 years to get to Jupiter and Europa. Jenny, why so long?
You know, it's a good question. We actually get this question all the time. Like 5.5 years, that's so long. Really, that's because space is really big and Jupiter is really far away. So even with getting this huge boost from the Falcon Heavy rocket, and we also do 2 gravity assists around Mars and actually around the Earth as well, that gives us a little extra kick of speed. Even doing both of those things, it still takes 5.5 years to get there.
Yeah, I think that's good to keep in mind. Talk a little bit about the gravity assist. How does that work?
Yeah, so gravity assist is basically when we fly the spacecraft really close to another body like Mars or the Earth or Venus. When we do that, we actually steal a tiny bit of energy from that body, and the spacecraft takes that energy to pick up a little bit of speed. Of course, those planets will never notice that they had a little bit of energy stolen from them, but that's how we get that extra speed.
Okay, yeah, I'm really glad you talked about that. I think that's really interesting to really explain that energy stealing part. I think that's really cool. And when the spacecraft arrives at its destination, take a look at this video. So that yellow dot in the center, that's Jupiter, and then the white circle is Europa's orbit. The pink line is the spacecraft's trajectory, and this is showing how Europa Clipper will observe Europa.
Absolutely. So yeah, you can see these the pink orbits kind of building up over time as we orbit Jupiter and do successive flybys of Europa. We have this mission designed because of the really intense radiation environment. We don't want to bathe in that radiation all the time. So that's why we kind of do a quick flyby and then get out to be able to downlink all of our science data and do other engineering activities when we're outside of that radiation environment.
Yeah, I want to point out again how much science and skill goes into designing a trajectory like this so that we protect the spacecraft when it gets there.
Absolutely, and it doesn't happen by accident. We have to continually fire our thrusters to be able to maintain this trajectory.
Yeah, it's also very pretty.
It is.
All right, we're now 39 minutes to launch here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Let's head back over to Tony.
Thanks, Megan. Joining me is Dr. Gina DiBraccio, the Acting Director for the Planetary Science Division within NASA Science Mission Directorate. Gina, how are you feeling today?
You know, Tony, I'm just so excited to be here and see all of the amazing hullabaloo that's going on for this launch today.
Me too. I'm very excited indeed. You know, as we get ready to study the liquid water beneath Europa's icy crust, what are the next steps for the space agency?
Yeah, so, you know, first we're getting so much data that our scientists are just going to be unraveling the discoveries at Europa. So it's really premature to say what's next for Europa, but as far as planetary science is concerned, we have a lot of exciting missions that are coming down the pike. We have the Dragonfly mission, and we'll be exploring Titan and the chemistry on that moon of Saturn with a rotocraft that will actually be landing and then flying to other locations. And then we have Venus missions coming up. We have Veritas and Da Vinci that will be looking at the geological history of Venus and also the atmosphere as well. So it's a great time for planetary science.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for all of these future missions. You just mentioned a few that sound very exciting. Why is it important, you know, to study ocean worlds just in general, like Europa, though?
Yeah, so as far as ocean worlds, you know, we believe that they are the most common type of planetary body throughout our universe. And within our own solar system, we have the ability not only to study Earth, but to go to Europa, to really look for that water and to understand how water is one of the key ingredients to life. So with Europa Clipper, we're not searching for life on Europa, but we're trying to see if this ocean world is habitable. And that means we're looking for the water. We're trying to constrain the ocean underneath that icy surface. We're looking for energy sources, and we're really looking for the chemistry there so that we can understand what habitable environments might be throughout our whole universe.
That is very exciting indeed. I cannot wait to discover what we find out. Gina, thank you so much for joining us. Sending it back over to you, Megan.
and people from all over the world watching today's launch. So we invited you guys to send us your questions if you have any. So why don't we start taking some of those now?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All righty. So the first one is from Instagram. This is, will the satellites that will be sent to Europa need to return back to Earth for the data?
Well, it's good that we don't, because otherwise we'd have that long 5.5-year journey all the way back to Earth to get the data back. So we actually have a really big antenna on the spacecraft called our high gain antenna. If you've seen the photos of the spacecraft, it's the big silver disc in the middle. That's our antenna, and that's what's going to return all of the data back to Earth. That's my favorite part of the spacecraft because of that, because that's how we get all that amazing science data back.
But we don't get it back immediately, right? I mean, it does still take a long time because of the distance.
Exactly. So it takes light about 45 minutes to travel from Jupiter back down to the Earth. So if we say hello to the spacecraft, it takes 45 minutes for that hello to get there, and then another 45 minutes for their hello to come back. So it does take a little bit of time.
But still, 45 minutes versus 5.5 years. Like,
yes.
That's very impressive.
Exactly.
All right, let's take another question. This is also on Instagram. What are some of the technologies on board to help with new discoveries?
Yeah, so if you stick around later in the broadcast, we're going to talk about all of the instrumentation that's on board and go into that in detail. But we have a really advanced suite of instruments that are going to help us, answer all these questions about Europa. So we have mass spectrometers. We have a really advanced camera that's going to take amazing photos to help us learn about the geology. We have dust detectors and magnetometers. So we have all sorts of scientific instruments to help answer those questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, let's check back in on propellant loading with Daryl and Mick.
And we are moving smoothly through the countdown so far, Mick. No major issues worked. Tim Dunn, the NASA launch manager, mentioned some minor things. You want to review those?
Yeah, those were just minor preps that the team was working prior to getting into prop load, and the team dispositioned those and worked those and acknowledged the things in the procedures. So pretty common, but getting prop load going.
Now we're listening for stage 2 to begin its RP1 load. And we can see on our displays, which have an interface that shows us and confirms that indeed stage 2 has begun RP1 prop load. Again, stage 2 has begun that prop load. This is an autonomous process, so we won't always hear a call out.
Yeah, correct. The SpaceX team has software that controls their fueling and gets things going. As we see RP1 on the 3 boosters, locks on the 3 boosters, and now we're starting to put RP1 in the second stage RP1 tank, and things are progressing very well towards launch at 12:06.
And Mick, this is just the 11th launch of a Falcon Heavy, so this is a special occasion. SpaceX launches a lot of rockets. They're approaching something like 400 launches. So this 11th of a Falcon Heavy is really key. They also did some special work on this launch for this spacecraft by putting something together for its necessary cooling. The Europa Clipper spacecraft has some very tight requirements when it comes to cooling and to purity of the air in there. It has to have high-grade nitrogen float in there, and they built something called an octonozzle, which is literally, I'm going to make it with my hands, 3 nozzles that are pushing air onto the radiators of the spacecraft.
Yeah, the team has to meet planetary protection requirements. As you mentioned, Europa Clipper has some strict requirements for the environmental control system within the fairing. And so this is just one of those things that SpaceX came up with to be able to get the ECS and GN2 flowing in the fairing around Europa Clipper to maintain all those requirements. Ingenious thing that they've done to make sure they can keep Europa Clipper within limits.
Europa Clipper sitting at the top of this Falcon Heavy rocket, and indeed, the spacecraft team has also been getting and configuring this spacecraft to get it ready for launch.
Yeah, team's been working great. We've been listening to the spacecraft team configure Europa Clipper, getting things ready to go. Later in the count, we'll hear them go on internal power. So continuing to follow their procedures and work all they need to do to make sure Europa is ready for launch at 12:06 p.m. today.
All right, and we're waiting that T0 at T-minus 32 minutes and counting. We'll send it back to Megan and Jenny.
Great news that fueling continues to go well on the rocket. As for the spacecraft, let's get back to Raquel for another check.
Megan, Mission Control has been conducting readiness polls, team-wide check-ins before launch to confirm everything is good to go. The activity lead is making sure the launch-specific software is ready to run, and after liftoff, she'll be monitoring it to ensure everything on board is working as expected. While Mission Control takes care of those final details, let's take a closer look at why Europa is the focus of this mission. Earlier, I spoke with Europa Clipper Deputy Project Scientist Bonnie Barati, who gives us a glimpse of what's beneath the moon's icy crust. Bonnie, we are here with a model of Europa that shows us the layers that we can see underneath its crust. First off, before we get to it, can you tell us about the characteristics of the moon?
Europa is one of the large icy moons of Jupiter. There are 4. They were discovered by Galileo in 1610. And it's a little bit smaller than our own moon, but unlike our moon, it has a lot of water, about twice as much as the Earth does. If you were approaching Europa from afar, you would know immediately it's really an odd object, unlike any other in the solar system. Let's just start with the surface.
I see all these ridges and crusts and grooves. Like, what is it about this geology that makes it different?
Well, there are hardly any craters on this unusual surface. We see a lot of evidence for cracking and active geology, so we think it's either active now or was active in the recent past.
Once we get past this surface, we see this layer of ice. Can you tell me more about this ice and how much of the moon it covers?
Well, it covers the entire body, and the ocean is global. The crust it's about 15 miles or so, perhaps more or less. But it definitely blocks any sunlight from this water underneath this global ocean.
What other key ingredients are there for life that might be on Europa?
The other 2 necessities for life are chemicals, some type of food for any organisms, and also a source of energy. We can't use the sun because we're underneath that ice crust.
And you think that energy is coming from that rocky third layer below?
Yes, there is a rocky mantle to Europa, and it is in contact with this ocean. And we believe there are some unusual features down here that are caused by Jupiter. Jupiter is huge. You can fit 1,000 Earths inside of it. And on top of that, the orbit of Europa is not quite circular. So when it gets close to Jupiter, it gets kind of squashed. And then when it gets further away, it releases this mechanical energy into thermal energy. And we believe this comes out as thermal vents at this interface between the rocky mantle and this ocean. And not only do these thermal vents release energy and additional chemicals, but they provide the ideal region for a habitable environment, which is the main goal of our mission. We're looking for an environment that could support life.
And there is so much left to learn about Europa. Bonnie, I want to know what you are most excited about.
I'm most excited about the unknown. Every mission that has gone to an object we haven't studied in detail, we've discovered something that we couldn't envision, something so wonderful we couldn't imagine it. That's what I'm looking most forward to.
Great. Thank you so much, Bonnie.
Thank you so much, Raquel.
Now, you just heard in that video that Europa and our moon are roughly the same size, but they could not be more different when it comes to water. Europa is believed to have twice as much water as Earth, while our moon has a fraction of that. NASA wants to learn how to use our moon's water to live and work there. The Europa Clipper mission will explore whether there's an ocean beneath Europa's icy crust. If it finds one, along with energy and organic molecules, then there would be the right ingredients for life. NASA has long been on a quest to find life beyond Earth to better understand how we came to be. NASA is also focusing on the water on our own moon in preparation for future Artemis missions. Artemis will mark the first time astronauts return to the lunar surface in over 50 years to eventually send people to Mars. Water plays a key role in this plan. If NASA can figure out how to harvest and use the moon's water, astronauts could drink it, turn it into breathable air, or even use it for rocket fuel. Scientists think the moon's poles might have tons of ice, while the sunlit areas have a lot less water, about 100 times less than the Sahara Desert. Artemis 2 will be NASA's first crewed mission under the campaign and will pave the way for the first woman, first person of color, and first international partner astronaut to land on the lunar surface. That's your Artemis Moon Minute. You know, Jenny, it's just incredible to see all that NASA is trying to accomplish across our solar system.
It really is amazing. And all of these different missions and all the things that NASA is trying to do, they really play into each other. Everything that we learn about the moon is going to help us understand things about our solar system, and it all just kind of feeds into each other.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
And actually, to hear more about some of our agency's goals, let's head back to Tony with her next guests.
Thanks, Megan. Joining me is NASA Associate Administrator Jim Free and NASA Chief Scientist Dr. Kate Calvin. Thank you both so much for being with us here today. You know, Jim, can you tell us a little bit more about why the Europa Clipper mission is so important for the space agency?
Sure, absolutely. So everywhere on Earth that we find water, we find life. And we believe that Europa has the conditions that are suitable for life: the water, the energy, the chemistry, the stability. And that is, first of all, very exciting from a scientific perspective, as I stand next to the chief scientist, but it's also just exciting about what we're going to learn about Earth itself and just how this advances the field of astrobiology as well. So it really does go to our innovating in air and space at NASA.
Absolutely. And Kate, you know, Hurricane Milton delayed the launch of Europa Clipper, and already this year there have been 13 named storms, with another hitting Florida only a few weeks ago. As we get ready to send the spacecraft to study its ocean world, its climate and environment, can you reflect on our own climate and the increase in storm activity?
Yeah, so Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene before it had devastating impacts across Florida and throughout the Southeast. And our focus right now is making sure that we can get information to first responders so they can help with recovery efforts. At the same time, scientists are studying hurricanes so that we can better understand how they form, how they've changed over time, and use that information to better predict future storms and plan for the future. And what we know is that climate change is leading to a higher proportion of strong hurricanes. So of the hurricanes that form, more of them are categories 3 through 5. And we're also seeing more heavy precipitation events, so more heavy rainfall associated with hurricanes, which can have really severe flooding effects. And so we're focused now on helping first responders, but also thinking about how we can better plan and prepare for the future.
Absolutely. Jim, going back to Europa, is Europa one day, a target or a goal, a destination that NASA is perhaps one day interested in sending astronauts to?
It's not a very kind place for human beings with the radiation environment that it has. So what it does set up for is our robotic explorers, which we have done throughout the entire solar system, and now with Voyagers even going beyond that. But while Europa Clipper is exploring Europa, we'll have crews at the moon, further understanding the formation of the moon and how the formation of the solar system as well. So it's a complementary effort that goes to our whys at NASA, which is science, national posture, and inspiration. So we'll be doing that with both the Artemis and the Europa missions.
Thank you guys both so much for joining us. Megan, back over to you.
Now, the Europa Clipper mission has captured the attentions of people all over the world, even a beloved coach from the show, Ted Lasso.
Hey everyone, I'm Brendan Hunt, and I'm not a real coach, but this is a real beard. Today you have teams of people gathered for the launch of NASA's next big adventure, the Europa Clipper mission. I can only imagine how much teamwork it took to get here. Collaboration and trust between scientists, engineers, and experts from various fields working together to ensure every aspect of the mission is meticulously planned and executed. Everyone involved has to believe in each other and in their collective capabilities to drive the project forward. There must be a sense of curiosity in order to push the boundaries of exploration, pushing people to ask new questions and seek answers to the unknown. And there must be kindness, a willingness to respect each other's contributions in a supportive environment where innovation thrives. Thank you so much to everyone involved in NASA's Europa Clipper mission. This historical project is an inspiration to the country and the world. Teamwork, belief, curiosity, kindness. They can take us a long way. All the way to the moons of Jupiter, which are out there, I bet. Europa Clipper, baby!
Okay, I love that. I love the Europa Clipper baby at the end. But also, yes, while funny, I mean, he really touched a lot on, the things that matter to this team: teamwork, belief, curiosity, all those things.
Absolutely. He really gets it, that this mission is spacecraft hardware, but it's really the people, right? There's so many people involved in building this thing, and yeah, it's amazing.
Specifically when he said kindness, you reacted to that. What about that particular word really spoke to you out of that story?
Yeah, I think it just really speaks to the humanity. You know, we are all humans. We're trying to do good things here, and when we're kind to each other, it really makes a difference. So him kind of acknowledging how important that is for our team to work well together, yeah, it just means a lot.
Yeah, that was a good pep talk.
Yeah.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks. All right, so we are now 22 minutes from liftoff, and we have some time now to take some more of your questions about Europa Clipper Live. So let's roll one video that we have now.
Hello, my name is Liam. I'm in the 8th grade, and I was curious to know, is there any land under the oceans of Europa?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and we do get that question a lot. So there is actually some land underneath the ocean. So if you imagine you're on the Earth, and you're in the center of the Earth, and you kind of come up to the surface, maybe at the North Pole. First, you'd be at the very center where it's really warm, then you'd go through a rocky layer, then some water, and then the ice. That layer structure is very similar to what we see on Europa. So underneath the ocean, there is this big rocky mantle. And actually, we think that there may be hydrothermal vents on the floor of the ocean, just like there are on Earth, and that's where life may exist.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
We can probably squeeze in one more. This one's also
Sure.
on Instagram. Do rockets travel at the same speed in outer space?
It's a great question. So when they're traveling through the atmosphere, the air slows them down. They have resistance from the air, but once you get into space, you can go a little bit faster for the same amount of, boost. Additionally, once we get into space, our spacecraft is going to go about somewhere between 10,000 miles an hour and 100,000 miles an hour, depending on where it is in the solar system. So we kind of have a huge variety of speeds that we end up at getting out to Jupiter.
Wow. Thank you for that. Again, thank you for your questions. #AskNASA. Okay, we're coming up on another fueling milestone. Let's check back in with Daryl and Mick.
All right, thank you very much. And fueling going well right now. We're watching some telemetry on our screens right now. We've got RP1 on the first stage, about 75% complete, about 70% complete on LOX also on the first stage, but we're almost done loading the RP1 on the second stage.
Yeah, stage 2 RP1 load complete, should be finishing up here shortly and getting ready for LOX load on stage 2. So things
Stage 2
continuing
RP1
to
load is complete.
There we hear the call out for a complete of RP1 on stage 2, but things are moving forward with propellant loading, getting ready for launch.
And now you see that LOX being vented out of the booster, which is condensing the warm Florida air here, which we have a beautiful day today, so it's really the only cloud that's in sight.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight that you see there on your picture of on the screen of Falcon Heavy, looking really good as propellant load continues.
As we look up there, you can see towards the top where Europa Clipper, the spacecraft and the star of the show, is sitting inside of its fairing. You can see the NASA logo at the top, and on this view you can see the Europa Clipper logo, which is just below it, which is a pretty neat design that they made. I want to give you a little closer look at it. It was designed by the JPL team. Cynthia Phillips says she designed it to be something beautiful, something abstract and representational. We actually have a shot of that graphic, if we can pull that up, and there it is. It's a nice logo. The blue-white color scheme represents water ice, the elements on Europa being studied by the spacecraft. The shape looks like a snowflake or an ice crystal, and those two V-shaped portions represent the flybys, each pass of Clipper as it swoops in and then retreats. And then the dot in the center can be Europa, and the star shape can be the spacecraft. They put a lot of thought and design into this logo.
Yeah, it's a beautiful logo. Everybody is on board. It's just incredible to me how much the team, the community, and everybody's just excited about this mission and science, as Jenny was saying. And I know she's excited for this also, she and the JPL team. But beautiful logo.
Yep, looks good on a T-shirt and on the side of the rocket.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
And there goes stage 2 LOX load. So the final tank that needed to be filled has begun as we continue to make great progress tanking this vehicle. We'll send it back to Megan and Jenny.
Great to hear that tanking's going well. All right, NASA's ambitious journey to Europa has inspired U.S. Poet Laureate Ada Limon to write In Praise of Mystery, a poem for Europa. It is such a powerful piece. Please check it out.
In Praise of Mystery, a poem for Europa. Arching under the night sky, inky with black expansiveness, we point to the planets we know. We pin quick wishes on stars. From Earth, we read the sky as if it is an unerring book of the universe, expert and evident. Still, There are mysteries below. There are mysteries.
We had a little bit of technical difficulties there. The package paused a little bit, but I still think that you could really feel how powerful that piece is. And now we're so lucky to have Ada Lavone here with us. Thank you so much for being here. That was so moving. I was getting goosebumps.
Oh, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here. Such a thrill.
I want to ask you, what made you want to write about Europa, and how did you find, I mean, truly the perfect words for that piece?
Oh, thank you. I think for me it was so incredible to be invited to write this poem. And when I was struggling with this incredible prompt and this incredible ask, I realized that it's not just a poem that's going to Europa, not just a poem that's on the Europa Clipper, but a poem that's for us. It's a poem for everyone here on Earth. And that was really important to me as I tried to choose the right imagery and the right language.
Mm-hmm. Not a tough ask at all.
No, not at all.
And not only that, but we're taking your poem with us.
Yeah.
So we have here a replica of the vault plate. This is the plate that's going, that is part of our vault on the spacecraft that's protecting all the sensitive electronics from all that radiation. And it's written in your own handwriting.
Yeah.
How does it feel knowing that a piece of you is going to Europa?
You know, one of the things that I keep focusing on is that it really is a poem for all of us. Mm-hmm. But when they asked me to do it in my own handwriting, my grandmother, who passed away a year ago, she was the one who taught me to really make my handwriting as perfect as could be. And every time I look at this piece, I feel like my grandmother is part of this project too.
I heard you had to rewrite it a few times to get it just right.
You think? Yes, many times.
The handwriting is as beautiful as the poem itself, I assure you.
Thank you.
And what do you hope people take away from this?
You know, I really hope that as we embark on this incredible voyage together, that we are reminded of the wonders all around us, that it's not just in these huge moments of exploration that wonders exist, but that they are everywhere around us all the time. Mm-hmm. And we can't be lonely if we are all connected to this universe.
Mm-hmm. Well put. Thank you so much. And I mean, one other note that I want to point out is, you know, Jenny has always talked about this, that mix between science and art. I mean, really, there is a connection that we should be talking about.
Yeah, I think that it's so important. In fact, we do ourselves a disservice when we separate arts and science because we're connected by curiosity and wonder.
Perfect. You are so well spoken. I see why you're the U.S. Poet Laureate. Ada, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the beautiful piece of poetry you gave us for this mission.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been the honor of my life.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you are inspired, really, as Ada was, to write about our universe and you want to write your own poetry, the QR code on your screen now is going to take you to a space poetry writing activity brought to you by NASA JPL. All right, another check of the clock. We are now 11 minutes, 51 seconds and counting from liftoff. Jenny, let's squeeze in a few more NASA social questions. What do you think?
Absolutely. I'm ready for them.
Okay, let's pull the first one up on the screen right now. This one is, how can we convert images to evidence of valid life and organisms? If it's proven, what are the next steps?
Absolutely. So, Europa Clipper is not a life detection mission, so we're not trying to prove that there is life there now. But what we are trying to do is characterize if this could be a habitable environment. And so, but even so, the images that we're going to get, we learn so much from images. Even just, looking at a photograph of the surface tells us a lot about the geology, why the surface looks the way it does. Why it looks like that. That can tell us what's going on underneath that causes the surface to look that way. And so that tells us about the ocean. So there's a lot that we can infer from even just looking at images of the surface.
Yeah. I mean, considering that you're talking about this, let's actually pull up a picture now. So you said earlier that prior missions sparked our interest in Europa. Well, this is a 2022 pic from the Juno spacecraft taken from less than 310 miles above the moon's surface. And you see all those fractures. That's what Jenny was talking about, fractures, the ridges, the bands that crisscross the moon's surface. I mean, from this image, that's how you guys discovered that maybe there is something happening underneath there.
Absolutely. It's part of how we know that there is water underneath the ice. When you think about our moon is covered in craters, right? It's just pockmarked, and so many bodies in the solar system are that way as well. But Europa's surface is really different. There are some craters, but not very many, and that tells us that it is a kind of a young surface, at least geologically speaking, and that begs the question of why. So, that was one of the avenues of scientific questioning that we had that led us to believe that there is water underneath the ice.
Right. So we know about Europa. Well, it is Jupiter's fourth largest moon and only slightly larger than our moon. It's really, really cold at Europa. Surface temperatures range from about minus 210 to minus 370 degrees Fahrenheit. Scientists estimate its ice shell is 10 to 15 miles thick. Because of all that ice, Europa is six times brighter.
Power.
And the spacecraft now on internal power. There is strong evidence of our ocean, of an ocean beneath that icy crust that could hold over twice the volume of Earth's oceans. And then Europa is Jupiter every 3.5 Earth days, with the same side always facing the planet. That is super fast.
That is 3.5. Think about that for a second. 3.5 days to orbit Jupiter. That's so fast.
Yeah. All right, and let's take a look at the launch countdown again. We are now 9 minutes and counting until Europa Clipper launches. And no issues to speak of right now. The weather conditions are fantastic. I mean, your screen right there. Jenny, how are you feeling?
I am just absolutely buzzing. Feeling very enthusiastic, a little bit nostalgic, just so really excited to get Clipper up into space where it belongs.
Yeah, I know this is super thrilling for you and the Europa Clipper team, but this is also a huge moment for astrobiologists and really the scientific community at large.
Absolutely. So astrobiology is kind of the study of how, life is distributed around the universe.
RP1 load is complete.
And so one of the things that was really exciting about Europa is that it's a place in our own solar system that could be habitable. And so this, going to Europa to see it means a lot for the astrobiology community and, of course, for humanity at large.
Well, Jenny, here we go with the final moments of the launch countdown. Let's head over to Daryl and Mick.
All right, thank you very much, ladies. And here at Hangar AE, we are continuing to monitor the launch countdown. And so far, we're at 50 minutes and counting. We're listening to the launch teams. They are monitoring some temperature data coming from the second stage LOX line that goes to the engine there. They're gathering data. Keep an ear and an eye on that. So far, everything else looks track okay.
Yeah, everything's proceeding forward with propellant load, and we did hear that stage 1 RP1 is complete on the 3
PY
boosters.
RP1.
So things are continuing to move forward there, and propellant loading will be finishing up here shortly as the team gets the vehicle ready.
The team at JPL and California also on console for their space just shifted their spacecraft to internal power.
Yeah, they started transitioning to internal power. We'll get full confirmation of that in about 2 minutes, but things are good to go, and things are looking good. Preparations for the spacecraft to move forward.
Engine chill has started.
There we hear the call for booster engine chill started on the 27 Merlin engines, getting ready for a liftoff at 12:06 p.m. today.
T-minus 6 minutes and 45 seconds and counting for liftoff of SpaceX's Falcon Heavy rocket with NASA's Europa Clipper spacecraft. At the very top, it is a beautiful day here in Florida for launching a rocket.
NY RP1 load is complete.
As we wrap up loading the RP1 in the first stage boosters, we've just seen all 3 go completely filled. Now we await for all 3 of the LOX tanks inside the first stage booster to get to their full point. You can tell they're most of the way there. As you look on your screen there, you see the cold, the icy cold rocket condensing that Florida air.
Yeah, the team's continuing to load second stage also with LOX, and we're getting very close. We can see on the telemetry here that the LOX load of the 3 boosters is getting near completion. The team is continuing to follow the procedures and look at the vehicle, make sure that we are good to go for a launch at 12:06. But things are progressing per the procedure, Daryl, and all is looking good for a great launch with this beautiful weather that we have at Launch Complex 39.
Coming up next, we are going to start configuring the tower, the strong back from the rocket. That happens in a little less than a minute.
We just heard from the SMD and NOM that the spacecraft is verified on internal power, and things are looking good for the Europa Clipper spacecraft.
We're also listening to the launch teams as they discuss the data coming in that they're looking at for the rocket.
Teams continue to follow the procedure, as I said, and work the loading of propellant, finishing up the topping of the 3 boosters and the second stage. As we mentioned earlier, the 3 boosters are expendable fully. They will not be coming back for landing today. SpaceX is getting the team ready to launch this vehicle today.
And you just heard the call out that the strong back is retracting. That strong back appears to have retracted. So we're getting some discussion on the nets regarding the second stage.
NY LOX load is complete.
As we just got completion of LOX load for the Y booster. We're looking for now the center core and the plus Y.
NLM, it's the LD on the count.net with a final status check.
Yes, LD, this is NLM on Countdown 1, NASA spacecraft, and the NASA team is go for launch pending resolution of the anomaly.
Copy. Go pending outbrief of the issue being discussed on the anomaly net.
Affirmative.
Okay, Tim, so they've mentioned that they're working an anomaly. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, they're monitoring some temperatures on the second stage, and things are the teams continue to look at that as they continue filling second stage with liquid oxygen. They're continuing to look at that and monitor
Center
that
core, lock load
as far as they can into the count. So things are continuing to progress forward with LOX load. Center core is just finished up, so all 3 boosters are filled with LOX and RP1. The second stage has RP1 on, and we're getting near completion of stage 2 LOX load as the team continues to look at that temperature in the second stage. But we did hear NASA launch manager Tim Dunn tell Charlie Meyer,
Stage 2
SpaceX
LOX
launch
load is
director,
complete.
that they are go for launch pending the resolution of this temperature issue. So the team has continued to work that, and the team will continue to progress forward in their procedure.
And so these discussions are happening very quickly as we are counting down now inside the final 2 minutes until liftoff.
Absolutely, and we just heard that stage 2 LOX load was complete, and the team is working that. And as you said, this is what they do in the last few moments before launch. They're working their procedures, following their processes, and having these discussions. But we are still progressing forward towards a T0 of 12:06. And things are progressing forward for the launch this morning, or this afternoon.
We are now 90 seconds until liftoff. Weather is 95% go. These boosters on the outside, they have flown before. The Psyche mission, a little more than a year ago. They are back on the pad along with a brand new center core booster and a spacecraft bound for the Jupiter moon Europa.
Yeah, Daryl, I can confirm, listening to the
Heavy
teams, that everybody is go for launch. They have resolved the temperature issue they were looking at on second stage. Everybody's given the go for that, and Falcon is in startup, so the flight computer has taken over, and we're getting ready for the
SpaceX
final
launch director is go for launch.
And there we hear Charlie Meyer say that SpaceX is ready for launch, and Europa Clipper getting ready to lift off.
And there's a great update as now it vents out the LOX inside the line of the transporter erector. We are inside of 30 seconds.
30 seconds and counting. Minus 15 seconds and counting.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy with Europa Clipper, unveiling the mysteries of an enormous ocean lurking beneath the icy crust of Jupiter's moon, Europa.
Engine chamber pressures are nominal.
See that the chamber pressures are nominal as we hear. All 27 Merlin engines look great.
Rocket beginning to roll. Putting down 5.1 billion pounds of thrust. Coming up, they're going to back off those engines just a bit.
Ready to head into max
power
Q.
and telemetry nominal.
We hear that power and telemetry on the vehicle are good there. Everything's looking really
Falcon
well.
Heavy is supersonic.
They have reduced power in the center core to get through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure on the launch vehicle as we approach that. The 2 side boosters at full throttle.
A beautiful shot there as our camera team.
Max Q.
Locking into the rocket on a clear blue sky. The view from the booster cam, back down on Earth.
And there we heard the call for max Q. The vehicle is passing through maximum dynamic pressure. Next thing up in about 2 minutes will be booster engine cutoff, where we see the 2 side booster engines, all 18, shut down and get ready for booster separation. But the vehicle is performing very well. Looking at all the telemetry that we have, power and trajectory are nominal.
We've been flying for just under 2 minutes so far. Everything looking good. B-side boosters, once they do their job, they will be expended. If you're familiar with the Falcon Heavy, you know that They bring the boosters back on certain launches, but not on this one, because all of the performance is needed to push Europa Clipper into its proper orbit.
Things continue to look good as the vehicle heads down its ascent phase here. All telemetry is looking very nominal for this flight this morning. Falcon Heavy is performing very well.
Now we're just about 30 seconds away from separating those side boosters. Their engines will cut off first, then they will separate.
MVAC is chilling.
Starting to chill down that MVAC-D engine in the second stage.
And that's where we need to get the engine chilled to the proper temperatures before flowing liquid oxygen and RP1 into it. So they're conditioning the engine to make sure things are ready for when it's ready to start up.
Stand by for booster separation.
Booster engine cutoff. Side booster separation confirmed.
And there they go.
Those two boosters previously flown on Psyche. This will be their 6th flight. We thank you for their service this morning. They did a great job of getting Falcon Heavy and Europa Clipper on its way as the center core takes over and continues mission down its ascent. Things are looking really good in the telemetry. Power and trajectory look nominal, and chamber pressures on the 9 center core engines look really good.
In just a little more than 20 seconds from now, we'll get the cutoff of the main engine on the center core booster that remains. 4 seconds after that, we will separate. Flying out over the Atlantic Ocean. There's a look from inside.
There we see stage 1
stage separation confirmed.
And stage separation from the center core. Getting ready for MVAC startup, SES-1.
We're getting some applause here in the Mission Directors Center, and there you see the MVAC-D engine lighting up.
Next thing up in about 10 seconds will be fairing separation.
NYPY FTS has saved.
And the fairing has protected Europa Clipper on its ascent up into space, but once we get into space, we don't need that fairing anymore.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Fairing has separated, and those will be recovered, Daryl, by SpaceX's own recovery ship, Go Cosmos.
And there you see them falling away into space. That is the only part of this rocket that will be recovered.
The glow of the MVAC-D engine as it performs its first burn here. This is about a 3-minute and 47-second burn. Things are looking great. Matter of fact, this is one of the shortest first burns that has been done on a Falcon Heavy by SpaceX, but it is required to get us into that parking orbit for that long coast that we have to get ready for the interplanetary trajectory that we're going to need to get Europa Clipper on its way that we heard Jenny talk about to get those Earth assist slingshots as it heads on its way for its mission. So things looking really good this morning with the performance of the Falcon Heavy. MVAC is performing well, and everything looks good thus far in today's mission.
Usually those burns are the other way around, with a longer first burn and the shorter second burn, but in this case it is reversed. As we look at some crystal clear views of the MVAC-D engine, the stage 2 that's carrying Europa Clipper. Orbital light is shining both on the spacecraft, the second stage, and on planet Earth.
Center core FTS has saved.
There we've heard that the flight termination system on the center core has been saved as it heads back to splash down. Things are looking good. I can tell you, Darryl, we had a beautiful weather day for launch, and as we're looking at MVAC flying in space with Europa Clipper, it is such a gorgeous view with Earth behind it, and so we could not have had a better day for a mission launch today.
No doubt about it, Mick. It was simply gorgeous. We had a hurricane a week ago, but after that pushed out, it brought us in its wake near perfect weather for launch. And now we're into space, dealing with the harsh conditions up there.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Stage 2 has made its way into space, far enough away for us to be able to safe the flight termination system from a safety perspective. We're about a minute away from second stage engine cutoff, as we'll see the MVAC-D shut down and get ready for a long coast, getting Europa Clipper into that parking orbit and on its way for the next firing that we will have, the second stage, number 2, to get it into that interplanetary transfer orbit that we need to get Europa Clipper started. So things looking very well this morning. We're about 30 seconds from that stage engine cutoff, which we refer to as SECO 1.
That's right. We'll get
terminal
into that.
guidance.
Get into that coast phase. These views brought to you, of course, by ground stations across the track that are pulling in the high-resolution data from the cameras. Burn looking good, just a few seconds away from cutting off from that first burn. And there it goes. The first burn is complete.
Yep, things look really well on the stage burn result. Apogee, perigee, and everything for the mission looks really good. Engine performance, very well performance by the second stage for this first burn. And things continue to look good as we head into this long coast for this parking orbit.
It's a long coast, and we'll hit that second burn. Roughly 3 minutes and 21 seconds long. This one was roughly 3 minutes and 9 seconds. And Mick, you saw the data from it. It all looked pretty good. Then there you go.
Yep,
confirmation.
We're hearing confirmation that we have nominal orbital insertion. As we were looking at the telemetry here, Daryl, that things looked very good. Stage 1 and Stage 2 performed very well on that ascent flight. And we'll continue to follow Stage 2 to get ready for that second burn. And then, of course, what we're really looking forward to, Europa Clipper separation.
It's going to be a beautiful moment. If the pictures are as clear as we've seen so far, we will see it in all of its glorious detail. All right. We will continue monitoring the coast phase of the second stage with Europa Clipper. And we will bring that to you. Of course, any updates that we have, we'll check back in with you in a little bit. But for now, let's send it back to the host desk with Megan and Jenny.
Oh, wow. I mean, if you're just joining us, welcome live to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just saw a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket soar off the launch pad with the Europa Clipper spacecraft. I thought... I'm surprised you're here and composed, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, you did a good job of keeping me upright watching the launch.
Yeah, how are you feeling? How was it to see that and feel that, too? I mean, that was honestly one of the loudest and most powerful rocket launches that I've personally felt here on the Cape.
It was very emotional in a good way, right? Just kind of overwhelming with just the awe of it, and that it's finally going up into space. And I feel almost at a loss for words.
Yeah, I know. She was like, I am sobbing. She just kept saying, I am sobbing. I am sobbing. I mean, but everybody can understand that, right? I mean, and this is one of my favorite parts of being part of the broadcast, because I do get to watch it with the co-host. And really, this is so much of your life that you're seeing culminate in a rocket launch.
It is. It's a huge, again, it's almost indescribable, just the amount of time and effort and all the people involved that got us to here, and to witness that moment is just unlike anything I can describe.
And can you believe it? We are still very much at the beginning of this spacecraft's journey. It is headed for Jupiter's icy moon Europa, which scientists believe could be the best chance of finding the ingredients for life outside our planet. It will take the spacecraft 5.5 years to travel the nearly 2 billion miles to Europa. This is a mission developed by NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California and Johns Hopkins University's Applied Physics Laboratory in Maryland. Now, Jenny, why does the team think that Europa is the best chance of finding those ingredients for life as we know it?
Yeah, on this planet, everywhere we find water, we find life. And so, that we think that there's this massive ocean of water underneath the ice on Europa is just, how could you resist, So we think that Europa has that water. That's one of the key ingredients for life, along with the chemistry and the energy and the time. It's been kind of simmering away for a long time.
Sure.
It's a great place to go explore.
And how exciting would it be, right, if we could verify that there are the makings of life as we know it on Europa. So let's dig into the science that is going to make this possible.
We have several ocean worlds in our solar system. And by exploring Europa, we're getting a taste of what these ocean worlds are like. Europa probably has beneath its icy surface a global ocean of water.
We think there are thermal vents in this vast subsurface ocean. There may be primitive organisms there, similar to the original primitive organisms on Earth from which we all evolved.
I just love Europa's surface. I think it's one of the most complex surfaces in our solar system. Typically, when you look at another planetary surface, it's covered with craters, just like our moon.
There are shockingly few impact craters. So that means something is going on to erase the craters, just like happens here on Earth, and on Earth we call that geology. One of the key questions right now that we have about Europa is whether or not there's plume activity.
Plumes are one way that you can definitely get ocean material to the surface. We really need a spacecraft in the system that's watching Europa to see when those plumes are happening, if they're happening. Europa Clipper is orbiting Jupiter, and it's performing 49 flybys of Europa.
Each time we make a flyby, we turn on all of the instruments at once.
Most of us know about cameras because that's what our eyes see, but there is a whole slew of other instruments on board Europa Clipper that expands our vision.
We have 4 different instruments that we're really using to take images of Europa's surface. We have the visible wavelength, the near infrared, the far infrared, and the UV, the ultraviolet.
We're hoping to see evidence of change, new cracks, new surface colors that indicate different materials maybe have moved around or come up from the subsurface.
We have an instrument that can sniff the very thin atmosphere, the gases, and determine the composition with extreme precision. And we have another instrument that can tell us the composition of dust particles.
We have a magnetometer and a plasma instrument that are going to be studying that magnetosphere environment that Europa is sitting in and Jupiter's magnetosphere environment.
The magnetic field of Europa, in turn, can tell us about the properties of the ocean. How thick is it, and how salty is it?
And then we have this novel ice-penetrating radar that will try to get below the ice shell.
Last but not least, we have a gravity experiment using the communication system of the spacecraft. And from that, we can get essentially a map of the gravity field.
We can get the shape, understand, what's underneath, maybe even get some information on the depth of the ocean. It's really a sophisticated payload.
The pictures that we are going to get back are going to be just fantastic.
The legacy of Europa Clipper will be just a treasure trove of knowledge about this world.
Just to find an environment that is similar to the one from which life arose on Earth would really be groundbreaking. It would be awesome.
We don't know if Earth is the only place that life got started, or if it's really common. And a really important way to get at that is to understand, is there life elsewhere in our solar system?
And we were proud to host JPL directors here at Kennedy for launch. She's with Tony now, and they both had a spectacular view of launch.
That's right, Megan. What a spectacular sight indeed. And like you mentioned, we have a very special guest with us, JPL Director Lori Leshin. Lori, congratulations first off on what a beautiful launch and now an exciting mission ahead.
What a great day. We're so excited. Thanks to SpaceX for the fabulous ride.
Absolutely. And, Lori, what would you like to say to the teams who have put in so much hard work and dedication, to this mission?
More than 4,000 people across many different organizations have worked on Europa Clipper, and we're so proud of them and so grateful for their hard work, for their families who've supported them, and especially the 150 or so with us from JPL who rode out the hurricane here. Thank you.
Absolutely. And, can you tell us a little bit more about why planetary missions are important in general that we go and study?
Well, it's really about who we are. Even though it's a robot we're sending out into space, it's a very human endeavor to want to explore the unknown, and especially to want to understand where life came from, how we originated, whether there could be other life out there. it's really a fabulous quest, and we're so fortunate to be able to do that through NASA's science program.
Definitely. And, can you tell us a little bit more about the Europa Clipper vault plate and why teams decided to include one?
The vault plate is so wonderful. It builds on a great history. People know about the Voyager Golden Record, which carried messages from Earth into deep space. It's kind of following in that tradition. And to have a special poem written by Ada Limon, the U.S. Poet Laureate, we're over the moon, over Europa, about being able to carry her words with us and to carry 2.6 million names of Earthlings with us as we go explore Europa.
Absolutely, a lot of special mementos on there indeed. Now that launch has occurred, what are some of those key milestones that the teams are going to be looking out for on its way, on Europa's way to Jupiter?
Right. So just today, we'll be looking about 1 hour out is when we separate from the upper stage of the rocket. 3 or 3.5 hours out is very important because that's when our solar arrays, those giant size of a basketball field or basketball court solar arrays, deploy. We need those because we need power. And then in just 4 months' time, we'll fly by Mars for our first gravity assist. So it's going to be excitement all the way along on our way to Jupiter.
Absolutely. Lori, thank you so much for joining us again here today. Back over to you, Megan.
Thank you to Lori and Tony. And now I want to bring back Raquel, who's live at NASA JPL in California. I know the team, like here, erupted into cheers when the rocket lifted off. But now, Raquel, they're back at work and looking forward to what's next, right?
That's right. There was lots of cheering over here, but now here is a live look from inside Mission Control. You can see the team is getting ready for Europa Clipper's next milestone. Now, we showed you them gearing up for this moment, and now they wait for acquisition of signal, but there's a lot happening in there that you can't see. That's why I caught up with Mission Manager Tracy Drain. So let's take a look at a behind-the-scenes breakdown. And Tracy, tell us about the space here in Mission Control.
Here in Mission Control, you'll see a lot of folks who are paying attention to the configuration of the spacecraft before launch. But our main role is to catch the baby, that's Europa Clipper, so that we're ready to control it once it's well on its way.
And you'll be right up front here with your headset on, talking to everyone in the room. Can you tell us what is going on behind the scenes?
Sure. I, as mission manager, am making sure everything's running smoothly here and communicating status to our project manager in Florida. Next to me is the flight director, whose job is to do what their title sounds like, direct or guide the people in the room through the detailed steps of the procedure.
So if the flight director is guiding the room, who in here is talking to the spacecraft?
The primary engineer talking to the spacecraft is the ACE. They're paying attention to the link between the spacecraft and the deep space network on the ground. They actually get to hit the button that sends commands to the spacecraft when we're ready to do that. Behind them is Telecom, who is responsible for all the hardware on board, the radio, making sure that that's working so the spacecraft can communicate to the ground. And there are some other roles too who are ensuring that the data from the spacecraft is coming to this room properly. The phase lead sits over here, and her job is to understand all the things that are supposed to happen before and during launch, so that if things start to go a little sideways, she'll be heavily involved in making sure we understand how to deal with them. Navigation are assessing and understanding the track that the spacecraft is on once it separates from the launch vehicle, so that the antenna on the ground can point to it and track it.
And then this row behind you, they're making sure Europa Clipper is healthy, correct?
That's right. While systems here is ensuring that all of the different parts of the spacecraft work together, the folks back here are paying attention to individual pieces. Avionics and flight software are paying attention to the computer and the software that's running on board. Fault protection is ensuring that if something ran on board in response to a problem, we understand what that is. Power is ensuring things like the solar array and the battery are producing enough energy for the spacecraft. Thermal is making sure that everything stays within the right temperature ranges. Propulsion is noting everything that has to do with thrusting on the spacecraft is working. Then guidance, navigation, and control and motion behavior are ensuring the spacecraft is pointed in the right direction and moving the way that it should.
And there's a special role here too, the test bed. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the test bed is a set of hardware and software components in another room that we have 2 of them set up like a simulation of the spacecraft, so that if things go a little bit off kilter, then we can use them to troubleshoot what's going on.
And there's one more thing I'd like to ask you about. There is a tradition here at JPL that involves some snacks. Could you tell us more about
That's
this?
That's
right. These are the Lucky Peanuts. And as the story goes, back in the 60s, an engineer was handing out peanuts during a launch just to ease the tension in the room. That one went really well. And so now, as our tradition is, we have Lucky Peanuts with every major event. Lucky Peanuts.
Thank you so much, Tracy.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
As you can see, Tracy is here now, and the entire Europa Clipper team are in high gear. This isn't the only room where the team is hard at work. Let's take a live look at an additional operation room. This is where an overflow of the team is working during and after launch. Megan, back to you.
Thank you so much for that video and tour, Raquel, because it really was cool to see all the people, again, that is making this mission possible. And we have even more people for you all to meet. Take a look.
Humans can be pretty smart, and we do discover a lot of great things, but there is still so much that we don't know.
This is like one of the most exciting times to be working in space.
I feel very fortunate and privileged to be supporting this mission.
Europa Clipper is NASA's flagship mission to explore a moon of Jupiter called Europa. Here's our Europa Clipper spacecraft being built.
How do you build a spacecraft to go visit a world that exists inside of this extreme environment?
What we're looking for is what's underneath the surface.
My name is Valeria Salazar, and I help put together all the hundreds of different components that make up Europa Clipper.
My name is Andres Rivera.
My name is Jenny Kampmeyer.
My name is Sarah Elizabeth McCandless, and I am an interplanetary navigator.
I'm Deepak Srinivasan, and I work to make sure that we can communicate with the Europa Clipper spacecraft.
And making sure that Europa Clipper makes its way to Jupiter safely.
I work on Europa Clipper, helping science fiction become science reality.
We're going to Europa to determine whether we have favorable conditions for life.
Here on Earth, no matter what environment you're in, wherever there's water, we found life.
We're going to investigate all those ingredients that we think have led to life as a whole.
But to actually do that, a lot of engineering has to happen.
There's no one person that is responsible for getting this spacecraft built, for designing our science campaigns.
I'm helping enable solar system exploration, helping to enable exploration of the universe.
We're doing some really humanity-changing science.
It's a hard journey to get here. It felt like an impossible dream.
For me personally, being an immigrant, I never really imagined that I would have the opportunity to participate in something like this. Just seeing it up here and knowing that it's going to be up in space, it's pretty humbling.
Seeing it from its infancy to actual realized hardware, to get that on its journey to Europa, it's just going to be a wonderful feeling.
It's been very motivating to see that a part of me will go to Jupiter.
I'm contributing this tiny part of something that's going to help us understand better about our universe.
We're going to be exploring literally the frontiers of life.
Who knows what mission today is going to be that inspiration for the next generation.
That's such an honor to be a part of.
Jenny, I love how emotional you get every single time we see some of the members of your team. And what's incredible is, you know, we did meet a lot, but that's still a fraction of the people who work on this mission.
Absolutely. And it's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. I mean, we totaled it up recently, and there are thousands of people who have worked on this project over the years. So it's amazing.
Well, and you said some people have been working towards this mission for 25 years. So that is really easy to believe.
Absolutely. And you know, every single one of them has worked really hard for this day.
Oh, wow. And, you know, Europa Clipper is the largest spacecraft NASA has ever developed for a planetary mission. Let's bring back NASA's Antonia Jaramillo.
Thanks, Megan. Joining me is Dr. Robert Papalardo, the Europa Clipper project scientist. You know, Bob, what exactly are we expecting to find, you know, with this Europa Clipper mission?
Well, the Europa Clipper carries the most sophisticated suite of instruments that we've ever sent to the outer solar system. It carries a radar that can penetrate through ice like a CAT scan to find liquid water. Super high resolution imaging. We'll be able to look for warm spots, plumes at Europa. All these wonderful techniques that combine together to tell us, could Europa be the kind of place that could support life today?
That is very exciting. I mean, can you tell us a little bit more about how scientists will indeed confirm that Europa can support life, like you said?
Sure. We want to understand whether Europa has the so-called ingredients for life. Liquid water, the right chemical elements, and then the energy that could support life. So understanding Europa as a whole can tell us whether those ingredients are there.
And you know, Europa is an ocean world. What kind of ocean are we looking at here? Is it going to be one like Earth that has, you know, a variety of warmer, cooler waters, or are we looking at something entirely different?
Probably not too dissimilar from cold oceans at Earth, Arctic oceans, but here covered with a layer of ice. But the temperature will be similar to Arctic oceans, probably salty. We're not sure how salty. And the pressure at the bottom of Europa's ocean is probably similar to the pressure at the bottom of the deepest point in Earth's oceans. Earth has a lot more gravity, but Europa's ocean is a lot deeper.
That's very exciting. You know, now that Europa Clipper has launched, how does it feel for you, Bob, for the teams and everything now to see this mission on its way?
Just overwhelming. That launch was incredible. And here we are. It's the culmination of so many years of work by so many people. And now we're on our way. And 6 years from now, we'll start getting great data from Europa.
That is so exciting. I know all of us here are very much looking forward to that. Bob, thank you so much for joining us. We'll send it back over to you, Megan.
And actually, Jenny, you and I were just talking. Bob is one of those people who has been working on this for 25 years.
25 years, right? And this is really kind of I know how much this moment means to him to finally get here. And yeah, him and, you know, obviously many of his colleagues as well. But 25 years, can you believe that?
Yeah, again, very composed for someone
Yes.
who, all of you are very, very composed. All right, so NASA made a point to keep the spacecraft as clean as possible before launching to its destination. Here's why that is so important.
I have the coolest job on Europa Clipper. I keep the spacecraft biologically clean. This means I am looking to reduce the amount of bacteria that are stuck to the spacecraft.
Akemi and her team need to keep the spacecraft as biologically clean as possible to help protect this environment as well as the other planets and moons Europa Clipper will encounter.
We're really helped by this awesome clean room here. It does a lot of the work for us. We also monitor everything that's being brought into the clean room. Everything is very tightly controlled. It's cleaned before it comes in, and we sample anything that is going to come close to the spacecraft. We're sampling in 3 different directions, and each different direction gets a different face of this wipe. We want to give ourselves the best chance to pick up any bacteria that might be on here. This is the lab where we process all of our flight support samples. So I need to take this wipe that we use to sample the spacecraft surfaces and get it into this bottle. And then I'll add some soapy water to this. And then from there, we're going to shake off all of the bacteria into that soapy water. We are using sound to widely shake all of the last little bacteria off into our soapy water.
And then we've moved to the next step, heat shock. What we're trying to do here is kill off all of the weaker types of bacteria and leave just the hardy bacteria.
Next, we're going to filter this. The liquid will filter through and the bacteria will stick on top of the filter. From there, we put that onto a plate of bacteria food. From there, we let it grow for 3 days. We count every 24 hours for 3 days. They are really diverse, actually. They come in different colors. They can be tall and ridgy or really circular and smooth. Some of them really spread out. We use that number to estimate the number of microbes living on the spacecraft. Think of Europa's ocean like a nature reserve. We don't want to contaminate it with anything from Earth.
Out of the thousands of samples that we've collected, only about a dozen have required us to ask the engineers to re-clean the hardware so that we could go in and resample it.
All right, let's go back to Daryl and Mick to get another status update on the rocket.
Yeah, and we've been following this launch ever since it lifted off at 12:06 and 00 seconds Eastern Daylight Time from right here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We are tracking since then the progress of this coast phase, and we do not have telemetry data currently for it, but we are expecting to pick that back up at our next ground station. We're currently flying over top of close to, as you can see right there, the southern tip of Africa.
Yeah, Daryl, the telemetry and ascent is the coast is picked up by the ground stations across the globe, and we'll be picking up data here shortly. And you know, one of the new things that we'll be doing with Falcon Heavy as we get ready to start up stage 2 for its second burn, we'll be using the NASA TDRS network, the tracking data and relay system, to be able to pick up that start of stage 2 once that comes about. So that's a first time we'll be using that for Falcon Heavy, and things are looking great. So we are hearing that we just got at AOS from our Cape Town ground station, and we were watching telemetry. It just came back on the screen, so things are looking really good. data that has just popped up for the orbital coast. Looks good from a velocity standpoint and altitude. So this mission continuing to look good during this coast phase.
Right. We've regained, again, our telemetry now. We can see exactly where the second stage is and the spacecraft. All is good now. And you mentioned going to fly under TDRS when we lose all ground stations, so that we're going to use a satellite to keep track. All right. So we're back online now, and we'll send it back to Megan and Jenny.
And we told you earlier how the spacecraft's sensitive electronics are in a special vault to protect them from Jupiter's intense radiation belts. This is a piece or a replica of a piece of that vault. And as we said, it has U.S. Poet Laureate Ada Limone's poem engraved on it. But also we wanted to point out this. This is a part of NASA's Message in a Bottle campaign. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so more than 2.6 million people signed their name onto Ada's poem and her message out to Europa and out to the stars. And not only that, these names are not they're not digitally encoded in a microchip. They're actually etched. This kind of micro etching, nano etching
on that
tiny
which is
little
like the
chip.
size of a dime.
Exactly, 2.6 million names actually physically etched onto this plate that was attached to the spacecraft.
Because I was incredulous about that, I was like, really? So I did find out that JPL technicians used an electron beam to stencil all those names, and each line of text was smaller than 1/1000th the width of a human hair.
Yeah,
that is wild.
Absolutely wild, right?
Yeah, take a look at the video now. This is them actually stenciling, like you said, those names on there. And I just love how many people, again, as you said, 2.6 million wanted to take a part in this and have their names go into space.
It really is incredible that, the public got so excited. Everyone wanted to send their name along Europa Clipper out to Jupiter.
And just really quick, let's come back here live to the desk. Can you flip over the vault plate? Because there's so much in with this vault plate. We want to point out the other side as well.
Yeah, so the other side of the vault plate has the word for water in about 104 languages. And these are the audio waveforms of people saying the word water.
Wow.
Because water is the thing that connects our two worlds, connects the Earth and Europa.
Yeah. What a beautiful way to embody this mission, really, in this vault plate.
It's really incredible.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Message in a Bottle campaign was just one of several ways you could be involved in this mission. Some of you took part in an art challenge, so let's take a look at some of those pictures now.
Oh,
that's nice. It's so colorful and beautiful. And Mize is one of the instruments,
Mize is one of the instruments, and we love saying things like "Go Mize, go!" "Go Clipper goes." That's amazing to see.
Oh, that's great. So what a creative imagination. That is what folks or this child is hoping to maybe see on Europa, right?
Yes, and in kind of our wildest dreams, we hope we see things like that.
A narwhal, yeah. Oh, this is really nice too.
Cool. Yeah, look at that. So that's kind of showing our trip out to Europa, and I love that kind of side view of Europa, seeing the ice and the water underneath. That's amazing.
And if you're home watching and you're saying, wait, I want to submit my picture, my masterpiece of Europa Clipper, there's still time, so just take out your phone and scan the QR code now that you see on your screen. The art challenge is open until the end of the month. Or if you like to wear your love for Europa instead, let's take a look at some other photos now. These are Jupiter and Europa-inspired fashions, and this was part of NASA's Style Challenge #Runway to Jupiter. They look very happy to be wearing the mission logo.
That's awesome. Those look like, I think, knitted or crocheted sweaters. Oh, wow.
This is my Halloween costume.
I could see that.
I'm going to dress up as Jupiter, and you're going to be Europa and just run around me.
That's great. Every 3.5 days, I'll run around you.
Oh, and these nails are pretty too. It's always nice to see, ways that people can bring their excitement for this mission onto fashion or art or anything like that.
Exactly, and connecting kind of their own creativity with science. Speaking of which.
And those nails, I feel like, put us to shame.
I know.
Jenny and I bonded. We did some co-host bonding, and we got our nails done as well. You see, they're meant to look like the ocean. So.
That's right, a little watery blue marbling.
Yeah, so I hope you also liked our runway to Jupiter submission for y'all to consider. And if you want to check out some more of those fashions, those Jupiter and Europa-inspired fashions, again, we have another QR code for you now. Trust me, there are so many more creative expressions worth checking out that really capture Jupiter's swirls, Europa's icy glam, and the exploration of our solar system. All right, and now we're going to go over to JPL. We have another update from Raquel.
That's right, Megan. We're now taking a live look at another part of the Friends and Family event, this time in JPL's Von Karman Auditorium, where we saw lots of cheering during launch, and among those celebrating are the family of Al Kangahuala, the Deputy Mission Manager for Europa Clipper. Al is responsible for overseeing how the spacecraft operates, navigates, and stays on course during its mission to Europa, and he joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us. Al, can you tell us about your role and the next few weeks for Europa Clipper?
Hello, Raquel. Sure, happy to. Along with Tracy Drain, we take turns in early operations, shift by shift, as you were mentioning, ensuring the health and safety, not just of the flight system, but of the mission operations engineering teams that are making this all happen. Looking ahead past today, we have many activities ahead. We're going to be performing characterizations, deployments, and checkouts of the subsystems and instruments. Some will be required prior to our first trajectory correction maneuver in about 3 weeks. We call that part Flight System Characterization Part 1. And then the vast majority of the remaining checkouts will be performed after that. That'll put us kind of near the end of the calendar year. After that, we'll be performing a flyby of Mars on March 1st, 2025.
Speaking of flybys, Europa Clipper will have flybys of Earth and Mars. So how does that help it reach its final destination, Jupiter?
So we use planetary flybys to perform what you would consider to be like gravity-fueled maneuvers. The slingshot effect you get by flying by a planet or a moon gives us essentially the ability to add energy to the spacecraft trajectory and to put the trajectory in a more optimal direction. So to get to Jupiter, we'll perform flybys of Mars next year and then one of the Earth in December of 2026 prior to arriving in Jupiter in 2030. Of course, once we're in the Jupiter system, we'll be performing many flybys of Galilean moons. And you can think of every flyby of Europa as not just a scientific opportunity, but an opportunity to tailor and craft the trajectory to set up the ground track for the next flyby.
Yeah, so tell us about that. Like once it reaches Jupiter, what will the paths look like?
So after orbit capture, we'll be proceeding with a series of Galilean moon flybys to reduce the size of the orbit, the capture orbit, to one that's more in resonance with Europa's orbit. So about 11 months after orbit capture in April of 2030, we'll perform our first Europa flyby in March of 2031. And by around Memorial Day weekend in that same year, we'll be in full swing performing flybys about every 3 weeks.
Well, Al, thank you so much for your time. Megan, back to you.
Now, Europa Clipper is carrying 9 science instruments on board, and they all came from all across the country, as you can see on the map on your screen.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? There are just all of these institutions around the country that contributed instruments to the payload, and I'm so glad they did.
Again, very much a team effort. So now we want to take some time to walk you through some of those 9 instruments, and we have the first 4 on the desk now.
Yeah.
Walk us through these, Jenny.
Absolutely. So we're going to start over here.
Okay,
so the
this one?
Yep. So that is our ICE instrument. It's actually 2 instruments.
Oh,
and
I see
is
another piece.
Yep, that's our wide angle camera, and then the larger piece is the narrow angle camera. And these are basically going to give us those beautiful color, high resolution photos of Europa.
Cool.
The next one here is eThemis. This is our thermal imager. So this is kind of like our pair of night vision goggles. It's going to help us see spots on the surface where the ice might be warmer, where water might be seeping up from underneath, making that ice melt.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. And then these 2 instruments, this is MISE and this is Europa UVS. And these are 2 of our spectroscopy instruments. So let's talk a little bit about spectroscopy. So take this, we're gonna do a little demo here. So yeah, hold that. I'm gonna hold some of these rocks.
Okay.
So before you turn that on,
okay,
these look like rocks you might just
regular rocks.
Yeah,
in my backyard.
Find on your backyard, find on a hike. They're white, they're gray, there may be a little bit of brown and black speckles in them. But what happens when you turn on that flashlight and take a look at them again?
Oh, whoa!
Yeah.
This one is bright yellow. This one's bright green. Oh, and this one's like red.
Isn't that amazing?
So what's happening here?
Yeah, so spectroscopy is basically studying how light interacts with objects and how it may tell us a little bit more about what is going on inside of that object. So looking under visual light without the flashlight, it looks one way.
Right.
But when we put UV light on it, like Europa UVS will do, it can help us see what the rocks are made of.
Wow.
And so that's what both MISE and Europa UVS are going to be doing in the infrared and the ultraviolet parts of the light spectrum.
It's really amazing what you guys can do from just imaging. Like you're not landing, again, this is not a mission that's landing a spacecraft anywhere, but look what you can figure out just by pointing a camera.
Exactly. By
light.
pointing a camera and using different wavelengths of light, we can understand what things are actually made of. And that's really incredible.
Wow. I'm really glad you showed this because,
Yeah.
again, it's nice to see the instruments as they are, models here, but like to see the science in front of us immediately. That was really cool. Thank you for that.
Awesome.
So again, these are just some of the 9 instruments that Europa Clipper has on board. We're going to show you the other 5 after we head back out to Tony, actually. So Tony, the Europa Clipper mission was developed with Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory.
That's right, Megan. And joining us virtually is Bobby Brown, the head of Johns Hopkins APL Space Exploration Sector Head. Bobby, can you tell us a little bit about where you are and how you and the teams are feeling at this moment?
Yeah, well, good morning. I'm standing here in the Mission Support Area East, which is one of 2 mission support facilities. One's at JPL, that's the primary one, and then we have a facility here in Laurel, Maryland as well. And I'm standing here with members of the operations team who have been plugged in all day and are part of this mission.
That's amazing. Congratulations to you and the team. And in your mind, what makes Europa Clipper so unique?
Europa Clipper is among the most special of special missions that we do in planetary science. The science itself is amazing. It's something that's been in work for 15 years. The spacecraft is huge. It's going to a destination that you could really just dream of. Think about the moon, but the moon, our Earth's moon, but with twice the volume of water that we have on the Earth. And our spacecraft's going there to explore. It's a very large spacecraft, very heavy spacecraft, and of course soon our magnificent solar arrays are going to deploy. These solar arrays are 100 feet across. So this is the largest, most significant planetary science mission of all time.
That's right. And can you tell us a little bit more about APL's contributions to this mission?
Yeah, well, a mission this unique actually took the best of the folks at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and at the Applied Physics Laboratory, working and learning together. This mission took the best of all of us to get this done. Here at APL, we've been responsible for the propulsion module and the communications electronics and antenna that are part of that module. The propulsion module is about 10 feet tall. It's about 2/3 of the height of the overall spacecraft. And we've also built, I would say 2.5, 2 and parts of 1/3 of the science instruments. So the cameras that we were just talking about, those 8 megapixel, both wide angle and near angle cameras that were, when they were designed, had the same resolution as, say, an iPhone 10. Those were designed right here at APL. They're going to be able to zoom in on Europa to a factor of 5 greater than what we've seen on past missions like Galileo. We also built the PIMS instrument, which is one of 2 instruments that's looking at the magnetic field and the plasma surrounding Europa. It's going to tell us a great deal. Together, they will tell us a great deal about the ocean beneath the icy surface. And then with JPL, we worked on the MISE instrument, which is that spectrometer that you were just talking about in the previous segment.
That is very exciting indeed. I know we're all very much looking forward to the data that we get back from those instruments. Bobby, thank you so much for joining us. Back over to you, Megan.
Really cool to hear from APL, and thank you, APL, for your contributions to this mission. As promised, we now have models of the remaining 5 instruments on Europa Clipper. So, Jenny, what do we have now?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to start over here again.
Okay.
So now these 2 instruments, that furthest one is MassSpecs.
Okay.
And then the next one is SUDA. And then both of these together are a dust detector and a mass spectrometer. So these instruments are going to be kind of directly tasting particles that are in the environment around the spacecraft.
Tasting?
Yeah, so kind of as we're flying past, particles will be hitting their sensors and we'll be able to tell what they're made of, how fast they're going, and doing that kind of chemical analysis.
Oh, okay.
The 3 over here that we have photos of, because they're really big, so we can't have
You couldn't
models.
fit them on the desk?
That's right, they wouldn't fit on the desk. The 3 of these together are going to be able to tell us about the interior structure of Europa. So we'll start on the end with Reason. Reason is our ice-penetrating radar.
Okay.
That's going to help us understand how thick the ice is, places where it may be thinner. And then PIMS and our magnetometer are studying the plasma fields and the magnetic fields. So let's talk a little bit about the magnetic fields, because this is a really interesting part of Europa. So let's do a little demo. So I want you to hold this.
All right.
We're going to pretend this is Jupiter.
Right.
And you can see there's kind of a magnet inside with some of these iron filings. So go ahead and give that a quick shake. Oh yeah, shake it up real good, real good. There you go. Awesome.
Okay.
So now it might be hard to see, but you can see that that iron is flowing around like the magnetic fields of Jupiter. So if you were to just take a rock and move around, you wouldn't really see much, but try it with that.
A magnet.
Yeah, so that one's magnetic.
Whoa, it's attracting all the little metal shavings.
Exactly. So that's basically, we're kind of pretending that this is Europa in this situation. So the way we discovered that there was an ocean underneath the ice is because there was a little bit of a wobble in the magnetic fields. And we were able to infer from that there must be some sort of conductive layer underneath the ice.
I see.
And so if Europa didn't have that conductive layer of ocean, we wouldn't see this kind of interaction with the magnetic fields.
Gotcha.
So our magnetometer instrument that we have on the payload is super, super important.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jenny.
Yeah.
All right, so we've been following along with the Falcon Heavy second stage as it continues its journey out with Europa Clipper. So let's head back to NASA's Daryl Nail and Mick Waltman for the next operational milestone.
Yeah, that's right. We're getting ready to relight the second stage engine on the second stage of the rocket, carrying Europa Clipper, and it is just moments away, Mick. We're at T plus 47 minutes and 30 seconds, getting ready to relight. This is a longer burn than the first burn.
Yeah, this is the burn that will get us into that ITO, or interplanetary transfer orbit, allowing Europa Clipper to be separated and get ready for its Earth assist maneuver. And there we just heard the call for MVAC ignition. The engine was chilled down prior to this, and ignition has happened, and the second burn is continuing on.
So this is a 3-minute and 21-second burn of the second stage. If you're familiar with the amazing views that we have at this point, then you know that we've got the camera on the second stage. However, we are not expecting to see that view for this particular burn, and there's an important reason for that, and that is because we've been on ground stations leading up into this point, but for the duration of this second burn, we are pulling data through the TDRS network. The TDRS network, a legacy satellite system in geo orbit that is going to help us out fill in the gap so we can at least pull down the important telemetry of what is going on.
Yeah, we're seeing the telemetry coming through, and things are looking good on the telemetry. And but as you stated, we can't process that video through there from that aspect, and things continue to go for this burn.
Yes, the TDRS system covering 90% of this burn too. TDRS, of course, standing for Tracking Data and Relay Satellite Network. 90% of the burn will be covered by TDRS, but it's a much lower data rate than it is from the ground station. It's roughly on the order of 20 kilobits per second. If you compare that to your home internet connection, it's the pipe is about 5,000 times smaller.
Yeah, we have to choose what data we send. So we want to send the vehicle telemetry so we can see what's happening from a stage 2 velocity and altitude, and bandwidth for video takes up a lot more. So we opt to get the launch vehicle data, and things continue to look good for this burn.
Anyone who has downloaded video onto their phone knows about bandwidth. You got to have a good connection. You got to have a cell phone that's on a wide connection in order to pull down video. So we will not have video for any part of this second burn. Also, the spacecraft team is not getting any of the telemetry being pulled down because, again, as you said, there's a high priority on the communications about where that rocket stage is.
Yeah, absolutely. And this burn continues, and we're about 30 seconds away from the end of this burn, and we'll see how things continue to move. But we're watching the telemetry here, Daryl, and you can see that the acceleration of stage 2 and velocity continue to increase as stage 2 is performing its job to get Europa Clipper into its orbit.
MVAC engine cut off.
There you have the cutoff. The second burn is complete. And we just caught some video of right there at the end of the second burn, and we've got some results there. Everything looking good.
Yeah, TDRS network did its job. We just switched over to ground station, and we were able to pick up that
nominal
video.
orbit insertion.
And nominal orbital insertion has just been reported, and stage 2 looks good. So our next event, Daryl, will be spacecraft separation. Very excited for that, and I know everybody's looking forward to that with the successful launch today.
We are looking forward to seeing Europa Clipper go off into space off that second stage, but in the meantime, we'll send it back to Megan and Jenny.
All right, it's been now about 51 minutes, nearly 52 minutes since launch. Our coverage is going to take you through separation and getting the first possible signal from the Europa Clipper spacecraft. Let's head back over to JPL, where NASA's Raquel is somewhere new to tell us about the Deep Space Network.
Yeah, Megan, this is a wider look at the Space Flight Operations Facility at JPL, where NASA operates the Deep Space Network. This powerful system is able to communicate with spacecraft traveling beyond the moon. And joining us today is Amy Smith, the Deputy Project Manager for the Deep Space Network. Thank you so much for joining us, Amy.
Thank you for having me.
So your team is waiting to hear from Europa Clipper. Can you tell us why the Deep Space Network is so important with establishing communication with spacecraft?
Yes, so the Deep Space Network is part of NASA's Space Communication and Navigation Program, and it is the critical link between scientists and mission controllers on the ground and more than 40 missions that are exploring our solar system and beyond today. So the Deep Space Network is made up of 14 very large antennas strategically located around the world. We have a complex here in Southern California, one outside of Madrid, Spain, and another one in Canberra, Australia. And those are about equidistant around the world, as you can see in this graphic, so that wherever your spacecraft is, when it needs to communicate to Earth, it can see one of our Deep Space Network antennas. So with the Deep Space Network, we can send commands to our spacecraft, we can collect all that amazing science data, and we can even collect navigation data so that the teams know where the spacecraft is.
Yeah, and what is Europa Clipper doing right now, and which location do you expect to establish communication with first?
Yeah, so the radio on the spacecraft will turn on about its separation and start warming up and sending a downlink signal back to Earth. And we have antennas at our Canberra complex, which are set up right now and waiting for that signal.
And then after that, what is your team doing to prepare for signal acquisition before and after?
Yeah, so the Deep Space Network is here to support our missions. And so we work really closely with the missions to understand what they're going to need, especially in a critical event like today. The mission provides all of those parameters to the Deep Space Network so that we can set up our antennas to be looking at the right place in the sky, to have all of those downlink set up just perfectly so that when the signal comes in, we'll be able to see it. So the first thing we're going to see with our antennas is the carrier frequency. We'll see that pop up and we'll lock onto that. And then we can start to decode the data that's on there. And once we are able to decode data, we'll start sending that directly to the mission operations team so that they can use the data to see what's going on the spacecraft and make decisions about what to do next. Eventually, they'll ask the Deep Space Network to turn on the uplink, so we will establish coherent two-way communication, which means we'll still be collecting data, but then we can send commands to the spacecraft, and we'll start collecting that critical navigation data that the team needs.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Amy. Megan, back to you.
Thank you, Raquel and Amy. And once Europa Clipper is launched, you can follow along with its journey using NASA's Eyes on the Solar System, which you can check out by scanning this QR code. It's a 3D program that allows you to zip around our solar system to learn about planets, asteroids, comets, moons like Europa, and spacecraft like Europa Clipper. And remember, Europa Clipper is not a life detection mission. Again, instead, it is looking for the right conditions that could support life. Now, a check on the clock. We are now 55 minutes from launch. We have time for some more social questions. This one actually is not a question. It's a well wish. This is from Tiffany Basket on Facebook. I think she knows you because she's saying, "Hi, Jenny." From all of us in Ohio at the Buckeye Online School for Success, we want to thank you for keeping us updated and inspiring our students to dream big. Good luck today.
That's just so heartwarming and amazing to hear from them. And I know they're all watching. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's wonderful to get
That's
to hear
great.
that. Hi, Tiffany. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
And we have one quick one from Instagram. If life is found on Europa, what will be the next steps? What does this mean for future missions? And I'll add on to that. What would life look like possibly?
Yeah, so, again, we're not a life detection mission. We are not really looking for like a biosignature of something that says like, wow, we found life, right? But we are kind of assess its habitability. And if we find that this is a place that is habitable, the hopeful next step is that we would send a landed mission, that we could go in the future and actually land on the surface, take samples and all those things.
All right, let's go back to Daryl and Mick right now.
Very much, and we continue to watch the progress of Europa Clipper on that second stage of the Falcon Heavy rocket, and we're looking good so far. The telemetry we're seeing looks like the coast again is going well. We expect the spacecraft and the second stage to start to go into a little bit of a roll, and that's intentional, Mick.
Yeah, for thermal protection, to make sure that Europa Clipper stays cool and gets going, and we get that thermal roll that's going on. But everything's looking good, and the initial data we got from Stage 2 performance looked really good and nominal for that second burn. So we're definitely looking forward to Europa Clipper separation here shortly, as we can see this camera view of Europa Clipper on the front of the SpaceX Stage 2 launch vehicle.
Yeah, that's a great shot of the spacecraft going out the forward end. Europa Clipper, the largest spacecraft that NASA has ever built and sent into space on a planetary mission.
There we see the camera view of the MVAC-D that did its job in the shutdown, and the picture of Europa Clipper on the front of the Stage 2. And things continue to look good as we see the altitude of Stage 2 continuing to increase during this coast, and the velocity is ramping down into a steady state. Things continue to look very good, getting ready for separation in roughly 5 minutes.
Now we are having that video signal appear and then disappear. We do know that with the spacecraft doing that thermal roll, that can cause signal fluctuations, right, Mick?
Yeah, absolutely. We're on ground station tracking, and as it slightly moves around, we lose the connection a little bit, but we're getting great data so far as the vehicle continues to perform well.
We really want to be locked in at T plus 1 hour and 2 minutes and 32 seconds. That's the current time that we have for the separation of the Europa Clipper spacecraft, and that is a big moment, and we want to be able to see that because, as we've seen in some past NASA missions, it really looks impressive to see that spacecraft going off into its destination.
Yeah, and this being the largest planetary spacecraft that we've built, it's just going to be very cool to see this separation and go. And we heard Jenny and some of the team talk about it, but it just blows me away. The 30-meter, fairing of the solar rays. Wish we could see that and all, but this mission is just so excited, got so many people behind it, and we are just looking forward, after this successful launch today, we want to get to this major milestone of separation, and things continue to look good for that from that aspect. We've had a lot of people, Daryl, over the years work on this. I'm going to give a special shout out to one of my own, my Flight Analysis Division Chief, Mr. Mike Carney. He has been working on a Europa mission for at least 25 years in his career. He started out as a trajectory analyst for a Europa mission way back when at Lewis. And when he came to LSP, he's worked on Europa off and on over the years. So shout out to you, Mike, for the great job, and the rest of the team on Europa Clipper today.
We just passed the 1 hour mark of flight for Europa Clipper and Falcon Heavy. Second stage. As you can see from this trajectory, Mick, it's going away from Earth.
Yeah, this is that interplanetary transfer orbit that we talked about. That first burn got us into that park orbit around Earth. And this second stage, second burn on second stage did a great job of getting us on that way as we get ready to separate Europa Clipper to get ready for those flybys, to get those gravity assists to get out there to the Europa moon. Things look continuing to look very well on the stage performance as it coasts through, getting ready for separation. Trajectory looks nominal.
And Europa Clipper is going to be deployed in a very high radiation environment. If you watched our broadcast today, you learned a lot about the high radiation, extremely high radiation environment in its destination, but it's also in a high radiation area right now as this deployment is in the Van Allen radiation belts.
Yeah, we talked, one of the things that we had to monitor today during today's launch was solar proton flux. Team had to keep an eye on that for solar flares and things going on to make sure we heard earlier about the special radiation area where the electronics are and for the spacecraft. And so solar proton flux went very well today, and we got this launch off. Things looking really good. We're about a minute away from payload separation, expected payload separation. Things continue to look good as the stage 2 altitude continues to increase. Velocity has a steady state now for stage 2, and things looking really good for this portion of the mission.
Getting close now. Less than 30 seconds away from separation. There you see the Europa spacecraft. Those massive solar panels that you were talking about all stacked together. This is a big moment for the program, for NASA, APL, and JPL. Let's watch.
Europa Clipper, separation confirmed.
And there you go. NASA's Europa Clipper probe, embarking on a long-awaited mission to study Jupiter's icy moon Europa. And what a sight, Mick.
That is absolutely gorgeous, Gerald, to see Europa Clipper on its way. Successful deployment from stage 2. Falcon Heavy performed very well today. Teams behind us are clapping and enjoying. That is a beautiful picture.
Via the video, we can see that Clipper has successfully separated. Please say goodbye to Clipper on its way to Europa.
Now that voice you heard just there is the Europa Clipper flight director, Pranay Mishra. He's with the mission support team.
Okay, all stations, we are waiting for a sign of initial acquisition. Again, Telecom will confirm when we have carrier lock, and DDM will let us know when they see the first packet down.
You can see the second stage and the spacecraft just hit orbital sunrise, fully illuminated by the sun coming over the Earth. And as you just heard the flight director say, they are now going to be monitoring for an acquisition of signal.
Yes, this will be the first time the spacecraft gets information. Looking forward for that.
The hope is that they would get it in the next few seconds. We're now looking at a split screen. On your left, you see Europa Clipper. On your right, this is telemetry coming. Or actually, this is the ground station looking for a spike, looking for a handshake with the spacecraft. And we expect to see that in the form of a blip.
Daryl, as you say, they expect that here in a few seconds, but it can happen in a few seconds or anywhere from 15 minutes from now. So the team is closely monitoring this and looking for that, and we're hoping that we can gain AOS here very shortly.
Yes, there's a broad range of times for which AOS is expected.
Flight GNC. Go. Just wanted to comment from the video that we could see that the sun was on the neg-Y side of the spacecraft. There were very low visible separation rates, and the negative Z-axis was pointed at Earth, so this should be favorable for comm.
Copy, GNC. Thank you.
An acknowledgement from the team that that sunlight could help things out. They're looking to warm up the amplifiers.
Go, Phase.
Sorry I missed the session IDs for our SA sessions from GDS. Can you or GDS repeat those for me?
We did not call them out on net yet, but there are 5 session IDs that it will cycle through, so just a note. GDS, could you note those session IDs in your cache report, and then folks can go there and take a look?
So they got 2 radios there that they are warming up. And once they get warm enough, they'll be able to send a signal transmitting down to the deep space network. And that's where JPL, the team that you see there in California, is awaiting to receive that signal. Basically a handshake saying, hey, I'm here, I'm good. The bigger telemetry and the more the data about how it's doing will come down later.
Go.
Did we get confirmation that the alarm file was deployed?
That's affirmative.
Do we have the time at which that deployment was complete?
GDS, do you have a specific time for when that alarm file deployment was complete?
17:05:06.
Systems, you copy that time?
Copy, thank you.
Again, that's Europa Clipper Flight Director Pranay Mishra leading his team. Also, a partner in this mission is the Applied Physics Laboratory, their team on console as well. We're continuing to monitor the search for a signal. And I believe we have it.
Right.
There it is.
Flight, this is... Go, Telecom. Flight, this is Cal. We're seeing the signal on the open loop receiver. Copy, Telecom.
And there you have it. Confirmation of signal from the spacecraft, Europa Clipper. In the room there at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory erupting in applause. These teams have worked a long time. You've got some high fives.
Flight, I got data on SSC. Copy, Telecom.
Flight, this is Telecom. Looks like 12 kilosymbols per second as expected.
Copy, Telecom.
Solid data rate.
We're in lock. Flight, this is Telecom. We're in lock.
Copy, Telecom.
Flight systems.
Go, systems.
We have telemetry. We received good samples and our displays are lighting up.
Copy, systems. Initial act is confirmed.
And now they just locked in full telemetry from the spacecraft. Another big milestone.
Flight prop. Go, prop.
We are vented and primed.
Thank you, prop.
The propulsion system now is ready.
Flight, this is Nav. Go, Nav. We see Doppler data. Copy, Nav.
Break. Flight systems.
Go.
We're reporting status that both branches failed to vent. Can please confirm if venting occurred successfully?
I was about to do that. The pressures are good, but we are seeing the valve venting flag. We're taking a look right now.
Copy, prop. Thank you.
Flight GNC.
Go, GNC.
We do see, there's the telemetry just came in too. We do see that we are already in the mode GNC 3RS tracks on point, and with the Z-axis rate is consistent with the Z-axis roll.
Copy. Thank you, GNC.
Really good, right? Yeah.
Flight FP.
Go, FP.
So the particular condition about both branch failing venting does not trigger a monitor, and we have no indication anything tripped, so it just moved down to priming.
Copy.
Can hear you, Sammy. Copy.
Is that if both branches fail venting, the behavior moves on to and attempts priming. So if that is successful, we could get into tracks on point like we're seeing here. Depending on the cause of the both branches failing venting, which we'll look for prop to confirm more details on.
Copy, activity. Activity, as you see signs of the launch behavior continuing, please call it out.
Yes, if we're flight this activity.
Go ahead.
being in our track sun point at this point, we are waiting the hour thermal roll. So we should all be looking for signs of being in the thermal roll right now.
Copy activity.
Yeah, flight GNC, just to confirm it again, we are in the thermal roll right now. And so GNC sees that we have already successfully found the sun, done a slew to sun point, and initiated the Z-axis roll. So good indication that GNC is using the engine successfully.
Copy GNC. Do you have an estimate on the start time of that thermal roll?
We're working that right now. Get that back to you.
Thank you. And activity, when you have the telemetry in step 2-8 or can confirm the telemetry in step 2-8, please let me know.
Flight C.
Go ahead, B.
Is Power seeing anything in the thermal roll? Do we see any change?
Go ahead, Power.
Stand by.
So what you're hearing is that the propulsion system was primed. It didn't get a vent on it, but they have later come to get confirmation that indeed the spacecraft is in a roll, so the propulsion system appears to be working.
Yeah, absolutely. They have all good telemetry and everything going well. The spacecraft team's very happy, and they got into their thermal roll and doing very well. So awesome to see deployment. Awesome to see Europa Clipper on its way for this successful mission. Great job by all the teams on today's launch.
Big congratulations to the teams that have all been working so many years to get to this point. There's still a lot of work to do. Several hours from now, they will begin to cut the thermal knives that will slice open the holding mechanism that allows that solar array to expand, and then that'll bring them power to the spacecraft that'll get them on their way.
Yeah, 30 meters solar. That's just impressive from that aspect. And Daryl, again, a great launch today, great separation. I say to Jenny on the host desk, awesome. Hope you're happy. Hope the JPL's team happy. We at LSP are so proud to provide you with SpaceX a great launch today. Thanks for being with us. And Daryl, as usual, thanks for having me. An exciting one.
Well, we appreciate having you, Mick. Thank you for your expertise and your knowledge and insight in this mission. It is always helpful to help us understand what's going on. So thank you very much. And that'll wrap it up for us. So we'll send it now back to the host desk and Megan and Jenny.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daryl and Mick. It was really cool to have you guys in there walking us through all of those milestones. And yes, I can confirm for you, Mick, that there were some happy tears next to me. more tears. So to recap, for those just joining us, the Europa Clipper spacecraft has separated from the Falcon Heavy second stage. It's on its own in space, but the team has confirmed a signal from the spacecraft and is now getting all the data that we were expecting from the spacecraft. How are you feeling in this moment? I know we just said happy tears.
Happy tears. I know seeing the separation and the spacecraft moving away from the second stage is just, that's the last time that, human eyes will see the spacecraft, right? From now on, it's on its own. And so that's incredible. And getting AOS and then the full telemetry right afterwards, it's, we test these things, but it's amazing to see it happen and confirm. There's a little bit of relief in there.
Yeah. We're going to hear from JPL in just a little bit about what full telemetry is, but explain why that is such a big deal.
Yeah. So it basically allows all of our different subsystem experts to weigh in and say, okay, I'm seeing, my system looks good. My system looks good. I'm checking this. That looks, that's in the range we expect it to be. So it allows us to really understand the full kind of health of the spacecraft.
And so that's why you were cheering.
Yes.
She was in the room. Yes. All of us in the room were cheering. Again, a huge moment for the Europa Clipper team. And I know so many of you guys out there as part of the team, part of Jenny's team, really share in the relief and excitement. So let's get some more reaction from Mission Control at NASA's JPL in California. Raquel, all the cheering that we saw in that room was super cool to see.
Yeah, Megan, and the cheering hasn't stopped. We just heard some moments ago, and the team is still celebrating. And right now we are joined by Tim Larson, Deputy Project Manager for Europa Clipper. Now, Tim, there's been a tremendous amount of work that went into this moment. Tell me how you and your team are doing.
This is so exciting. This is a culmination of the work of thousands of people representing millions of work hours over the years to design this mission, to design the spacecraft, build it, to test the entire system to make sure this system is now able to do everything it needs to do on the way to Jupiter and once we get there in our orbits around Europa. This is every person here and has contributed to this have all contributed to making history today.
And we have acquisition of signal and telemetry. Can you tell us about that data that you've received?
Yes, that's the data that tells us the spacecraft, the state of the spacecraft. It tells us what equipment is on and off, the temperatures, voltages, currents, software messages that tell us what's going on. So all of that informs the team in the MSA, and they can now start evaluating the state of health of the spacecraft and its readiness to keep going.
And we're celebrating now, but there is still a lot of work ahead. Can you walk us through what the next few weeks look like for Europa Clipper?
Yeah, this is going to be a busy time for the team because now that the spacecraft is flying on its own, we'll go through a series of activities where we check out every bit of equipment on the spacecraft, make sure that every subsystem is working as it's supposed to, and then we'll start a series of activities checking out the instruments on the spacecraft. And we have a couple of key deployments that come up right after that, deploying the boom for the magnetometers and deploying the antennas for the radar instruments. So it's going to be a busy few weeks.
Exciting times ahead. Tim, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. This is so exciting for the entire team.
And that'll do it here at JPL. Megan, back to you.
All right, I'm back here at the Space Coast. We are now joined by Dr. Denton Gibson with NASA's Launch Services Program. Today, he was on console supporting the launch. Another successful mission for you guys.
Yes, it was, and an exciting one. It was a beautiful day to launch a rocket to Europa.
Absolutely.
I mean, the weather, we couldn't ask for better weather, so that was amazing. But first of all, I just want to say thank you to the amazing team that we have, the combined NASA, SpaceX, LSP JPL team. It did an amazing job, and this team never stops amazing me.
Yeah.
I mean, just a couple of days after we had a extremely major hurricane hit, with a lot of teams still without power, we were able to get through this countdown and have this amazing launch. And we couldn't ask for a better team that was working this. And I could just say, and of course, our partners at the Space Force also supported us through this launch. But it was just amazing that we got through this.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll just say, as a member of the Europa Clipper team, we are very grateful for the ride to space. So thank you so much.
Yes. So it was awesome.
Yeah, and specifically, I mean, speaking from the team, the fact that, again, we were talking about this earlier, that NASA and SpaceX were able to bring this together to bring us to launch today. Talk a little bit about that with Denton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially right on the heels of a hurricane. It seems like this was a monumental effort to get to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And, even though many members of our team are still without power.
That's right.
We all work together as a team. We came together to turn the things around quickly. The KSC was able to open and get our teams in to start looking at the spacecraft launch vehicle, working through anything, impacts from the hurricane. Thank God there wasn't many significant impacts, so we were able to work through that. We were able to get the team together to work things and able to get to this point. Mm-hmm. So it was a huge monumental task. But this team really came together and got it done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jenny, do you have any questions for Denton? Again, I think you're kind of speechless right now.
I know. I mean, what does it mean for LSP to be part of Europa Clipper's journey?
I mean, the mission itself is amazing.
Yeah.
And to be the team that helped enable the spacecraft to get where it needs to go, to get the science that everybody's looking forward to getting. Right? I mean, I couldn't tell you how excited I am to really get and hear some of the science of the discovery that's going to come from this mission.
Yeah.
So it always means a lot to LSP to be entrusted with such a monumental mission and to get it where it needs to go successfully. So that's always, significant to have us be a part of that.
So, incredibly beautiful launch.
Yeah, you guys enable so much science that can really change our outlook on our planet, on our universe. So thank you for that. And because as a little thank you to you, I know you guys love our launch highlights. So why don't we take a look at another launch replay from today's Europa Clipper launch.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy with Europa Clipper, unveiling the mysteries of an enormous ocean lurking beneath the icy crust of Jupiter's moon, Europa.
Engine chamber pressures are nominal.
See that the chamber pressures are nominal as we hear. All 27 Merlin engines look great.
Rocket beginning to roll, putting down 5.1 million pounds of thrust. Coming up, they're going to back off those engines just a bit.
Getting ready to head into max
Power and
Q.
telemetry nominal.
We hear that power and telemetry on the vehicle are good there. Everything's looking really
Falcon
well.
Heavy is supersonic.
They have reduced power in the center core to get through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure on the launch vehicle as we approach that. The two side boosters at full throttle.
I feel like Jenny couldn't really watch that video because she was going to start breaking down again.
I'll watch it later.
Yeah, it was really cool to see that again, those highlights from today. It really just brought me goosebumps again to be thinking about the science that this launch is enabling. So that's going to wrap it for us here at Kennedy Space Center for this live launch coverage of NASA's Europa Clipper mission. A huge congratulations to everyone involved and a big thank you to everyone who participated in our broadcast, especially Jenny Kampmeyer. Thank you so much.
It's been so fun to be here, and I just love this is the start of our journey of exploration, scientific discovery, everything we're going to learn from Europa. It's just amazing.
And again, this is huge for astrobiologists around the world, but really all scientific disciplines can really gain something from this.
Absolutely, and it's going to change our understanding of kind of our place in the universe. If this is a world that could support life, what does that say about other solar systems that may also have worlds, like Europa?
So you got to wait 5.5 years, though.
I know.
How do you feel about that?
We got to be patient, but it's going to be worth the wait. I think we'll all be sitting on our hands anxiously waiting to get to Europa, but it's going to be worth it.
And obviously there is work to be done while it's coasting there. One other thing that I wanted to bring up for before we let you all go is, Jenny, talk to us a little bit about your trajectory, how you got here to NASA, because I think that's an inspiring way to maybe end this broadcast.
Yeah, people always ask, how can I work for NASA? How do I get to do what you're doing? There's a lot of different paths. My path was a little bit non-traditional. I started my career as an adult as a musician. I was a classical musician and orchestra librarian for a bunch of years. I went back to school for engineering, and now I'm here at NASA. And it was actually watching a launch that kind of kicked me down that path. So if you're out there and you're thinking, I want to work for NASA one day, just go down the path that you want to go down, and you can get there eventually.
Yeah, and we're so lucky to have you. Thank you so much. And if you want to continue to follow along with this mission, just scan the QR code on the bottom of your screen. I promise it's the last one. This one will take you to europa.nasa.gov. Together, we will discover the mysteries of both Europa and our home planet. Have a great day, and go Europa Clipper.
T-minus 10.
I've never been more excited about the possibility of discovery.
We are now at the point where we can bring together lots of different types of people.
You talk about grit and determination and resilience.
These are areas that humans aren't designed to go to.
We put together this amazing adventure and mission.
So when I turn it on,
whoa!
Decisions we might make could influence other things.
And it's everything. I hope that we can do something to turn us around.
There are many questions raised by the mission that we still need to answer.
The story is never complete.
How could you not be excited about something as monumental as this?
In just a few weeks, NASA's Europa Clipper spacecraft will launch on a journey to a mysterious moon of Jupiter. We're here today to talk about why we're going to this moon Europa and the final preparations to get the spacecraft to the launch pad. I'm Jari Cook. Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We're here live to talk about Europa Clipper today. I'm joined by members of the Europa Clipper mission team, some of them here with me at JPL and some of them coming in remotely. They're here to take your questions about the Europa Clipper mission today. So I'm going to introduce some of our panelists. We're going to start with NASA Planetary Science Division Acting Director, Gina DiBraccio.
Hi, everyone.
We also have Europa Clipper Project Manager, Jordan Evans. Launch Services Program Senior Mission Manager, Armando Piloto. Propulsion Module Delivery Manager, Stuart Hill. And Deputy Project Scientist, Bonnie Barati. For anyone watching who'd like to ask a question, you can use the hashtag AskNASA on social media. Our phone lines are also open to the media, and if you want to ask a question and get in the queue, you can press *1. To start, I'd like to welcome JPL Director Lori Leshin to make some opening remarks.
Thanks, Jerry. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. The Europa Clipper team has been working incredibly hard, and our journey of exploration and discovery is about to begin. This is an incredibly impressive mission, and you're going to hear today from the experts who are going to give you an insider view of how we've gotten here and about the science to come. But let me just say, this is an incredibly impressive mission and team. As you heard in the video, it is the largest interplanetary spacecraft ever built by NASA, and one of the biggest things we've ever assembled here in our clean room at JPL. It's been an extraordinary journey just to get to this point. And really, the excitement is just beginning because the science lies ahead. And we have 10 science investigations that are designed to examine Europa, this incredible icy ocean moon, from every different perspective and to give us great insights into whether this could be a habitable world. I want to just take a moment to congratulate our incredible team. Over 4,000 people have worked on Europa Clipper since its inception, since it was sort of formally approved about a decade ago. And those include our team, of course, here at JPL, our incredible partners at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, incredibly grateful for that partnership, as well as our colleagues across NASA, at Goddard, at Kennedy, at Marshall, at headquarters, all of the folks that have supported us to get to where we sit today, just a few weeks from launch, a few weeks from the opening of Europa Clipper's launch period. We're incredibly grateful for that partnership, for that collaboration. We're incredibly proud of the work that this team has done. And just know, they won't tout their own horn, so I will. They have been working literally round the clock in some cases to make sure Europa Clipper is just right and ready for launch. And I'm excited for you to hear the progress there. As I close, I will say I often talk about these missions as modern cathedrals. They are generational quests. We scientists have been dreaming about a mission like Europa Clipper for more than 20 years. We've been working to build it for 10 years. It's going to be another 10 years because Jupiter's so far away until we have all the science in the bag. And so it really is a very long-term investment and quest. And I'm really proud that as humanity that we choose to undertake these difficult and long-term goals, things like exploring the unknown out at Jupiter. So go Europa Clipper, and back to you, Jairi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leshin. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. DiBraccio.
All right. So it's great to be here today talking about the Clipper mission. And let me just start off by saying that NASA is so excited to be one step closer to answering fundamental questions about the solar system and beyond with Europa Clipper. Now, Clipper and this mission is really a crucial part of NASA's planetary program. Within our solar system, we have the opportunity to really explore a diverse set of planets and planetary bodies. So as an ocean world, Europa is very intriguing. And this mission is going to help us to understand a complex piece of our solar system. Now, looking at NASA's planetary fleet chart that you see here on the screen, this demonstrates the diversity of our program. You can look across the missions that we have that are currently in development and operating in space right now. So the inner swirl that you see on this chart, this is showing the missions that we have at the Moon and Mars, and then the outer swirl focuses on the rest of the solar system, showing where our missions are based on their location. And these missions, they vary in scope. So we have our small focused investigations, but then we also have our large strategic missions. And these are the ones that are of national importance. Now, Clipper, which you can see that's highlighted in the bottom left of this chart, that's one of those large strategic missions. That's a NASA flagship mission. And the science goals of Clipper are based on recommendations, not just from NASA, but the greater science community. So Clipper and the science that it's going to achieve, this has been a decadal priority. It's been a priority across the decades, but also for decades to come, just as Laurie was saying. So one of the reasons that Clipper is such a high priority is because we have the opportunity to go to a new place that we've never explored before in depth. Within our planetary fleet chart that you see here, we've explored the gas giants planets in the outer solar system. We've explored the rockier terrestrial planets as well in the inner solar system, and we have exciting missions that are currently visiting asteroids and other small bodies. But now we finally have this dedicated mission that will go to explore an ocean world in depth. And this is really an important part of our solar system and beyond, because we think that ocean worlds might actually be a common type of world outside of our solar system. So as we move to our next image here of Europa, we can see that it has some of these amazing features on its icy crust. And scientists believe that Europa is one of the most promising places to look for life beyond Earth. And so just to be clear here, Clipper is not actually going to look for life itself, but it's going to characterize the habitability of Europa. And to do this, we have a powerful suite of instruments that you'll hear about in just a little bit from some of our other panel members. But some things that Clipper will actually do to assess the habitability of Europa includes characterizing the subsurface ocean. We're going to determine things like the salinity of this ocean and just how deep it actually is. We want to investigate the structure of the ice crust that's overlying this ocean and search for the existence of subsurface lakes as well. And then finally, we're really looking to understand the materials that make up Europa. We want to understand the composition of the strange reddish brown material that you see on the surface here in this image, but also other parts of Europa as well. And so, given everything that we've really learned about necessary conditions for life, Clipper is going to tell us if Europa has all of these ingredients for life. So what we learned with Clipper and the habitability of Europa, this is going to pave the way for the future, for future missions to Europa and elsewhere in our solar system where we can search more directly for life. So Clipper is going to be the first in-depth mission that will allow us to characterize habitability on what could be the most common type of inhabited world in our universe. So before I pass it on to our next speaker, what I'd like to do is just take a moment to talk about what I'm most looking forward to. And it's really hard to pick just one thing. So I'd like to focus on both the people and the science here. As Laurie was saying, our team has been working so hard, not only over the past many, many years, but especially over these last few months. I've been watching them really push to get to the finish line here with launch. And so I'm really looking forward to experiencing the launch with everybody in just some short time here. But also as a scientist, I'm really looking forward to the data. I can't wait to see these high resolution images once we make it to Europa to really see what the surface is like. And as somebody with magnetometer experience, I'm really excited to look at the magnetic field data to understand how we're characterizing that subsurface ocean of Europa. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jordan Evans, who is the Europa Clipper project manager.
Thank you very much, Dr. DiRocchio. I'm excited to say that we are headed to the launch pad and ready to fly Europa Clipper's mission at Jupiter. I'd like to start with a little bit of current status. The Europa Clipper project has gotten the green light from headquarters to prepare for the launch pad. We've recently completed all of the closeouts that we had planned prior to the start of fueling. If you could please bring up my first photo showing the latest spacecraft configuration. This was taken last week, just prior to moving the propellant loading scaffold over there on the right into place and connecting the lines to start fueling Europa Clipper's internal fuel tanks. We're on track for our launch period that, as was mentioned, opens October 10th. And this week, we're continuing to load the propellant into the spacecraft. And then we'll do a few days of final closeouts where we install our install before flight items, remove the red tag, remove before flight items. And we're quickly approaching the start of what we call joint operations, where the Europa Clipper team and the SpaceX launch vehicle team come together and start their integrated activities. You'll hear more from Armando about NASA's Launch Services Program activities and the amazing team that they've assembled for Europa Clipper. After nearly 1,000 days of assembly, test, and launch operations, or ATLO as we call it because we like acronyms, the work we've accomplished ensures that we're ready for launch. In that time, the team has been busy with the careful and methodical assembly of the spacecraft at JPL after receiving key pieces of hardware from the Applied Physics Lab and the science instruments from JPL, APL, and our 4 additional institutions involved. There's been extensive testing at JPL, at APL, and also at NASA Goddard. If you could please bring up my short video about testing. We've taken Europa Clipper into a vacuum chamber to simulate the cold vacuum of space to ensure the spacecraft can maintain temperature and function over that hot and cold portions of the mission. We did vibration and acoustic testing to shake the spacecraft like it will experience on the Falcon Heavy rocket and blast it with the rocket noise that it'll experience inside the Falcon Heavy fairing. We tested the hardware and software together in system tests, tricking Europa Clipper into thinking that it's flying. And from launch all the way through flybys of Europa, we tested it in the presence of problems. We pulled wires out to see that the internal fault protection would recognize that and be able to switch to backup communications lines. We also did extensive analysis and testing of electronics and circuits under the conditions at Jupiter, including a full suite of electromagnetic compatibility testing to ensure that all of the instruments can operate together with each precious flyby of Europa. One of the major milestones we've successfully passed at the Cape is the installation of Europa Clipper's massive solar arrays and the Reason radar antennas. You see on the model here on the side, there's 3 Reason antennas, radar antennas connected to the solar arrays. They came together for the first time at the Cape, and they were tested not only with each other, but also with the Reason electronics that are inside a radiation vault just below our very large high-gain antenna. While launch may seem like the beginning of the mission to many, the Europa Clipper team has been solving some very tough engineering challenges to get to this point. Doing the first in-depth study of the moon, Europa is extremely difficult. If you can please bring up the trajectory video. One big challenge is just getting to Jupiter, and we do that with what we call a mega trajectory, a Mars-Earth gravity assist. We steal a little bit of angular momentum from Mars and Earth, and then even with that, it still takes 5.5 years to get to Jupiter. And then during that time, we travel a distance of 1.8 billion miles. Once we arrive, the science tour and trajectory design is equally as challenging. If you've heard of the 3-body problem that's been popularized by a recent TV show, Jupiter is essentially a 7-body problem. You've got Jupiter, the Sun, the Europa Clipper spacecraft, and the 4 Galilean moons. Our orbital trajectory lead says that there's no other place in the solar system that is so dynamically complex in terms of gravity. Our mission does flybys of Europa, but is actually in orbit around Jupiter. And so for the primary mission, we do 49 flybys, but in the end, we end up orbiting Jupiter 80 times. And to be clear, we're not landing on Europa, make no attempt to land there. We do get as close as 25 kilometers above the surface. That's about 16 miles. And these flybys cover both hemispheres of the moon and a variety of latitudes to get us near global coverage of the moon for the science instruments. Another challenge is having a solar-powered mission at Jupiter. We had to build these giant solar panels to capture the small amount of sunlight at Jupiter to power the spacecraft. And that's led us to having the largest planetary spacecraft for NASA ever. You'll hear more about the massive solar arrays from Stuart Hill a little bit later. I think the most significant challenge that we've had to deal with on Europa Clipper is radiation. If you can please bring up the animation showing Jupiter's radiation environment. This is an artist's rendition of the magnetic field and the intense radiation environment. You can't really see the magnetic field lines as they're shown here, but it helps give you a sense of that radiation, that trapped environment where Europa and the 3 other Galilean moons orbit. That radiation environment is created by this magnetic field that is 20,000 times more powerful than Earth's magnetic field. And that field spins and accelerates and captures particles, basically creating a giant particle accelerator that the Europa Clipper spacecraft has to fly through with each of these science flybys. So we designed a science tour that dips in and out of this most hazardous radiation environment close to Europa. We fly in, we get the science data we need, we fly out, process the data, send it back to Earth, and then go back for another flyby where, again, the spacecraft bathes in that radiation environment. And each of those flybys, the surface of the spacecraft is exposed to the equivalent of a few million chest X-rays. And yet, the Europa Clipper instruments have to be sensitive enough to gather the critical information that scientists need to learn about the moon. So as we look forward to launch day, I'd like to share some thoughts about launch. On launch day, we'll have our test team that has assembled the Europa Clipper stationed at Kennedy Space Center. They'll get the spacecraft into the proper power configuration. They'll let me know the spacecraft is ready to go, so I can let launch services know that as well. And then in parallel, we have a combined JPL-APL Goddard team that'll be in mission control here at JPL, keeping a close eye on the spacecraft and making sure that it works as it's supposed to once it's off the rocket. If you could please bring up the fifth image, the artist concept of Europa Clipper in space. I can say the excitement is building with each passing day, and the thing that I'm most looking forward to is getting through launch and deployment of the solar arrays. As project manager, my primary responsibility is managing the risk of this mission, and that deployment of the solar arrays, the separation from the spacecraft, that all happens about 3.5 hours after launch, and is the moment when we will have retired a tremendous amount of risk on this mission. And we will begin our 1.8 billion mile journey to perform the science that this mission was designed to do. At this point, I'd like to hand it over to my dear friend Armando Piloto to talk more about the road to launch.
Thank you, Jordan. I am a senior mission manager for the launch service program here at Kennedy, and we are responsible for managing the launch service provided by SpaceX. I'll say up front that we plan to give Europa Clipper a powerful ride into space, and we are on track for launch. Europa Clipper will fly on a Falcon Heavy expendable configuration. This is the variation of Falcon Heavy where all 3 cores are spent and all of the recovery hardware removed prior to launch. We want to make those stages as light as possible so that we can maximize the lift capacity of the vehicle and ensure that all the fuel on board the launch vehicle is used towards propelling the spacecraft to reach the escape velocity that's needed. I'll point out that during the second stage burn of the second stage, the vehicle with the spacecraft, which is very heavy, will be traveling approximately 25,000 miles per hour, which will be the fastest speed for a Falcon second stage ever. For Europa Clipper, the side boosters that will fly on our mission are pictured there. They flew previously on the Psyche mission, and they're now on their 6th and final flight. All of the other hardware that we're using for our mission is new. In terms of history, the Falcon Heavy configuration has launched 10 times previously, so this will be the 11th, but only the second flight of the expendable configuration. We plan to launch Europa Clipper out of 39A. This is the historic pad where Apollo and shuttle launches occurred many years ago, and it's the same pad where LSP and SpaceX teamed up recently to launch Psyche and the GOES-U mission. Work at the pad is active. The SpaceX team is in the process of converting it from a Falcon 9 to a Falcon Heavy configuration. And I'll say that there's no other launches planned out of this pad prior to Europa Clipper, so we are 100% focused on getting this pad and the vehicle ready. The analyzed launch window for our mission starts on October 10th, 2004, and it has been extended to November 6th, 2024, based on additional performance implemented for the mission. Our original launch date window ended on October 30, but again, we've been able to extend it based on some additional performance that SpaceX was able to squeeze out of the launch vehicle. Those additional days are only for contingency only, and if we need them, they're there for use. In terms of the work ahead, the design of the final trajectory is being optimized as we speak. Space is in the process of getting the final mass property, engine tables, and trying to squeeze as much out of the vehicle as we can. In terms of the hardware that we need to launch Europa Clipper, all of it is here at on site getting processed. The side boosters are going through final refurbishment, and we expect to start booster made at the end of this week. I'll point out that for our mission, there's no requirement for a static fire test. It's being determined not required based on the health of the launch vehicle and the ground system. There's a beautiful picture there of the Falcon Heavy stacked that was taken for Psyche prior to rolling out for their static fire test. We expect to be in a similar configuration to that one here in the beginning of October. In terms of the joint operations, activity are processing on schedule. The hardware that we need to perform that work is all getting cleaned, sampled, and it should be ready next week for start of the joint operations once the spacecraft is fully fueled. We expect to transport the encapsulated assembly from the payload processing facility to 39 approximately 6 days before launch. Once we get there, we'll mate to the front of the rocket, and the spacecraft will do some electrical testing, and it will roll out to the pad approximately 48 hours before launch. Our launch of October 10th It's approved by the range, and we also have 2 additional backup days in case those are needed. Europa Clipper will be LSP's 105th launch, and it is my 9th mission as mission manager. But what makes this mission really special to me has been the great team that I've had the opportunity to work over the last few years, and more importantly, the science that we're getting out of this mission, which is off the charts. It's one of a kind, and I'm just proud to be part of the team that will get the spacecraft into space and en route to collecting so much amazing science. So I'll summarize and I'll say that we're ready. Activities are progressing on schedule. And with that, I'll turn it over to our next speaker, Stuart Hill.
Hello, everybody. I'm Stuart Hill, and I'm the Product Delivery Manager of the Propulsion Module here at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory. First of all, I just want everybody to know how excited APL and Goddard are to have provided such key pieces of infrastructure for the Europa Clipper mission. It'll enable the spacecraft to do this exciting science mission in and around Jupiter. Our propulsion module is the primary structure of the spacecraft. You can go to my first picture there, is the primary structure of the spacecraft, and you can see a rotating view of our propulsion module, and it's a large cylinder. So you keep hearing the term big or large here about the Europa Clipper spacecraft, and the propulsion module is exactly that. It stands over 10 feet tall and 4.5 feet in diameter, and it provides mounting interfaces for the launch vehicle at its aft end, as well as for the avionics module and the rest of the spacecraft hardware at its top end. The propulsion subsystem is housed within the entirety of the propulsion module structure, and the propulsion module structure is basically sized by the 2 propellant tanks that are within that inner diameter of the cylinder. Those 2 propellant tanks will hold over 6,000 pounds of propellant. As you heard Jordan talk about, that propellant is being loaded inside those propellant tanks as we speak. The propulsion system also consists of 24 engines that will be used for propulsive maneuvers in and around Jupiter, during our cruise to Jupiter, and then once we release from the launch vehicle. Our biggest maneuver is a 6 to 8 hour Jupiter orbit insertion maneuver called JOI for short. During that maneuver, it will be 6 to 8 hours where we will expend 50 to 60% of that 6,000 pounds of propellant. It's hard to believe that this spacecraft is built to carry all that propellant, and it will carry it for 5 years, and then within 6 to 8 hours, it will expel 50% of that propellant in that maneuver. In addition to the propulsion subsystem, propulsion module is also delivering the solar arrays. If you can go to the next video there, our solar arrays in this video you can see in a time-lapse video are being deployed from the actual Europa Clipper spacecraft down to Kennedy Space Center just a couple weeks ago. Again, these solar arrays are massive, and you can see that large structure around those solar arrays, which are used to offload those arrays because they're so large they cannot support their own weight in Earth's gravity field. That gantry allows the solar arrays to deploy safely and to mimic the deployment that they'll do right after launch vehicle separation. These solar arrays are enormous. You keep hearing large solar arrays here. They are over 45 feet in length, 15 feet in height, and will be used throughout the mission to bring electrical power to the spacecraft subsystems and instruments as we go through our mission and collect the data. In our next picture, if you can go to the next one, we're providing also our RF module or telecom subsystem. Our telecom subsystem is primarily also accommodated on the propulsion module. The telecom subsystem consists of radios, amplifiers, coax cables, waveguide, and switches. There are many antennas spread all over the spacecraft, mostly mounted onto the propulsion module. But the big antenna, the big 10-foot antenna that you see here being installed at Kennedy Space Center, is the high gain antenna, which is a dual band antenna that allows us to get all that exciting science data down to the ground after we get it from the Jupiter system. So when we do our science measurements, we'll be pointed the spacecraft towards the Europa to the moon of Europa, and then once we get out of way from this the moon, we'll be able to turn the spacecraft back towards Earth and use that high gain antenna and get all the data down. So all this infrastructure that we've provided here at APL will be has been tested at Goddard, it's been tested at APL, been tested at JPL, and it's been tested at KSC, and it's ready, or it's nearing being ready for launch. And so for me, what I'm most excited about this mission is, having been on this program for 10 years, we've seen it go from conception to reality. And, you know, with children who have grown up in those 10 years, my oldest has almost completed all of his schooling. His father's always worked on Clipper. And my youngest was born a couple months before I started this program. They've only known Clipper, but they've known Clipper in an abstract form. That Dad works on that. But with this launch will make it real. And it's so exciting to be a part of that. And if you fast forward and think about what this spacecraft is going to see and what it's going to send back to us, it's going to be generational. And it's so exciting just to be a part of that and to show everybody what we've been working on for all these years. So with that, I'd like to send it over to our Deputy Project Scientist, Bonnie Barati. Bonnie?
Thanks so much, Stuart. We're pretty certain there's very strong evidence that the ingredients for life exist on Europa, but we have to go there to find out, to make sure that it's really there. Let's look at the first image. Okay, this is a picture of Europa that was obtained by the Galileo spacecraft, and we see there are bright icy plains, intriguing cracks, and many interesting features, but perhaps the most important thing is that there are very few craters, signaling that there's some type of either active geology or recent geology. We do know quite a bit about Europa from previous missions. The first close-ups we got from Voyager 1 and 2, which went by in 1979. And the Galileo spacecraft, not the man, Galileo discovered Europa in 1610. The spacecraft Galileo made 12 flybys, close flybys of Europa. And perhaps the most important finding was that there is almost certainly a global ocean. So let's look at the next image. This is a close-up from the Galileo spacecraft. And here you can see this is in the region known as the chaos terrain. There are very few craters, just a few. There are these intriguing cracks and these unusual features that may give evidence for interactions with the global ocean down below. So the three things we need for life, for a habitable environment, now just to emphasize, we're not a life detection mission, we're just looking for the conditions for life, is water, some type of chemicals, specifically organic compounds that can serve as food for any primitive organisms, and then finally, energy. So let's just look at this cutaway model. This is the interior, the upper part of the interior of Europa. And first of all, we have this ice crust. We're not certain how it interacts with this global ocean down below. That's one of the things we're going to go there to find out. We're not sure whether water seeps into the ice crust and forms pockets, whether it comes to the surface. But let's go down here to the interface between the upper rocky mantle and this global ocean. One of the things is to find out what that interaction is. Does it put salt into this ocean? But the most important thing, I think the most intriguing thing, is there has to be a source of energy on Europa in order to provide a habitable environment. There's only about 4% of the solar radiation that comes to Jupiter, that is Europa, from the sun compared to the Earth. But there's another form of energy. Jupiter is huge. It can contain about 1,000 Earths. So it has a lot of gravity. The orbit of Europa around Jupiter, about 3.5 days. When it's close to Jupiter, it's not quite circular. So when it's close, it gets kind of squished in due to this gravity, and then when it's far away, it kind of flexes out. So this flexing in and out produces heat. That's the source of energy that we have. In fact, we see over there on the far side of this cutaway, there are these intriguing thermal vents that not only are hot, but have this heat liberates chemical energy. And this is what we believe is the source of energy on Europa. And they may be similar to thermal vents in the deep oceans of the Earth, where primitive life exists and where life may have originated on the Earth. So that's what we're going to find out from Europa Clipper when we get there. So let's see. Let's look at the final image here, the video of the spacecraft and the instruments. Yes, what are these instruments going to do? What are the instruments? This is the biggest spacecraft ever sent into outer space with the most sophisticated instruments. Starting in the ultraviolet part of the spectrum, our eyes can't see that. We have UVS to study the surface and the atmosphere. Then we have ICE, which is the cameras. There's a wide angle and a narrow angle camera to take impressive pictures, images down to 1 meter resolution. Then we have a infrared spectrometer to look for the fingerprints of the chemicals, especially organic molecules we're looking for. Then a thermal infrared mapper that will look for hot spots and understand the texture of the surface. And then there's also an ice penetrating radar, which is going to study this crust, the upper part of the crust and parts of the ocean. There's also 4 fields and particles experiments. There's a magnetometer, which will study the interior, especially the ocean, try to understand what that is like. There's a plasma detector, which will look at these highly energetic particles around in the environment of Europa. Then there's also a dust detector, and then an instrument, mass specs, which will look for these sophisticated organic molecules that could provide the food for if there are any primitive organisms. So those are the main instruments on board. As I said, they really are the most sophisticated suite of instruments on the largest spacecraft. So there will be 49 flybys of Europa to study the moon from pole to pole. We have pretty much complete coverage, and it will not only realize the main goal of this mission, which is to search for a habitable environment where possibly life could thrive, but it will also address the 3 major objectives of understanding the geology of the surface, the composition, and then to characterize the interior. So people ask me quite frequently, well, what is the thing that most interests you? Every mission we've ever been to, we have always uncovered things that we could not have imagined. That is the thing that really most interests me. There's going to be something there, the unknown, that is going to be so wonderful that we can't conceive of it right now. That's the thing that excites me most. Thank you. Back to Shah-Ray.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Barati. We're ready to take your questions now. So for media on the telecom line, press *1 and direct your question to a panelist. If you're on social media, you can use the hashtag #AskNASA, and we may have some questions in the room, so just raise your hand. So we're going to start with the phone lines. So first we've got Eric Berger from Ars Technica. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. A couple questions. First of all, I think maybe for Jordan Evans, are you targeting the top of the launch window on October 10th, or are there some schedule slips that may push a little bit later into the window? And second, y'all have been very careful to say multiple times that Clipper is not a life detection mission. However, what are some things that you might observe that would be suggestive of potential life in the oceans below? Thanks.
I'll take the first one. So we are absolutely targeting the first day of the launch period, October 10th. It's an instantaneous launch window with each day. As Armando mentioned, the range is set for the 10th through the 12th, but we are on track for the opening of the launch period on October 10th.
Okay. Bonnie, you want to try the second?
Yeah, I mean, if there is life on Europa in this habitable environment that we're exploring, it will be underneath the ocean, so we wouldn't be able to see it. We're looking for chemicals on the surface, organic chemicals that are the precursors to life. There are, dream things we could observe, like DNA or RNA, but we don't expect to see those. So it really is just looking for a habitable environment and evidence for the ingredients of life, not life itself.
Armando, was there anything else you wanted to add about the opening of the launch period?
No, like Jordan mentioned, we are tracking right on schedule. Our schedule has a margin to the 10th, and I feel pretty confident that unless something unusual comes up, they'll be ready to launch on the beginning of the window.
Okay, great. We're going to take another phone call, and then we'll come to you in the room. Alexandra Whitsey from Nature Magazine. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking my call. This is for Bonnie Barati. Could you talk a little bit about kind of the cadence of discovery? So sort of once you're at the Jupiter system and starting to do those flybys, do we sort of expect to get a lot of answers to those big questions you're looking for, those big science questions, on like flyby 1, or is it going to take to flyby 5? Like, how quickly will we get those, first glimpse at these big questions we're looking to answer?
Thanks for that question. That's a great question. It's really exciting, and also, I'm I actually did my PhD thesis on the Voyager spacecraft, so I've kind of seen the way this is unfolded. And it's unfolded slowly. I mean, prior to Voyager, we didn't even know that the surface was weird like this. So there's going to be immediate fast things. We'll be able to tell right away, to confirm the discovery of Galileo, whether or not there is a global ocean there. Just by the way the spacecraft goes by it, if it sloshes, the spacecraft orbit is going to be different than if it's a totally solid body. So we will know that right away. The second thing that will hit us, is the surface. The cameras on board Europa Clipper are far better than the ones on Galileo. So we'll be able to see these close-ups to see what is the surface like? Are there plume deposits? What do these cracks really look like? So I would say within the first few flybys, we'll just have an onslaught, a deluge of scientific data. And then the stuff that comes later will be more looking at the details of, how deep is the ocean, how thick is the ice crust, what are the interactions between the ocean and the crust. So a big deluge and then adding on to that, I think will be the cadence.
Okay, we're going to come to the room and go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Emily Lakdawala for Sky and Telescope. I have a lot of questions, but I'll confine myself to two. The first one is just a launch day question. If the launch is scrubbed for weather or whatever reason, do you have another launch opportunity that day, or does it need to be recycled to a subsequent day? And the second question is for Bonnie. We know that there are almost certainly the habitable environment ingredients at Europa. So can you be a little more specific about the particular discoveries you expect to make that will help you characterize that habitable environment a little bit more?
Okay, well, maybe we'll start with Armando for that reset question.
So yes, so it's a single opportunity per day. So if we scrub before the launch vehicle is fueled, we have an opportunity the next day to attempt again. If for some reason we fuel the launch vehicle and we scrub, we have to wait 48 hours for the next opportunity.
Okay, the most important thing for determining whether there's a habitable environment and life there, I really think that would be the compounds at the surface. The ocean is still going to be, since it's so far below the surface, it's still going to be somewhat vague, but we can see the surface with my spacecraft, the infrared spectrometer for Europa. We'll be able to see, first of all, the connections between the ocean and the surface. Are we going to see things like evidence for evaporation, evaporate deposits at the surface? What kinds of organic compounds are we going to see? Are there going to be the sophisticated carbon compounds that are the building blocks of life? Will we see, for example, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons? I mean, the green thing, which we don't expect, but will we see a simple amino acid? Those are the things that I think would be the big steps forward.
Okay, we're going to go back to the phone lines. We've got Irene Klotz of Aviation Week.
Thanks very much. I have a question for Armando first, which is you mentioned that the launch window was able to be extended about a week or so based on Falcon Heavy performance. Did SpaceX actually do something to enhance performance, or was this based on a reanalysis? And I have a question also for a science question. Thanks.
Armando, why don't you go ahead and answer this one, and we'll come back to you, Irene. Oh, okay. Well, let's take the science question first, actually. Irene, why don't you come back and ask him? I'm sorry, we're having a little technical difficulty here.
D'Abbraccio, in your opening comments, you said that this was the first in-depth mission to characterize habitability, and I don't mean to pick apart your comment, but that's kind of the mantra of the first Mars rover Curiosity mission. So I'm wondering if you might be able to take a stab at how you look at this Europa Clipper mission compared to the extensive life habitability questions that had been addressed in the Mars program. Thanks.
Absolutely. So our Mars program is very robust, as you know, and we have been searching for habitability and life for quite some time now. With Mars, it is easier to explore for the sense that it's closer to Earth. We have ground-based observations, and there's a lot of ways to do it. And I will turn this over to Lori in just a second so she can talk a little more about the Curiosity rover and the science that it's doing. But from this perspective, Europa is so far away, and all of the other bodies are in terms of habitability, that this is the first time that we really have a mission that's specifically dedicated to looking for habitability. Some of the science goals of Curiosity really are dedicated to that, but that's not the only goal of the mission as it is with Clipper. Lori, would you like to add to that?
Sure. Thanks, Gina. I think it's actually a great question. I like to talk about the fact that we're kind of in a space race with ourselves when it comes to thinking about looking for life, right? We're thinking about habitable environments on Mars. We're thinking about them on Europa. We're thinking about them on extrasolar planets, where we're also trying to get to the point where we're analyzing the photons directly from those extrasolar planets so that we can ask questions about their habitability. To me, this is an exciting foundational underpinning of NASA's space science program right now. So much of it is about life in the universe. On Mars, we're looking for ancient life because we know the environment there was much more habitable, more liquid water around very early in Mars history. And of course, it actually preserves the time in planetary evolution, the first billion years of planetary evolution, which is very hard to explore even here on Earth. We've got that on Mars. Europa, the excitement is about a current habitable environment, right? A current ocean. There is an ocean there today. So it's different, but very complementary. And about this foundational question of, are we alone in the universe?
All right, thank you, Dr. Leshin. Armando, do you want to take a stab at that question about how the launch period got extended?
Oh, sure. So the launch period got extended based on a combination of factors. Basically, SpaceX was able to get more performance out of their launch vehicle based on some hardware modifications that enable the launch vehicle to utilize all the fuel in the boosters. I can't get into the specifics because of proprietary nature. The other factor is this is SpaceX's 11th flight of the Falcon Heavy configuration. They've flown it a few times already, so they come up with a strategy to optimize the throttling of the launch vehicle to get the most performance out of it. And the final thing is typically we need ground assets to get telemetry from the launch vehicle. And those ground assets are typically not in the most ideal locations. So we have to tweak the trajectory to ensure that you're over a ground asset before you do your burns. And for this mission, we're relying on TDRS for the launch vehicle telemetry, and that gave us a lot of additional performance as well. So it's a combination of factors that allowed us to extend it from the 30 to November 6th.
Okay, thank you, Armando. We've got another call on the phone lines. Marcia Dunn from the AP.
Oh, yes. Hi, Marcia Dunn, Associated Press, with a few questions. What is scientists' best guess on how deep this ocean might be, and if there is or was life? Do scientists believe it's microscopic? Could it be bigger, minnow-sized? Just trying to get a handle on what kind of thoughts are going into the life question. And lastly, what happens to Clipper at mission's end? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the first question is, we don't know exactly how deep it is. That's one of the things we're going there to find out. Probably from the top around 60 to 80 miles. And the type of life there, we expect, again, Europa Clipper is not a life detection mission, but using an analogy to Earth, which may be dangerous, the types of life that originated in these deep oceanic vents were primitive. They're primitive bacteria, even bacteria that don't need oxygen in their metabolism. So we would expect there to be, if there's anything there, it would probably be primitive. But again, we don't know. We will not know from this mission because we can't see that deep.
So end of mission disposal is planned at Ganymede. So once we are finished with the science mission and NASA has determined that we need to properly dispose of the vehicle so that we don't run the risk of impacting Europa at some future date, we do a series of burns that impact Ganymede directly. And that's our chosen disposal target and approved by the Planetary Protection Officer of NASA.
Great. Okay, we're going to take another call from the phone lines. Bill Harwood from CBS News.
Hey, thanks very much. I think this is for Monty Barati. If the crust is 60 to 80 miles thick, something like that, will the flybys alone pin that down and help you nail down how thick the crust is, or are other instruments going to help you do that? And how does the radar play into this? I mean, how deep can it penetrate theoretically? And finally, I'm sorry to ask three questions, but finally, as you fly by and this thing's sloshing around and you're measuring changes in your trajectory to figure the ocean scenario out, I mean, what are we talking about in terms of how much this changes the trajectory? I mean, I think the average person would be stunned that you can do that. And I'm just trying to figure out a way to kind of explain the subtleties involved in how you come up with, the nature of that ocean based on the changes to the trajectory. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thanks so much. Great question. So first of all, the crust itself is only, we're going there to find out, but it's more like 10, 15, 20 miles thick. The ocean is as you could see from the cutaway, is actually much deeper. The ice penetrating radar, which is similar to ones we've used on the Earth and also on Mars. There are two instruments in orbit around Mars now. It has two frequencies, and it is going to send these long wavelength electromagnetic waves through the surface. That's the trick. It can see through the surface, and we hope that it can see down to the interface between the crust and the ocean. It's TBD, it depends on how deep it is, but we hope that it can see down that deep. But it definitely can probe whether or not there are any little ponds or lake-type features within the crust. That's not so deep, so it will be able to see that. Let's see. Oh yeah, the sloshing. Okay, so our instrument, we have a navigation team here that can really track the position of the spacecraft within meters and in some cases within centimeters. So the pull of the ocean on that spacecraft really varies according to how thick it is, how dense it is, what the composition is, and the navigation team will be able to track all those changes and understand the nature of the ocean. And the instruments that will be doing that, first of all, there's a magnetometer. The characteristics of the ocean are also told in its magnetic field. So this induced magnetic field that Europa has, the magnetometer will be tracking that, and the gravity experiment on board the space. There's kind of an additional experiment, which I think I neglected to mention. There's a gravity experiment that just uses the antennas to track the position of the spacecraft, and that does depend on the depth and the nature of the ocean. And again, the gravity experiment tracks it to within meters and in some cases centimeters. So we will be able to tell a lot about the ocean from both the gravity experiment and the magnetometer.
Did we get all your questions, Bill?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much.
All right, great. All right, we're going to go to social media. We have this is a question for Stuart. Ticker on YouTube asks, why not use RTGs instead of solar panels? Wouldn't that reduce the size of the spacecraft?
It's a great question. Yes, it would, but the policy of the United States government is to fly solar if you're able to fly solar. So originally, the spacecraft back in 2014 did incorporate RTGs. We made the decision at the turn of 2014 and 2015 to translate to solar arrays. It's been interesting to watch how those solar arrays have grown over time. The original concept of those arrays had 3 panels. You'll notice ours now have 5. But that is how we got to solar arrays, and I think we've made a great decision.
Great. Okay, I got a question for Dr. DiBraccio. Safir Jamil on YouTube asks, how is the collaboration with ESA's JUICE mission for joint observations coming along?
Oh, that's great. So JUICE is currently on its way to Jupiter to explore the icy moons there as well. And with NASA, we do have some contributions. We've actually contributed to a few instruments on JUICE. Right now, the science teams are collaborating and planning for further collaborations once both of the spacecraft are in orbit at Jupiter. And so we look forward to the exciting results that will come out of both of these missions as they're at Jupiter at the same time.
Great, thanks. Okay, we're going to come back to the room. Go ahead.
Hi, Emily Lochtawala again. For Bonnie, I'm wondering, Voyager had 2 flybys, Galileo just had a few. This mission will have 49. Will the longevity of the mission enable you to do some of the things that you can have done with long missions on Mars, things like change detection or opportunistic observations of other moons? Will you be able to do those kinds of things planned in the primary mission? And then I have a question for Gina, which is that you've mentioned that we have explored the gas giants and now we're returning to one of the moons. We haven't really explored the ice giants, and I'm wondering if NASA is pushing forward on a Uranus or Neptune mission in the future.
Okay, start with Bonnie.
Okay, yeah, all of the above, all the things you mentioned. I mean, we will be able to look for change. Another thing we'll be able to look for is active geology, not just on the surface, but if there are any plumes there, for example. There are some putative observations of plumes from the Earth, so we'll be looking for that. And in terms of exploring other objects, we are going to be going by Ganymede and Callisto. There are no plans right now, basically for budgetary reasons, to observe these moons. But if any past missions are the guide, we'll probably be doing something when we're there, maybe for free, but we'll look. Yeah.
Dr. DiBraccio, you want to address the other ones?
Sure. Yeah, so to answer the second question there, first let me say, even though we have explored the gas giants and the terrestrial planets, there are still many outstanding questions about all of the planets that we would love to answer. Now, in terms of the ice giants, the only in situ data that we have so far are from the Voyager flybys that took place in the late 80s. And so in our recent decadal survey, the Origins, Worlds, and Life that came out, that sets really the community recommendations of planetary science over the next decade, a Uranus orbiter probe mission was listed as one of those high priority missions for the future. Now, that's something that we are definitely excited about at NASA and something that I know the community is really pushing forward to. There's been a lot of community workshops and it is on our radar. But right now, our first priority is to get Clipper off the launch pad and to Europa.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go back to the phone lines, and we've got Nadia Drake from Scientific American.
Hi, and thank you for taking my question. I think early on we heard that scientists think ocean worlds like Europa might be a common type of world outside our solar system. And I'm wondering, what is the scientific reasoning behind that idea? Have we detected another such ocean world, or is this idea based on extrapolations from our own solar system, or based on modeling of exoplanetary systems? Where does that idea come from?
I think, Dr. DiBraccio, you brought that up in your opening remarks. Do you want to take that one?
Can we repeat that question?
Go ahead, Nadia.
Sure. Yeah, I was asking about the idea that ocean worlds like Europa might be a common type of world outside of our solar system. And I'm wondering what the scientific reasoning is for that idea. How do we get there? What are the data? Can you walk me through it?
So I actually am not the expert on that, and I'm curious if Bonnie has anything to add to it.
Yeah, I think it's basically exoplanets. The ocean worlds tend to be much more prominent and also ice giants tend to be much more prominent in the exoplanets. And it's basically looking at their mass and their density, which you can get from, basic astronomical observations and using the models that we have on Earth and extrapolating to what the interiors look like. And it turns out that a lot of these bodies are ocean worlds or ice giants, which is in our own solar system is Uranus and Neptune.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. Next question is from Jim Siegel of Florida Media Now.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for taking my question. This is certainly an exciting mission, and I don't mean to be flippant about this, but suppose you do find strong indications of conditions that would support life. So what? I mean, what's the next step? Is there a next step? Thank you.
Gina, that's you.
Yes. Dr. DiBraccio.
Well, let's discuss the priorities, right? So right now we're searching for whether Europa is habitable or not. Depending on what we see, we might choose to send a mission to go back to actually determine if life currently exists. Now, as I mentioned, with the way that our priorities are set, many of these big missions are really based on the survey, the decadal survey recommendations, and what the community recommendations are. So once we get the results from Clipper, we turn it to the community to see if we feel like that would be a priority for the next steps. So, we really look for input to the greater science community to see, so what, do we care? Do we want more of that data to really answer the next questions?
Okay, thank you. We're going to go back to social media. This will be a question for Jordan. DP Patel on Instagram asks, how will you protect the moon from possible microbes on the spacecraft?
That's a great question. So planetary protection is the discipline that we have that looks at trying to ensure that we are protecting the moon, our scientific target, from bringing microbes with us. And so all of the hardware goes through an extensive program of decontamination, we'll call it, things like dry heat microbial reduction and cleaning with hydrogen peroxide vapors to try to get us to a level of cleanliness that ensures that we are statistically protecting the moon from any microbes that might have been present on board the spacecraft. So there's a lab set up at Kennedy Space Center where we're regularly taking samples of the spacecraft and trying to grow spores and see that we are maintaining that cleanliness that we had early on in the development of the hardware.
Great, thank you. This is, I think, maybe a question for Bonnie. Cello Fingers on YouTube asks, is Clipper more advanced than Cassini in its camera and spectral equipment?
Yes, it is. The spectrometer is more highly resolved. It's more flexible. It has a scanning mirror. It can look over larger areas. Resolution's better. The camera is it's actually more innovative. It has a wide-angle camera of about, I think, 45 degrees. There are two cameras, a narrow and a wide angle. So it's just more flexible. It also has a gimbal that it can move. So we'll be able to see a lot more and detect a lot more with these instruments.
Okay. We've got some more folks lining up on the phone lines. Again, if you guys want to keep asking questions, it's *1 on the telecon line. All right, we've got a follow-up from Irene Klotz of Aviation Week.
Thank you. I was just wondering if, following the most recent assessment of the transistors from radiation exposure, concluded that there is any greater risk of the transistors failing earlier than previously planned, or did the analysis just basically completely reset the clock to what it was as far as mission risks? Thanks.
You want me to take that one?
Yes,
sure.
Jordan.
So as far as mission risks, we determined that flying with these transistors that do degrade earlier than they were originally qualified for don't present an appreciable mission risk for Europa Clipper. It is low risk to fly these transistors, not only through the primary mission, but at the end of that primary mission, looking circuit by circuit to ensure that we had sufficient margin in each of the circuits. The robustness of the design allowed us to accommodate these transistors and ensure that we had appropriate margin at the end of the mission.
Great. Okay. Next call is from Leo Enright of Irish Television.
Thanks, Jairi. I was really intrigued by this spacecraft disposal plan at Ganymede. I don't remember hearing this before, so I was wondering, is it new? And secondly, obviously Europe will be putting a spacecraft in orbit around Ganymede, so is there a possibility that the JUICE mission could actually image the impact of the Clipper at Ganymede? I also had a launch window question, if possible.
Okay, well, we'll
Sure.
take the disposal question first. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Jordan.
so the original plan was to dispose of Europa Clipper at Jupiter, and I think it was about 2 years ago that we received approval from the Planetary Protection Officer to make Ganymede the disposal target. It requires less fuel. It's a more elegant solution at the end of mission, and a lot of things can happen between now and the end of Europa Clipper's mission in terms of whether JUICE was able to image, but that would certainly be a possibility.
Go ahead with your follow-up, Leo.
That's pretty exciting. Thanks for that information. Yeah, I was just wondering about launching late in the launch window, say in November, and this again in a way relates to JUICE. Would that change your arrival date? Would you end up arriving maybe after JUICE or something?
All of the launch opportunities that we have in this 4-week period end up with the same arrival in April of 2030. So no, it would not change our arrival at Jupiter.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have another call. Marcia Smith, Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much for taking my question. I'm wondering if you did decide to send a lander based on the information that you get from this mission, what do you need to know about the surface of Europa, and will this mission tell you what you need to know so that you're prepared if you eventually got a permission to send a lander there?
I think Dr. DiBraccio, do you want to take that one?
Well, I'm actually looking at Bonnie in terms of talking about, the images that we're taking on the surface and how that would inform the measurements we would want to follow up on.
Yeah, a lander is really a question of risk. You have to have a surface where the landing vehicle is going to survive. So you can't have, for example, an area that has a lot of blocks or is all fluff or something like that. So yes, we will be able to determine those things from orbit. The camera, not only the camera, but the infrared spectrometer, the one that sees the heat, will be able to look at how fluffy the surface is and the block size. So yes, we will be able to map out Europa for appropriate landing sites.
Okay, I'm going to take one more social media question also on this idea of what if we are able to extend. At Chris Broad on X asks, NASA's uncrewed missions have a good track record of operating long past their projected mission end date. So what mission objectives that are not a priority for the initial timeline are being considered in the event of an extension? Who wants to take that one?
Well, I'll jump in.
Okay, there we go.
On this one.
Go ahead.
And say, right now our team has been focused on setting these primary objectives and the goals that they will achieve and making sure that we can get there safely to achieve those goals. So just as part of our extended mission process, when the time comes, the science team will be working really hard to develop those goals, but it's a little premature at this point. We need to see what we're observing first to know what we might want to do in the future.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. DiBraccio. For media who want to get a deeper dive, we do have our press kit now available. It's go.nasa.gov/Europa Clipper press kit. We also have a number of ways for you to keep up with the Europa Clipper mission. If you want to look on the web, we've got go.nasa.gov/Europa Clipper. We also have a number of social media accounts. You can follow Europa Clipper on X and Facebook, and NASA JPL, NASA Solar System, and NASA on Instagram. There are also a number of ways that you at home can participate in the Europa Clipper mission. Visit go.nasa.gov/Europa Clipper participate. There's some kids art challenges, virtual guest events, and more. We do also have some additional live events coming up in the weeks leading to launch. If you go to the NASA YouTube channel, you can set a reminder for our live launch commentary show. And if you want to see the variety of platforms where we're going to have our live events and a schedule of when those events are, you can go to our Watch Online page. All right, we are also going to drop these links in the chats because I know that we have a lot of them here. So thank you very much for joining us, and go Europa Clipper.
patience as we worked out getting the code to everyone and starting a few minutes late. I am Karen Fox with NASA's Office of Communication at NASA headquarters, and we are here today to talk about Europa Clipper, which had a key milestone today. And we have ready to talk Nikki Fox, the Associate Administrator for Science at NASA headquarters, Lori Leshin, the Director of JPL, Kurt Niebuhr, who is our Program Scientist for Europa Clipper here at NASA headquarters, and Jordan Evans, the Europa Clipper Project Manager, also at JPL. With no further ado, I'm going to toss to them to speak, and then we will take questions afterwards. Nikki, please.
Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, and it is wonderful to be here with incredibly good news. So we're all very happy here, extremely hot off the press. We did just put the Europa Clipper mission through the key milestone review here that we call KDPE. So the last sort of big review before we really get into that launch fever. And we're really happy to say that they unequivocally passed that review today. So it's just a really exciting time. As you all know, at NASA we strive to answer these really fundamental questions about our solar system and about our place in it. And Europa Clipper will bring us even closer to that answer. We always like to think about how science enables exploration and exploration enables science. And Europa Clipper is an incredibly important part of our Science Mission Directorate portfolio. Now, as you're going to hear from some of the other speakers, scientists believe that Jupiter's icy moon, Europa, has the suitable conditions below its surface to be able to support life. And those ingredients are water, energy, and chemistry. By studying this, by flying close to that moon and flying through kind of the plumes that come up, it will help us better understand the astrobiology and the potential for habitable worlds beyond our home planet. As we all know, sending a mission into space is hard. We always say that space is not for the faint of heart. And it's even more ambitious to send this largest spacecraft that NASA's ever built for planetary exploration, and it will travel into the incredibly harsh radiation environment around Jupiter. We're proud of our incredible teams here at NASA, at JPL, and of course with our incredible industry partners who together have worked tirelessly to overcome lots and lots of challenges to get this mission ready for the launch pad and to get it there on time. And even when presented with an incredibly stiff challenge very recently, the team just pulled out all of the stops. They really worked together and they delivered a solution that will ensure that our mission to explore this ocean world will be able to sustain this incredibly harsh radiation environment around Jupiter. So I, for one, cannot wait for Europa Clipper's launch next month, and I'm even more excited to see all of the incredible and the unprecedented science that our science community has been waiting for decades. So I look forward to the incredible science that we will get for Clipper in the generations to come. As always, NASA science will continue to deliver every second of every day. And as I pass over to my dear friend Lori Leshin, I will say to her, go Europa Clipper.
All right. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for your incredible support, everyone here in SMD. And thank you to our Europa Clipper team for their extraordinary efforts, which were also lauded in today's NASA review. I am thrilled to say that we are confident that our beautiful spacecraft and capable team are ready for launch, operations, and our full science mission at Europa. As you all have probably heard, we have undertaken rigorous testing in recent months and analysis to be sure that our transistors on Europa Clipper will be able to withstand the harsh radiation environment at Jupiter and its moon Europa. This was a huge lift, and I think huge lift is a huge understatement. It was done with our usual high standards and exacting approach honed over JPL's decades of experience in developing, managing, and operating deep space missions. Getting to this milestone required shoulder-to-shoulder collaboration even beyond JPL. We worked, of course, with our colleagues at NASA headquarters. We had tests going not only in every facility we could find at JPL, but also every facility we could find at NASA Goddard and also at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory. It was an incredible team effort, and we're so grateful for all the support. Right now, we're moving full speed ahead towards the opening of our launch window on October 10th, and soon the spacecraft will lift off from Kennedy Space Center, and then it's off to Jupiter. So go Team Clipper. We're excited and ready to carry out Europa Clipper's mission as planned. So we are on what we would call our baseline science plan, the plan that we had before we discovered the challenge with the transistors. We are now confident that we can deliver that mission, which will deliver incredible science. First, we have to make a 1.8 billion mile journey to get to Jupiter in 2030. And our spacecraft, as you heard from Nikki, is designed to explore and observe the icy ocean moon Europa exclusively and thoroughly. It'll make 49 science-gathering close flybys past Europa over the course of its 4-year science mission. It has a stunning array of sensors, 10 science investigations that will help us understand Europa's icy crust and global ocean that we suspect lies beneath it, as well as determine its chemical composition and geology. The mission's detailed exploration of Europa will help determine whether the moon could support life as we know it, whether its environment is habitable. At JPL, we're very proud to manage the Europa Clipper mission, the largest spacecraft NASA has ever built for a planetary mission and one of the largest ever to be assembled in our clean room. JPL is the world leader in planetary and deep space robotic exploration with decades of unique and deeply technical experience, and we needed every bit of it in getting this spacecraft ready for launch. Our missions have visited every planet in our solar system, and of course there's the Voyagers that are even beyond the solar system. At JPL, our motto is Dare Mighty Things Together, and Europa Clipper is a testament to how we do just that. About 4,000 people across the U.S. and Europe have worked on this mission since it was officially approved in 2015. Many of them will continue their work on it, and many thousands more will be involved in flying it and involved in the science for decades to come, because this data will change the textbooks, will give us generations of new knowledge about the incredible moon Europa. So I'm excited to say that we've met this moment and we can't wait to be on our way to Europa. Now I'm going to throw it over to Kurt Niebuhr, Program Scientist for Europa Clipper.
Thanks, Lori. Lori just mentioned that the sheer number of people that have contributed to get us where we are today. So I'd like to touch very briefly on the amount of time that it's taken to get us to where we are today. When I started at NASA headquarters in 2003, I was given the challenge of pushing a Europa mission forward. And I began that thinking that I had a really solid appreciation of how long and difficult the road ahead was going to be. And I was completely and utterly wrong about that. It was much harder than I anticipated. And it felt like it simply got harder and harder with each year that went by. And there was no harder year than this past year, and especially this past summer. There was simply challenge after challenge after challenge, culminating in the MOSFET transistor problem that we've recently overcome. But through all of that, through all those years, the one thing that we never doubted was that this was going to be worth it. Because as Lori said, this is an epic mission. It's a chance for us to explore not a world that might have been habitable billions of years ago, but a world that might be habitable today, right now. A chance to do the first exploration of this new kind of world that we've discovered very recently called an ocean world that is just totally immersed and covered in a liquid water ocean, completely unlike anything we've seen before. That's what's awaiting us at Europa. That's what Europa Clipper and her team are going to unveil for us. And it has definitely been worth the wait. It's been worth the hard work. And right now I want to hand it over to Jordan Evans, who's the project manager. And it's Jordan and his team that have gotten us here. At the beginning of the summer, I shared with Jordan that I was worried that we were asking the impossible of this team and that it was just too much. And Jordan and the team completely delivered on the impossible. They saved this mission this summer. They're the ones that have opened the way for us to get this spacecraft to the launch pad and then get the spacecraft to Europa so that the science can start. So, Jordan, I just want to say thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Kurt. And I'll start by saying we are ready for Jupiter. You know, now that we've completed this key NASA review, we're focused on heading towards the launch pad, doing the final preparations. Our launch period opens October 10th, and we're on track to start that journey to Jupiter. One big challenge was analyzing how those transistors on the spacecraft would handle the radiation environment at Jupiter. And after extensive testing and analysis of the transistors, the Europa Clipper project, and I personally have high confidence that we can complete the original mission for exploring Europa as planned. It's a very difficult environment in terms of radiation at Europa. Jupiter is engulfed in more radiation than any planet in our solar system. That's one of the reasons why exploring the Jupiter system is so challenging. The radiation near Jupiter is a kind of space weather. It bombards everything in its sphere of influence with damaging particles. The planet's giant magnetic field acts as a particle accelerator. It captures those particles, accelerates charged particles to create these powerful radiation belts. And Europa sits near the outer edge of the worst part of that radiation belt. And so flying near Europa exposes us to this high flux of damaging particles. And so the mission engineers on Europa Clipper need to be sure that the spacecraft components can survive that radiation environment for the duration of our 4-year prime mission. As soon as we had learned that there might be an issue with our transistors, which was back at the beginning of May at JPL, we moved quickly as a project and as a lab and agency with our partners as well to quickly analyze the risks and conduct tests. Generated a tremendous amount of data. We know a lot about the Jupiter radiation environment from previous NASA missions, including the current Juno mission, which is at Jupiter right now. We completed extensive testing to validate the transistors on the spacecraft. We ran tests 24 hours a day over the last 4 months at multiple locations, at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, at the Applied Physics Laboratory, and at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. We simulated flight-like conditions to illuminate any issues that the transistors might have over our 4-year science mission across the variety of applications we have on the spacecraft. We put these representative transistors into these environments, rated entire circuits, and to see how the system behaves, and not just the transistors themselves. We looked at transistor temperatures while the spacecraft was outside of Jupiter's most intense radiation environment to determine how much recovery we might be able to get from these transistors while we're not in that intense radiation environment after each flyby. We've replicated that transistor self-healing, or annealing as it's called, that occurs by heating them to room temperature while they essentially rest far from that intense radiation environment as we go around each orbit of Jupiter before rendezvousing back with Europa again. The underlying issue was that there was a gap in the way in how industry qualifies the kind of hardware like MOSFETs for high radiation environments. The parts in question, the semiconductor in the transistors, are cut from silicon wafers, and those silicon wafers met the radiation hardness requirements that we needed. But then those semiconductor wafers degraded while in storage. We concluded after all of this testing that during our orbits around Jupiter, while Europa Clipper does dip into the radiation environment, once it comes out long enough for those transistors the opportunity to heal and partially recover between flybys. We're going to continue to closely monitor both the radiation environment, we have a radiation monitor on board, as well as the performance of the transistors from the ground once we are in flight and once we arrive at the Jupiter system. To accomplish this, we've received help from many corners, including the vendor. The vendor's been immensely proactive and helpful throughout all of our work. To reiterate what's already been said, we can, and I have very high confidence, and the data bears it out, complete the original mission, which is 49 flybys of Europa, and amounts to 80 orbits of Jupiter over that 4-year period. Our spacecraft itself is currently in ATLA, or Assembly, Test, and Launch Operations, at the Kennedy Space Center. A couple of weeks ago, we installed the immense solar arrays on the spacecraft, and now that we've completed this key NASA review, we're ready for our final launch preparations and reviews, and we are ready for Europa. At this point, I'll hand it back to you, Karen.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
Can you tolerate? Fantastic. Thank you all. We do have some questions on the line. As a reminder, if you want to get into the queue to ask a question, go ahead and press star 1. Our first question is from Jeff Faust with Space News.
Hey, good afternoon. Just to make sure I fully understand this, you've confirmed that the transistors can handle the radiation environment and you don't need to modify any aspects of, say, the trajectory the spacecraft is going to take during the Europa flybys, given your understanding of how they respond to the radiation environment. So, in other words, you can proceed with the mission as earlier planned. You're not making any changes to the mission as a result of these studies. Thanks.
Yeah, Jeff, that is correct. The mission trajectory is the exact same mission trajectory that we've been planning and studying for the past 2+ years as a science team.
And that was Jordan Evans who was speaking, and I'll remind speakers just to identify themselves before they answer questions. We'll try to remember to do that on our side. Thank you so much. Our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Yes, hi. You mentioned that there may be some degradation of these transistors during the high radiation periods, but they can heal when they come out of this intense zone. How much time elapses between these flybys with the intensive radiation? And how can you be so sure that they'll heal properly enough to be able to carry out the mission as planned? Thank you.
This is Jordan Evans again. For the first half of our mission, we fly on a 21-day orbit around Jupiter. And so one day of that 21 days is the flyby, and that's when we are in that intense radiation environment. So we have 20 days outside of that environment. All of the testing that we did when we looked at that healing, at that annealing, we used durations that were far smaller than that. So we were conservative in our testing to show that we understood how much annealing time we would need, and then demonstrate that we had far more than that with margin over each of the Jupiter orbits.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Our next question is from Bill Harwood.
Yeah, hey, thank you very much, and I think this is for Jordan as well. I'm just wondering, can you take another crack at explaining exactly what the radiation does to the transistors? I'm not sure physically what's going on, and when you say it's annealing or healing or whatever it's doing, how does it get restored to its or close to its original state? That's number one. Number two is how many of these transistors are on board the spacecraft in total? Thanks.
This is Jordan again. So it's device-level physics, right? These are metal oxide field effect transistors. So think of them as electronic switches where you apply a voltage and you can close an electronic switch. And so understanding how the behavior of that switch and the amount of voltage it takes to turn it on or off degrades over radiation is something that is well known in industry, as well as understanding then how getting out of that environment and warming it may restore some of that damage. That's the first question. The second question, these transistors exist all across the spacecraft. I can say that we have 200 unique applications where it may be duplicated multiple times, but in different circuits across all the spacecraft and the instruments.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our next question, which is with Joel Achenbach from the Washington Post.
Thank you very much. Are there other aspects of the mission where you have a critical path or a potential single point failure other than the transistors that you are focused on, or that will get a lot of attention? In other words, other engineering challenges. And a second question, if I could, is will this mission determine if there's life under the icy crust of Europa, or will it only determine that there might be life? In other words, could you detect living things with this mission?
Why don't you say this?
This is Kurt Niebuhr. It's important to note that Europa Clipper is not a life detection mission, and there are two reasons for that. One is it would be premature. The first thing we need to do is figure out, are the proper ingredients there to support life as we know it? And as Dr. Fox mentioned, we're reasonably confident that almost all of those ingredients are there, but we don't know for sure. So we need to answer the habitability question first. And the reason we need to answer the habitability question first is because the second reason, we don't have a life detector. There's no such thing as a tricorder instrument that we can point at something and it returns a blip or a blop telling us if it's alive or not. It is extremely difficult to be able to detect life, especially from orbit. So first we're going to ask the straightforward question. Are the proper ingredients there for life to exist? And you can bet your bottom dollar that if Europa Clipper tells us, yes, those ingredients are there, that we are going to be knocking on the door fighting for a second mission to go looking for life.
Can I just add one thing to that? This is Lori. Hey, Joel. The thing we will learn with Europa Clipper is where follow-up missions might want to go, right? We'll learn where the ice might be thinned, where there could be upwelling of water from the ocean in modern times. And so we're going to learn a lot about how to get smarter about asking that question over time.
And this is Nikki, working in concert with the James Webb Space Telescope that just took the amazing images of Europa for us, showing us these incredible plumes is just even more tantalizing for how important it is for us to go and make these close flybys.
And then this is Jordan Evans responding to the question about the critical path. The critical path at this point goes through the spacecraft itself. So the next steps at the Kennedy Space Center are the final closeouts, install before flight items, the remove before flight items, fueling the vehicle, which starts later this week, and then ultimately the joint operations that we have with the launch vehicle, attaching to the payload fitting, encapsulating into the fairing, and then rolling out to the pad.
Jordan, and again, this is Lori, they're not working any additional major technical issues at this time.
Excellent point. We, in this review today, we are green for technical.
Normal.
That is
normal work to go
Absolutely.
to get to launch.
Yeah. We are technical green.
Woohoo! Feels great to say that.
All right, thank you so much. Our next question is from Lisa Grossman with Science News. Lisa, are you there? All right, since we can't hear Lisa now, I'm going to move on to the next question, which is David Brown with the New York Times.
Hi, this question is for Dr. Fox and Dr. Niebuhr. My understanding that not long after the MOSFET issue was discovered and the extent of the problem was still uncertain, the project presented a suite of options to NASA headquarters. Among them was descoping the mission to a smaller number of flybys so that the launch window could still be made. How would you each characterize your response to that option?
Thanks for the question. It's exactly what I would expect any good mission team to do, which was they came and they presented, as you said, a suite of options. Obviously, the perfect outcome is the one that we've had, which is being able to figure out a way to keep the mission exactly at the full science that we wanted to have, but it was certainly an option. If you don't want to not fly a mission, and if there's a way to get some science, even if it's not as much as you might have originally wanted, it is still better to get some science. And so we really thanked the team for coming up with a different kind of a different flight path, if you like, for the mission. But we're very grateful that we did not have to go with that option, and we were able to take advantage of the incredible work from the team, and we are able to, as Laurie said in her remarks, achieve the full science of the mission. Kurt?
I would just add that I was very gratified from the beginning all the way through to the end to see the level of commitment among everybody working this problem, not just to fix the problem, but to remain committed to the full science of the mission.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Stephen Clark with Ars Technica.
Thank you. I think my question's probably for Jordan. You're talking about being able to collect the full science, baseline mission, no changes to the trajectory. Any changes at all in the way you operate the spacecraft to be able to meet that baseline mission with this transistor issue, or did all the testing simply show that the transistors will work for the baseline mission? And then any risk or concern going forward with a potential extended mission that this may put that in jeopardy? Thanks.
Very good. Yeah, this is Jordan responding. So regarding the first question, the changes, I talked about the healing, the annealing that happens outside of the radiation environment. That annealing is improved with temperature. And so two of our colder instruments that are outside of our fluid loop that warms the remaining components of the spacecraft, they operate at a colder temperature by design in order to minimize the energy. And so changing their software control heater set points to a slightly warmer temperature is is the impact. So instead of dialing the thermostat to one temperature, you dial it a little bit warmer when you're outside of the radiation environment, and that warms them up. In terms of the potential for an extended mission, I'll say that all of these 200 unique applications were looked at, and then independently looked at by outside folks to look at circuit margins and ensure that with the MOSFETs that are present on the vehicle, that we would have appropriate voltage margin. And so that voltage margin is not necessarily for an extended mission, it's for things that happen in complex missions in uncertain environments. But those margins are there, they are positive, and they give us good confidence, certainly in the baseline mission, but not that we would expect it to just immediately drop off right after that.
Right, now I'll just add to that, Stephen, this is Nikki, just that we are looking forward to their extended mission. So as Jordan said, they have margin, and we have no reason to expect anything other than a great 4 years and an extended mission beyond that.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to do Lisa Grossman again from Science News. Let's hope it works this time. Sorry about that, Lisa. Your turn.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I actually was going to ask about the extended mission as well, so thank you. That was my question.
So you're good? All right.
Another vote for an extended mission.
Thank you. All right. Our next person then will be Irene Klotz with Aviation News, please.
Thanks, Karen. I was wondering if the launch to be ready for an October 10th launch, do you need the 39A by September 14th, or is that able to slip a couple days?
So this is Nikki. That is all part of the negotiations that are handled for us by the Launch Services Program at Kennedy, NASA's Kennedy Space Center, and they are watching many launches. The wonderful thing about Kennedy right now is it is an incredibly active spaceport, and so they are watching and they are helping us to deconflict many launches that will be at the Cape at the same time.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Isam Ahmed with AFP.
Hi, thanks again. Just to go back to the question about this is not being a detection mission, could you maybe just expand a little on what's your sort of best outcome scenarios in terms of what we can gather from Europa Clipper, and what are the worst outcomes? And sorry, very quick follow up on the transistors. Are these sort of stock transistors, nothing special about them, or are they in any way sort of high tech? A quick Google talked about nanowire transistors specifically built to withstand cosmic rays. Thanks.
Jordan, why don't you take that one, the last bit first?
Yeah, so these are standard industry radiation-hardened transistors.
Laurie, do you want to talk about the excitement of Europa Clipper?
Yeah, so I don't think there's a worst case because honestly we're going to learn so much. It's going to be incredible no matter what we find. That's the beauty of exploring the unknown in new ways, which we're definitely doing with the incredible depth and detail we're going to get from Europa Clipper's 10 science investigations. So we're going to explore the icy shell and the ocean beneath to sensing that from our multiple flybys. We're going to be looking at the chemistry of the system. That is both the chemistry on the surface and in anything that's being emitted from the surface, any kind of plumes that will fly through and sort of taste the rainbow at Europa, and get to tell what materials are being emitted. And then lastly, we'll be looking at the surface, the geology, if you will, of this icy crust to understand the geologic history of this moon, including potentially very recent activity that would change the surface. And so we're just going to be learning a ton about the physical and chemical makeup of Europa and how it is changing and evolving over time. All of these will teach us about whether this environment is habitable.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting the sort of the idea of the bad results. As you say, there's no bad. If we go there and we find water and energy and chemistry, that opens up a whole realm of questions. If we go there and we find no water, no energy, and no chemistry, that also opens up a whole wealth of questions. Why did we think this, and why is it not there? So there really is not. This is a voyage into the unknown, and it's going to be incredible science, no matter which way of the equation it falls.
And I think it's important to point out that with the 10 investigations, it's extraordinarily multidisciplinary. We're sensing this moon in pretty much every way we can think of without landing on it, right? We're flying by it, but we're going to get different spectral signatures. We're going to be, penetrating the ice with radar. We're going to be looking at magnetic signatures, at particles and fields, at chemistry. Like every single way you can think of, we are going to be analyzing it. It's a very comprehensive and multidisciplinary payload, and the team will work together to sort of fuse those results into new insights for this exciting moon.
And you're hoping to do some science on the way out and at other planetary bodies?
Yeah, we fly by Mars on the way.
Jupiter.
And yeah, that's right.
And this is Kurt. If I could just add, I'll be the optimist and go back to your best case scenario. If we do get there, and Lori mentioned the multidisciplinary approach, you need that multidisciplinary approach because answering the habitability question needs an approach from a lot of different vectors. But if we get there and we do this investigation, and the good news is it has all the ingredients and it is habitable, just think of what that means, that there are 2 places in one solar system that have all the ingredients for life that are habitable right now at the same time. Think of what that means when you extend that result to the billions and billions of other solar systems in this galaxy. Setting aside the is there life question on Europa, just the habitability question in and of itself opens up a huge new paradigm for searching for life in the galaxy.
A great point.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll move on to our next question, which is from Ken Kramer with Space Up Close.
Hi, thank you for doing this, and I'm very glad to hear that the transistors are doing great. I'll be at the launch. So I want to ask about the science instruments. Can you talk a little bit in detail about what they are and how they're going to look for signs of life and the plumes? Will you be flying through the plumes? Is there a mass spec to determine the chemistry there? So if you could talk some detail, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, how long do you have? Yes. Excellent. This is Lori. Is that okay if I jump in?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, so to answer your more specific question, we do have a mass spec built by the Southwest Research Institute. So all of these sensors on board were awarded through competition. So they're built by different organizations around the country. So both the mass spectrometer and also a dust analyzer will be doing in situ kind of measurements of the actual material that's out there as we fly through it. We'll also be sensing the magnetic field, which is helpful if you want to think about a circulating saline ocean. You should see magnetic results from that. And we'll be analyzing the radiation environment there, which will be quite helpful as we try and compare to our recent test results for the transistors. Then we have a bunch of remote sensing instruments. So we're going to be looking at Europa in the ultraviolet, in the visible, with a narrow angle and a wide angle camera. The images are going to be spectacular. An infrared spectrometer and a far infrared spectrometer, which is a thermal imager, which will allow us to look for hot spots. And then we have our ice penetrating radar. And lastly, we actually use our radio on board to sense the gravity around around Europa. So incredible science investigations, pretty much every wavelength, and in situ instruments too.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of repeat what Kurt said towards the beginning, which is this is not a life detection mission.
Yeah.
You want to add anything?
Well, you mentioned what's the probability of us flying through plumes, and I will say 2 things. One, we have a couple of instruments on board that are ideally suited to analyzing the plumes. One is the ultraviolet instrument, which is a great plume hunter. It can spot the plumes from a very long distance away. And the second thing I'll say is we would love to fly through a plume, but first we've got to be able to find them, and they've got to stay active long enough for us to get the spacecraft through them. And I think that's going to be the challenge. Now, if Europa cooperates with us and we're able to fly through one, we have some instruments on board that are going to do a heck of a lot of fantastic science with that material that we analyze.
Great, thank you so much. Our next question is from Manuel Mazzanti with Exploration Espacial.
Thank you, and congratulations on the milestone review and for sharing all this incredible data with us. Just a quick question regarding the transistors. Let me see if I understood correctly. So you didn't have to modify or upgrade them in any way, and then due to the extensive testing that you have done, you have proven that they work, and these 20 days that you have between flybys helps it to recover in a process called healing?
Yeah, this is Jordan. That is correct. So yeah, that process is technically referred to as annealing, and essentially it recovers some of the damage that it took during the radiation environment. And the way we got there is essentially we designed these missions for uncertain environments, and so that uncertainty leads us to ensure that we have design margins. And so looking at those design margins and the assumptions that were made early on that just kill a problem, well, now we have to sharpen our pencils and finesse it a little bit more and get into the details of that circuit and what can that circuit take. And that allowed us to say, yes, we can do this mission with the resistors that are installed on board transistors, that are installed on board the spacecraft.
And can I just say, this team, they analyzed every circuit. They tested every kind of part. I mean, this was such an incredibly thorough job done by a team that has been working 24/7 since 4 months ago when we found out about this issue. And to be able to sit here today and confidently say this mission is going to be awesome and we're going to fly our baseline science is something that we're so thrilled to be able to do. But it's because of a bunch of hard work.
And Jordan, I think it might be helpful if you describe actually what you mean by what annealing means.
What annealing?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's really at the device physics level, but annealing is at different temperatures, particularly at warmer, elevated temperatures. The device itself, some of the positive and negatively charged particles that might migrate to one part under the radiation damage starts to migrate in different places, and that's a process that is fairly well known and is referred to as annealing. And again, it's more active as the temperature goes up. So from an annealing standpoint, warmer is better.
All right, thank you so much. Our next question is going to be from Bill Harwood with CBS News again. Welcome back, Bill.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to take another crack at the very question Kurt was just answering. I don't understand what happens when it's in the radiation environment. If a circuit has a problem, what does that mean? Does that mean that the instrument that circuit is in doesn't work? Does it mean the data is degraded, or is it none of the above and it somehow affects the longevity of this circuit? So I'm really unclear as to what the threat was that you were trying to resolve. And to follow up Irene Klotz's record, this is also for Kurt, her question. Clearly the 39A has to be clear by some point for you guys to get off on the 10th. I'm just wondering I think she was wondering what the bingo date is for that. When does the pad have to get turned over, realizing there's some slop in that schedule, but I know you must know what that target is. That's what she was asking, that's what I'm asking. Thanks.
Bill, this is Jordan. I think you meant to direct those questions to Jordan Evans, the project manager. So regarding the transistors, every one of those circuits is different, and the consequence of the MOSFET degrading below what we could tolerate is different. In some cases, the switch just basically goes on permanently, and if that switch was turning on a little 1-watt decontamination heater, well, then that's really not a big deal to the mission. But if that circuit is telling the spacecraft that it needs to go into safe mode, that's a little bigger deal. That's a much bigger deal. And so we analyzed every one of those circuits and how robust and tolerant they are to degraded transistors. And again, determined that we had sufficient margin in every one of those circuits to accomplish this mission, flagship mission, with confidence. And then again, regarding the pad, as Dr. Fox pointed out, NASA's Launch Services Program manages that. The spacecraft itself doesn't actually go out to the pad to mate to the launch vehicle until a few days before launch. And so it's really about the time it takes to ready the pad from one launch to another, which is really launch services program and the launch vehicle provider.
And of course, we can always follow up as we get more information. We share all that information as soon as we get it, and we'll post it. So, all right, thank you. Moving on to our next question, we have about 10-15 minutes left. If you want to get in the queue, remember to press star 1. But our next question will be with Marcia Smith from Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much for taking my question. I'm curious as to what we can expect during the 6-year journey out there. You mentioned visiting Mars. What is it going to look like at Mars? Are we going to get images back from it during the 6-year journey? What exactly can we expect between now and when it reaches Jupiter?
This is Jordan Evans. I'll take that. Mars is actually part of our trajectory. So the trajectory that we fly to Jupiter is a Mars-Earth gravity assist. So 4 months after launch, our primary function at Mars is to steal a little angular momentum and slingshot ourselves out, and then about a little over a year later, we come back and do the same thing at Earth before heading out to Jupiter. And so because Mars is there, we have an opportunity to do some calibrations on a couple of the instruments. And so we do plan, but those are secondary to the gravity assist itself. We do plan to do calibrations of a couple of instruments when we're at Mars. We don't plan any calibrations at Earth. And so over 5.5 years, we will be doing checkouts of all of the different systems. We will be doing a simulated flyby while we're not around any particular body, and then we will certainly be preparing for our Jupiter orbit insertion in April of 2030, and then the start of our science tour.
Will we get images before JOI, as we approach Jupiter? I can't remember if that's in our baseline plan.
Do you know, Kurt?
We have the ability to do so. I'm not sure if we're planning on doing that, but there will be calibration activity.
Yeah.
The imaging at Mars will be very limited because the cameras, one of the cameras will still have a cover on it. You have to remember these instruments are designed to operate at Europa and at Jupiter, which is a much different environment than, say, Mars and Earth. So we have to be very careful in our use of the instruments before we get to Jupiter, make sure that we don't damage them inadvertently by trying to get data.
All right. Next up, we have Stephen Clark with Ars Technica.
Hi, thank you. I think my question is for Jordan as well. You mentioned fueling starts later this week. How much propellant are actually loading into the spacecraft? Do you have a figure for that? And can you kind of walk through some of the steps, just practical, logistical steps on the spacecraft side to get to the point where you're ready to mate up to the Falcon 9, or Falcon Heavy? Thanks.
Sure. So I'm going to speak in rough numbers on the fueling. I know first and foremost, we fill the tanks full. So there's no limitation that we only need to go partial because of mass limitations or anything like that. And so it's roughly half of the spacecraft, so roughly 3,000 kilograms of propellant and oxidizer, because we're a bipropellant system. And the second question was regarding the steps to get out to mating with the launch vehicle out to the pad. Is that correct? There's the on. Okay, yeah, so with respect to that, so fueling operations takes a little over a week. We have some margin on the back end of that. And then we start what's called joint operations with the launch vehicle, and that's where we mate to the payload attach fitting inside the clean room where we are at Kennedy Space Center. They bring in the two halves of the nose cone, the fairing, and mate that up. They put us on the back of a transporter, set up our purge and air conditioning, and roll us out to a hangar that is adjacent to Pad 39A. At that hangar, we go horizontal, where we mate up to the Falcon Heavy rocket that is already in position in the hangar. We do additional checkouts there because during the ascent, our spacecraft telemetry goes through the launch vehicle, and we get the data down that way. And so we test that. We've tested early versions of that already, but we will test the final mates. And then, as I mentioned earlier, then just a couple of days before launch, we roll out to the pad and point to the sky.
All right. Thank you so much. Our next question is from Michael Greshko with Nature Magazine.
Hi, thank you all so much for doing this. I think this might be for Jordan. Could you all just clarify kind of the timeline and how you all came to learn of the MOSFET issue specifically? And is this an issue that could potentially affect or alter the operations of ESA's JUICE mission? And if so, have you all been in touch with your partners at ESA regarding that? Thanks.
Sure. This is Jordan, responding. Regarding the timeline, so we were notified there was a conference where electronic parts engineers that deal with things like transistors meet and share, and there was an informal conversation with the chief engineer of our parts organization at JPL that said, hey, to hear about some recent data that came up from a non-NASA customer that might implicate or indicate that the transistors might fail at something less than they were originally qualified for it from a radiation dose standpoint. So I think that was 10:30 on a Thursday night. By that weekend, by the next day, we had a full inventory of all our parts. By that weekend, we stood up a Tiger team. First thing we did was get some spare parts into test, and we confirmed exactly what had been said to our parts chief engineer. And that led to 4 months of round-the-clock testing at multiple locations around the country. It led to a quest for spare parts that were the exact lot date codes and part numbers of everything on the spacecraft and instruments, and all of the circuit analyses, and led to the conclusion that we arrived at, I guess about a week ago now, that we did not find the one short straw that prevented us from the mission that we had planned to fly.
Very nice, thank you. Mike Wall with Space.com is our next question.
Thank you for doing this. This is probably also for Jordan. Could you just say what would have been the sort of next steps if you guys did not pass this review today? Would you definitely miss this upcoming launch window? What would you have done if you gotten bad news today? Just sort of lay out what those steps would have been. Thanks.
Hi, this is Nikki. I'm going to take that one. So had they not passed today, it would have been very dependent on the reason that they had not passed the review today, whether it was we needed to delay the launch in order to do some extra work before the launch, or whether it was a very bad day and we were not able to proceed to launch. But fortunately, that did not happen, and they passed extremely well. So they'll move to fueling the end of next week. End of this week, that's right, end of this week, and then go into the regular launch flow to get the spacecraft ready. But it really would have depended on the reason that they did not pass. That would have given the severity of the impact.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Yes, hi, I have two quick numbers questions. Is the mission cost still projected at about $5 billion? And if you miss the October window, when is the next opportunity? Thanks.
Hey, Marcia, this is Nikki. So the life cycle cost for the mission is just under $5.2 billion. And had we not been able to continue for a launch, the next launch window would have been in 26 months. 13 months. Sorry, 13 months. I'm sorry. 13 months. I apologize. 13. Thinking of a different mission. 13 months.
There's a lot
going on right now. 13 months for the next one. Sorry, Marcia.
All right. Next up, we have Robin Andrews.
Hey there, yeah, just a brief point on the annealing thing, just so I understand. So when the spacecraft is out of the radiation cloud, are you commanding the circuitry to warm up a bit so it can, the transistors can sort of heal their damage on an atomic level? I'm just trying to get to the specifics of what the annealing process actually is, what it's actually doing.
This is Jordan. The way you described it is exactly right. We warm them up so that they can cover some of the damage.
But even if you don't warm them up, they recover some, even at lower temperatures.
Yes.
And if you want to accelerate that, you can warm them a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Leslie.
Yeah.
At lower temperatures, it's a lower rate of healing, and so a little extra heat helps accelerate that with each orbit.
Right.
So yeah, this is Curtis. If I could just add, I want to make clear that we're only going to anneal a couple of parts right now because the rest of them are fine. Once we get to Jupiter and Europa, if we find that things are degrading worse than we expected, then we can anneal more of them. So we actually have a lot more resiliency to the European environment than we originally anticipated when we discovered the MOSFET problem. And that's one of the reasons that we feel confident launching, is that we have other steps we can take that we're currently not planning to take that are available to us in the future.
Good point.
Okay, thank you. We have time for just one more question, which is Nadja Drake with Scientific American.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I was wondering, what absorbed radiation dosage did you calculate the spacecraft could tolerate? Like, is there a number that we could put on it that could help us compare the current situation to a more ideal situation? And then expanding on Michael Greshka's question, are there any other spacecraft in operation that you're aware of that are also affected by these transistors? Thank you.
So this is Jordan. So in terms of the radiation, we looked specifically at the dose that we expect, including uncertainty, for every transistor on the spacecraft, and they're all getting different doses. Something that's outside of our shielded electronics vault, for example, will see a higher dose. And so we looked at the performance of each transistor lot date code against the expected dose with the appropriate radiation design margins that you would apply for that type of analysis, and ensured that in those circuits we still had the appropriate voltage margins coming out of the backside of them. So we did that across the board. Obviously, the environment outside of the spacecraft is extremely challenging. Millions of chest X-rays, equivalent dosage with each flyby.
100,000 per flyby.
100,000 within our reference. Yeah, but the surface, is a million. And in terms of other missions, we know that Juno is at Jupiter, and it has MOSFETs, and some MOSFETs are of a similar generation to the ones that we're flying. So that's one data point. I can't speak to other missions, but not many would have the kind of requirements that going to Jupiter requires.
All right. I think we are finished. It brings us to the top of the hour. I want to say thank you for everyone who joined us today. Thank you to our speakers and for the participants. If you did not have a chance to get your question answered, you should certainly feel free to contact me, Karen Fox, and we will see what we can do to get it answered. For more information, you can always track nasa.gov/Europa Clipper. Europa Clipper, I always wanted to say Europa, sorry about that. And thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. This does conclude today's conference. You may disconnect at this time.
It's going to take 6 years to get out there. Just think about the size, it's just bonkers. The solar array is a powerhouse for the spacecraft on its journey from Earth to Europa. We've just completed our first flight-like deployment, and this is how it will deploy in space. These solar arrays are so big, we can only test one wing at a time. These solar arrays are really unique in that not only do they need to survive extremely cold temperatures, minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit, it's also meant to survive the extremely harsh Jupiter radiation environment. We built the solar arrays on Earth, we've tested them, but now they're actually going to Jupiter to provide power to all the instruments in the spacecraft to send back valuable science. It's an engineering feat that we're able to develop this. It is extremely exciting for me to be part of that.
Everywhere on Earth that there's water, there's life. We have several ocean worlds in our solar system, and by exploring Europa, we're getting a taste of what these ocean worlds are like.
Europa is one of the moons of Jupiter. It's about the same size as our own moon, a little bit smaller, but it's so much different. It's an ice world.
Europa probably has beneath its icy surface a global ocean of water.
We think there are thermal vents in this vast subsurface ocean. There may be primitive organisms there, similar to the original primitive organisms on Earth from which we all evolved.
When we first discovered the hydrothermal vents on our seafloors on the Earth, we also discovered life. There was no sunlight that was penetrating down that deep, but yet there was life living there.
On Europa, we're not looking for life itself, we're just looking for an environment in which life could thrive.
I just love Europa's surface. I think it's one of the most complex surfaces in our solar system. Typically, when you look at another planetary surface, it's covered with craters, just like our moon.
There are very few, shockingly few impact craters. So that means something is going on to erase the craters, just like happens here on Earth, and on Earth we call that geology. One of the key questions right now that we have about Europa is whether or not there's plume activity.
Plumes are one way that you can definitely get ocean material to the surface. We really need a spacecraft in the system that's watching Europa to see when those plumes are happening, if they're happening.
The Europa Clipper mission will be the first in-depth exploration of an ocean world.
Europa Clipper is orbiting Jupiter, and it's performing 49 flybys of Europa. And the main reason it's doing that is to stay mostly outside of Jupiter's really intense radiation belts.
Each time we make a flyby, we turn on all of the instruments at once.
Most of us know about cameras because that's what our eyes see, but there is a whole slew of other instruments on board Europa Clipper that expands our vision.
We have 4 different instruments that we're really using to take images of Europa's surface. We have the visible wavelength, the near-infrared, the far-infrared, and the UV, the ultraviolet.
We're hoping to see evidence of change, new cracks, new surface colors that indicate different materials maybe have moved around or come up from the subsurface.
We have an instrument that can sniff the very thin atmosphere, the gases, and determine the composition with extreme precision. We're looking for signs of organics at Europa. Are there materials that contain carbon and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen? And we have another instrument that can tell us the composition of dust particles. We're pretty sure there are salts on Europa's surface, and those salts may have come out of the ocean. We want to understand what are those salts.
We have a magnetometer and a plasma instrument that are going to be studying that magnetosphere environment that Europa is sitting in and Jupiter's magnetosphere environment.
The magnetic field of Europa, in turn, can tell us about the properties of the ocean. How thick is it? and how salty is it?
And then we have this novel ice-penetrating radar that will try to get below the ice shell.
Last but not least, we have a gravity experiment using the communication system of the spacecraft. And from that, we can get essentially a map of the gravity field.
We can get the shape, understand, what's underneath, maybe even get some information on the depth of the ocean. It's really a sophisticated payload.
So there really has not been a mission like Europa Clipper. The pictures that we are going to get back are going to be just fantastic.
The legacy of Europa Clipper will be just a treasure trove of knowledge about this world.
Just to find an environment that is similar to the one from which life arose on Earth would really be groundbreaking. It would be awesome.
I have no idea what we are going to detect beneath Europa's icy surface, but all I know is it's going to be wonderful.
We do this work of exploration for the next generation. We don't know if Earth is the only place that life got started, or if it's really common. And a really important way to get at that is to understand, is there life elsewhere in our solar system?
Three, two, one, engine ignition.
There's a legacy of NASA spacecraft carrying inspirational messages from Earth, going back to the Pioneer plaque and the Voyager Golden Record. Now, Europa Clipper, a new mission from one ocean world to another, will continue this tradition. Because water connects our planet and Jupiter's moon Europa, all life as we know it, and all human cultures, a part of the spacecraft has been engraved with designs inspired by water and human connections. This metal plate is part of a structure that will protect the spacecraft's electronics from the threat of Jupiter's radiation. On one side of the plate is a design we call water words. These rippling lines represent recordings of the word for water in a diverse collection of human languages. The other side of the plate is a montage of elements that complete our message in a bottle. At the top is the Drake equation, a tribute to the visionary idea that the probability of finding life in the cosmos is something we can estimate. Next, these two lines represent radio frequencies emitted in space by molecules related to water, which have been considered an ideal place to search for interstellar communications, as suggested by some researchers. They represent our ability to use the language of science to search for signs of life. Next is a portrait of one of the founders of planetary science, Dr. Ron Greeley, whose early efforts to develop a Europa mission laid the foundation for Europa Clipper. At the heart of this message in a bottle is a poem in the handwriting of U.S. Poet Laureate Ada Limon. The poem connects the two water worlds. Earth, yearning to reach out and understand what makes a world habitable, and Europa, waiting with secrets yet to be explored. Finally, the bottle, orbited by the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, to which will be attached a microchip etched with more than 2.6 million names of those who signed on in the spirit of the poem as our message is sent on its voyage to Europa. As technically advanced as the spacecraft is, every part of it is made by people. And all of the markings on the plate are either handwritten, hand-drawn, or represent human voices and names. Because exploration is something we do together, something that connects us all as we head out into the cosmic sea.
This is a live view of United Launch Alliance's new Vulcan rocket on Launch Pad 41 at nearby Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It will launch a spacecraft that will land on the moon, making it one of the first lunar landings for the U.S. since the final Apollo mission over 50 years ago. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on the Space Coast of Florida. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and you are watching the first launch of NASA's CLPS initiative. CLPS is short for Commercial Lunar Payload Services, a model in which NASA contracts space on commercial missions to send science and technology to the moon. These deliveries will mean more exploration of the moon than ever before and will help us prepare for the first woman and first person of color to land on the lunar surface under NASA's Artemis program. For today's launch, NASA selected Astrobotic to deliver its 5 lunar instruments. This is the first mission for the Peregrine spacecraft. Today is also the first launch of ULA's new Vulcan rocket, so a lot of firsts today. Now we have a 45-minute launch window that opens at 2:18 and 38 seconds Eastern Time. But you'll notice that clock on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. It says T-minus 7 minutes. That's because the ULA team is in a planned hold. Basically, they baked extra time into the countdown to make sure everything's good for launch. You'll see that clock start to count down again when we are actually 7 minutes to the opening of the launch window. Helping me to share today's first are commentators from both our commercial partners. We have Astrobotic's Olivia Chapla, but first, let's start with ULA's Amanda Sterling with a check of how the rocket is doing.
Thanks, Megan, and good morning. I'm Amanda Sterling, a structural engineer and program management leader at United Launch Alliance. I'm joining you from the Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center at Cape Canaveral. This is an exciting place to be as the ULA team counts down to liftoff of Vulcan's inaugural flight. Right now, the Vulcan booster and Centaur upper stage are fueled while the launch team continues final preps. As Megan mentioned, the launch count remains in a planned hold. The ULA team is currently not working any issues, and we're on track for an on-time launch at 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern. Coming up, Space Launch Delta 45 will provide a final weather briefing in about 15 minutes. At the moment, our weather looks good with just a 15% probability of violation through the 45-minute launch window we have available this morning. Now, I'll send it back to you, Megan.
Thank you, Amanda. It's great to hear that 85% go for tonight. Now let's take a closer look at the Peregrine 1 spacecraft. It's about 6.2 feet tall and 8.2 feet wide, made mostly of aluminum and carbon fiber. The 4 landing legs have a honeycomb design on the inside to absorb Peregrine's touchdown on the lunar surface. Its solar panel is mounted to the top of the spacecraft. The payload decks at the center will carry 20 payloads from 7 countries. And finally, it has over 1 mile of cables and wiring. Our broadcast on NASA TV today will cover Peregrine separation around 3:09 a.m. Eastern Time, followed by acquisition of signal shortly after. For more on the company that built Peregrine, here's Astrobotic's Olivia Chapla.
Thanks, Megan, and thanks to all of you for tuning in. I'm Olivia Chapla, and I can't tell you how pleased I am to be here representing Astrobotic as the Director of Marketing and Communications. We're a small but mighty team of about 260 people. Together, our real goal is to make space accessible to the world, and today we are particularly focused on the moon. Astrobotic built the Peregrine spacecraft as part of our fleet of lunar landers designed to deliver cargo, called payloads, to the moon's surface. Over the past 3 years, I've watched the Astrobotic team build this Peregrine spacecraft launching today. I've been there alongside them during the long days, late nights, and for the ridiculously early mornings when we shipped Peregrine to Cape Canaveral in preparation for launch today. I am personally so excited to be here because this mission really marks the beginning of a historic time. The United States hasn't soft landed on the moon since NASA's Apollo program more than 50 years ago, and only a handful of countries have ever successfully landed on the lunar surface. Astrobotic's aim is to not only return the American flag to the moon again with Peregrine, but also to start regular commercial lunar deliveries to the moon's surface. Now, let's hear a little more from our founder and CEO, John Thornton.
Astrobotic's goal is to make space accessible to the world, and what that means to us is making it possible for space agencies and commercial organizations, and ultimately the individual all around the world, to access the moon in ways that have never been possible before. The big thing that we're known for is our 2 lunar missions to go to the surface of the moon. Our first one is about to launch, and our second one flies in 2024. Astrobotic already has a wide array of contracts from rovers and landers, and now the beginnings of power systems that can be deployed on the surface of the moon. So we are not only thinking about lunar delivery, we're thinking about the next step. We're thinking about rovers that can drive. We're thinking about power systems that can deploy and provide sustaining power at the poles of the moon. These are all of the pieces that we need, the infrastructure that we need to take our next step, to make the moon a place that we can sustain and live and have astronauts do science and exploration, and one day use the resources of the moon for in-space purposes and perhaps eventually bring those resources back to Earth. Pittsburgh startups, and space startups in particular, are not supposed to succeed. You're supposed to be in Florida, you're supposed to be in Houston, you're supposed to be in LA, but yet here we are in Pittsburgh with our very first spacecraft on the launch pad, ready to go. We have more than a dozen instruments flying on our very first mission from all over the world. 6 new nations will touch the surface of the moon with just our first mission. This mission was done on a relative shoestring budget. This is a much more affordable mission than has historically occurred. Regardless of challenges, we have to continue to strive toward that future of making space accessible to the world and to see what's possible when you come together to overcome the biggest challenge of all, landing on the surface of the moon.
Astrobotic is among a pool of vendors that can bid on contracts for future NASA deliveries. This model will hopefully mean frequent, rapid, and affordable access to the moon.
Our moon. It seems so close in the night sky, but getting there is really hard. But what if there was a way to change that? Only a few nations have successfully landed on the moon. As NASA sends astronauts back to the lunar surface, this time to stay, we will need to send science and technology instruments ahead of time to lay the foundation for human exploration. To make this happen, NASA is helping establish a commercial lunar economy. For the first time ever, there will be commercial delivery services to the moon. We are enabling American companies to send our payloads to the lunar surface for us. These delivery services will expand our capabilities for exploration, radically increasing the amount of science we can achieve. This high-risk, high-reward initiative will invest in and leverage the entrepreneurial spirit of American innovation to launch a commercial lunar marketplace, advancing technology and exploration for all of us. With this never-before-seen streamlined access to the moon, we will be able to make novel measurements and develop technologies that scientists have long wanted to do on the lunar surface. And as this new industry matures, this commercial delivery service for NASA and other customers could expand beyond the moon to other destinations in our solar system. And we can learn to live on another world because we are explorers.
Flying on commercial missions will mean cost savings for NASA, as we've said, but this approach has risks. So to explain, I have Joel Kearns here. He's the Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration in NASA's Science Mission Directorate. Good morning, Joel.
Hey, good morning, Megan.
So talk to me about why we want commercial companies sending our science experiments. Why don't we send them ourselves?
Well, you know, NASA is really good at sending robotic science probes throughout the solar system, but it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of time. And for our big push to do science and technology on the moon as part of Artemis, we wanted to take a new approach. We wanted to tap into the new ideas, the entrepreneurial spirit, and all the engineering innovation that these small companies and startup companies bring in the United States. We think they can help make the overall moon effort much better.
But isn't it riskier for us to depend on others versus us doing it ourselves?
You know, there is a different level of risk that we all had to understand and agree to when we started down this. Like I said, we understand how to do robotic science missions at NASA, but we do know that these companies have a lot of good, interesting ideas, By partnering with several different companies for different lunar landing missions, we get to see all their individual strengths, their different technical approaches, but at the same time, we don't get the level of information and we don't have the level of control or direction that we're used to having at NASA. But we think that trade is really worth it.
But why is it so important for us to send science before we send astronauts? We didn't do that before with the Apollo program.
Well, it's been many decades since Apollo, and there were many, many unanswered scientific questions about the moon, not just about the moon itself, but how the moon is almost a time machine to look back to see what happened at Earth in the earliest ages of Earth. So, for example, we can do studies at the moon to try to determine when did all those last big meteor impacts take place? Because if we see them in the moon, they actually happened at the same time at Earth, maybe around the same time life was forming at Earth. You could also look at the moon, and we might be interested in using water ice that's at the south pole of the moon, we expect, for our astronauts in the future. But understanding how that ice got there, how that water got there in the first place, will help us understand how do we have water at Earth that we get to use today.
Real quick, is there anything in particular that you are most excited about discovering on the moon?
Oh, well, there's just so many things. There have been scientific questions for decades that people, scientists in the United States, around the world, have been dying to get back to the surface of the moon to do. We've sent many probes in orbit around the moon, like Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, but they look at it from afar. This is going to be our first chance to go back and really make those measurements and really touch the surface and see what's really there.
Joel, thank you so much. I know we have ambitious goals here at NASA. I can't wait to see what we do.
Oh, thank you. This is an exciting day.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, so let's head back over to ULA's Amanda Sterling for another update on the Vulcan rocket.
Things continue to go as planned as we look forward to the launch of ULA's first Vulcan rocket. We're still holding at T-minus 7 minutes as part of our planned 60-minute hold, and the team is not working any issues at this time. The Vulcan booster is fueled to flight level with super chilled liquid oxygen and liquid methane. Soon, Centaur topping to flight levels will begin, and the ULA team is on track for an on-time liftoff at 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern. We're about 5 minutes away from Space Launch Delta 45's final weather briefing. At the moment, our weather continues to look good through the 45-minute launch window we have available this morning. The excitement is building here in ULA's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center as we get closer to T0. Back to you, Megan.
All right, we're about 35 minutes away to the opening of today's launch window. Inside Vulcan's payload fairing is Astrobotic's Peregrine spacecraft. Astrobotic is based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where folks there are laser focused on Peregrine right now. Right, Olivia?
That is definitely right, Megan. I'm checking in on our Peregrine lunar lander with our mission control team right now. You can see them on screen. A reminder that our spacecraft is currently sitting in the top of ULA Vulcan's fairing. Our flight director is informing me that Peregrine is looking nominal with temperatures currently at an expected 70 degrees Fahrenheit. We also monitor the environmental pressures around the spacecraft, and we're sitting at a good 14.7 psi. Things are looking good for launch. The spacecraft is currently powered off, but will automatically power on once it separates from Vulcan's payload fairing. And here you can just see the faces of some of the engineers who have worked many hours on Peregrine to get it to the launch pad today. Sitting in the middle left row is Flight Director Anders Solorzano. He is the acting flight director for this launch. And nearby is Alex Van Hoven. He is currently providing us updates on the spacecraft status. And Alex just informed me that the spacecraft is currently looking nominal. Temperatures and pressures are still as expected. As we continue to await launch, let's send it back to Megan at the host desk.
Thank you, Olivia. Again, Peregrine is flying with 20 payloads today. 5 of those are NASA's, and throughout the show, we will tell you about each one, starting first with the Linear Energy Transfer Spectrometer, or LETS, from NASA's Johnson Space Center.
I'm Nick Stoffel. I'm a physicist and professional engineer, science and operations lead for the LETS payload. The Linear Energy Transfer Spectrometer is a small, low-power radiation detector based on time-pix technology developed at CERN. It's similar to devices that we've flown on ISS and Artemis. The science we're expecting to get from the LETS detector is take that information and translate it from deposited energy in silicon, which is what we measure with this detector, into a more biologically equivalent value that we can utilize for crew protection. One of the key pieces, I think, that if we can capture would be outstanding is getting data from a radiation event, a solar storm on the moon, while crew are not there. That would be ideal from the standpoint of being able to get the data without putting crew at risk, and then utilizing that data to prepare for crew protection during the lunar operations.
Now, NASA's Science Technology Mission Directorate had a hand in today's launch. So here with me now is Nikki Werkheiser, Director of Technology Maturation. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So tell me how STMD, that's the shortened version of the directorate there, tell me how it invests in small business like Astrobotic.
Of course. So the Space Technology Mission Directorate, our mantra is technology drives exploration. So if you're really going to create new disruptive technologies that change the world, you really have to work with a diverse group of individuals. And that means our small businesses, large businesses, international partners, other government agencies. Astrobotic is a shining example of that. STMD has been working with them for well over a decade. We've awarded over 40 Small Business Innovation Research Awards and our tipping points to develop new technologies for the mission.
So is that essentially like seed money? Is that how to consider it?
Yes, we're partners, right? We're partners in this. We say at Artemis we're going together, and we mean it. We're invested hand in hand in this.
And how have those financial awards, how have those helped Astrobotic?
So, for example, not only do we have science and different payloads aboard the mission, but actually parts of the lander itself, like our navigation Doppler LiDAR that helps with the guidance, navigation, and control, terrain relative navigation that helps to make sure that they can land in safe spots. You know, the moon can be very treacherous. And also the axial thruster engines on the lander itself are brand new engines that have never been flown before that we're testing on the moon together.
How does it feel to see technologies that your directorate developed, helping us get back to the moon?
There are not words. I really get goosebumps. And, the funny thing is, if you'd asked me as it was a child, of course, it's the amazing engineering and science feats that we see happening. But as a child that was raised in a family of a small business, doing this together with small businesses, this being our NASA and going together to the moon, is really just incredible.
Yeah, just what do you think about that? Again, that we're bringing in as many as we can with us back to the moon.
You know what I think? I think that means success. Yeah. I think it's going to require all of us and our mutual strengths to make it happen.
Thank you, Nikki. I really appreciate you being here, and I hope you see a beautiful launch today.
Me too. Let's go.
All right, we're just about under 31 minutes to the opening of today's 45-minute launch window. After Peregrine 1 today, Astrobotic will deliver another payload for us, and that's our Viper rover later this year. Right now, teams across NASA are busy working on Viper, another important lunar delivery. Viper is short for Volatiles Investigating Polar Exploration Rover. But what are volatiles, and why is NASA looking for them? Volatiles are substances that easily evaporate. And one of the most important volatiles NASA is trying to map on the moon is water. Water is critical for deep space exploration because you can drink it, but also turn it into oxygen for breathing and hydrogen for fuel. NASA has selected Astrobotic for Viper's lunar delivery under CLPS, or the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative. And when Viper gets to the moon, it will search for ice on and under the lunar surface near the moon's south pole. About the size of a small car, it has a drill and 3 science instruments. Together, they will work to uncover how frozen water got on the moon in the first place and what has kept it preserved over billions of years. This mission will help NASA understand the environment where we plan to send astronauts as part of its Artemis program, which will establish a long-term presence on the moon and eventually Mars. That's your Artemis Moon Minute. Our next Artemis mission is Artemis 2, which will send 4 astronauts around the moon. And work is already well underway on their ride, NASA's Space Launch System rocket. Right now, teams here at Kennedy are processing segments of the 2 side boosters. Each booster will stand about 17 stories tall and burn approximately 6 tons of propellant every second, producing 3.6 million pounds of thrust. We continue to march towards today's 45-minute launch window that opens at 2:18 and 38 seconds Eastern Time. The ULA team remains in a planned hold and right now working no issues. As for the Peregrine spacecraft, let's get another check of it from Olivia with Astrobotic.
Thank you, Megan. As you may recall, we are currently only monitoring the spacecraft's temperature and pressure while it sits inside the Vulcan rocket's payload fairing. And we're checking in with my team members in Mission Control and Alex Van Hoven, one of our flight directors in the very back row. He is providing us updates directly. Our mission team confirmed the spacecraft's levels are nominal and we continue to be ready for launch. And I'd like to take this time to say a well-deserved shout out to the entire Astrobotic team in Pennsylvania, California, and even a few remote workers. I'm sure you're all watching right now, and we thank you for your continued commitment to this mission and to lunar exploration. We really, really couldn't have done it without you. Now, as we sit tight for launch, we'll continue to monitor Peregrine. For now, back to Megan at the host desk.
A few minutes ago, I told you about NASA's LETS payload flying on Peregrine today. Now we'll learn about NIRVIS, or the Near-Infrared Volatile Spectrometer System from NASA's Ames Research Center.
Hi, my name is Tony Colpreet. I'm the lead scientist for the Near-Infrared Volatile Spectrometer System, or NIRVIS. The NIRVIS instrument combines three observations. It has a spectrometer that tells us about the composition of the lunar soil. It has a high-resolution camera that tells us about the fine-scale structures of that soil. And it has a temperature measurement that tells us the temperature of the lunar regolith. NIRVIS combines all these three measurements to help us better understand the compounds that are on the surface of the moon. Particular compounds we're interested in are volatiles. A lunar volatile is a compound that is very sensitive to temperature. At low temperatures, it's solid. At high temperatures, it's a vapor. Water is a good example of a lunar volatile. We believe water is manufactured in sunlit regions of the moon, either through solar wind or through micrometeoroid impacts, and then migrates to the poles of the moon where it's captured into dark, permanently shadowed craters. If there is water at the poles of the moon in substantial quantities, that might be of incredible importance and use to human exploration going forward.
Now, we still have 3 more NASA payloads to tell you about flying on NASA's first commercial lunar payload services launch. But now we want to turn the broadcast over to ULA. Amanda Sterling will walk us through the rest of the Vulcan rocket's inaugural flight through launch and ascent. And then Olivia and I will be back around 15 minutes after liftoff to continue monitoring Peregrine. ULA will join us in just a few seconds.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Sterling, a program management leader and your host for ULA's live coverage of the inaugural Vulcan launch. I'm joining you from ULA's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Thanks for staying up late or getting up early with us for today's exciting first launch, Vulcan's Certification Flight 1, or CERT 1. This is the first of 2 planned test flights to support full certification of the Vulcan rocket for U.S. government missions. On board the Vulcan rocket today is Astrobotic's Peregrine commercial lunar lander on a mission to intercept the moon, and the Celestis Memorial Spaceflight payload Enterprise, flying to deep space with the Centaur upper stage. Liftoff is scheduled for 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern, and we have a 45-minute launch window this morning. In addition to watching our webcast, you can also follow the live mission progress at ulalaunch.com. About 30 minutes ago, the count entered a 60-minute planned hold. We have 2 planned holds in our launch count, which give our team additional time to resolve any issues prior to entering the terminal count. At this time, the team is not working any issues, and we're proceeding towards an on-time liftoff. We're excited to partner with NASA on today's live broadcast. Together, we'll be continuing our coverage through end of mission. Building on more than 120 years of combined Atlas and Delta launch experience, ULA's Vulcan rocket introduces a balance of new technologies and innovative features to ensure a reliable and accessible space launch service. Let's hear more about this incredible launch vehicle from ULA Business Development Director Tom Burkholder and Vulcan Chief Engineer RJ Sansom.
So RJ, can you discuss a little bit of the when you began the design of Vulcan and what that meant?
Yeah, when we started the design of Vulcan, we were looking at our national security space customer and designing a launch system that would meet their needs. And we focused on being able to provide lift for the most difficult, stressing mission, which is a high energy mission. We designed a launch system that's flexible. We have the ability to add solid rocket boosters, take them off, to tailor the performance that we need for that particular customer's mission. We have an extremely capable upper stage in the Centaur 5 that provides performance that exceeds all the capabilities that our customer needs. And in the end, we've got a launch system that exceeds all of our national security customers' requirements and enables us to provide performance for commercial customers or other customers that will meet their needs now and into the future.
That's great. And as we look at how the customer received that vision, we definitely saw that they were aligned with it as they contributed to the development from the Space Force to NASA and commercial customers. And so I was wondering if you could also talk on the partnerships that you had in the development.
Yeah, from the beginning, we partnered with industry partners who have expertise and capabilities to help us bring new innovative technologies, as well as to leverage existing technologies. So we brought a very capable yet new design forward that was a low-risk option. We partnered with Grumman on development of new rocket boosters. The first variant of that flew on Atlas with a tailored version that was tailored to provide specific performance for Vulcan. We partnered with Rocketdyne on development of RL-10 and implementation on that, again, first flight on Atlas and then flying again on Vulcan. Partnered with Beyond Gravity on composite structures. And then we partnered with Blue Origin to develop a new main stage propulsion system, the BE-4, the first Oxford stage combustion engine developed domestically. So, industry partners brought a lot to the table for us.
That's great. And then as we look at what this has meant to the market, it's been fantastic. And I was wondering if you could share with me how the Vulcan design has evolved as we've started to look at the commercial market with Project Kuiper.
Yeah, we had a really capable launch system to start with. And as we looked at the commercial market and the focus on LEO, we decided that a small change to our design, a small change to the upper stage would give us increased performance and ability to lift more spacecraft to the low Earth orbit and really position us well for supporting the Kuiper contract and our Kuiper customer.
Yeah, and the result of that was the largest launch contract ever. And so with that, Vulcan has positioned ULA to help support national security, NASA, and our commercial market. So we're very excited about the future. Go Vulcan, go Centaur, go CERT-1.
I'm now joined by ULA President and CEO Tori Bruno. Tori, thank you so much for joining us on this monumental day. I've been a part of the Vulcan team for a number of years, so I know how focused the whole ULA team has been. Can you talk a little bit about the teams that came together to design, build, and now launch this rocket?
I am so proud of our people, and I think we had exactly the best possible team. We've got folks that designed rockets before, like Atlas and Delta, but we also have the majority of our team, people like yourself, that are earlier in their career, know the new tools, aren't sort of handcuffed by some of the conventions that we used before, and can do really creative and innovative work while also not making the mistakes of the past.
Absolutely, and Vulcan is such a unique rocket. What are you most proud of about this vehicle?
I'm really proud of the fact that we still service the high energy marketplace, a unique thing that is really important to our nation's security, that no one else has an architecture that will do that, while at the same time breaking all the rules and having the dial-a-rocket architecture that gives it the flexibility to reach down into that LEO marketplace and be very competitive there as well.
Absolutely. So we're getting pretty close to liftoff now. how do you expect to feel watching the Vulcan rocket lift off for the first time?
Tremendous excitement and anticipation. I got to tell you, I've done over 400 launches. They're all the same. I always get butterflies. This one's really special because of what it means to our country, to our customers, and to the team that has worked so hard, including you, Agent Sterling.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to it so you can make sure you watch liftoff, and let's go.
Go Vulcan. Thank you.
On board the Vulcan rocket today is Astrobotic's Peregrine commercial lunar lander. Peregrine is the first spacecraft in NASA's new CLIPS initiative to have American companies send its science experiments to the moon.
Astrobotic is a full-service lunar company. It starts with our terrestrial testing and development services that can build and test propulsion systems on Earth, to the sensors that make precision landing possible, to our rovers that will deploy down on the surface of the moon. The big thing that we're known for is our 2 lunar missions to go to the surface of the moon. Our first one is about to launch, and our second one flies in 2024. The Peregrine mission is important because it's among the first commercial missions to return to the surface of the moon. This is the dawn of a new era of affordable, routine, regular access to the surface. Peregrine's development was a years-long process that included many people, like engineers, welders, and technicians, who designed and built the spacecraft. To be on the pad today with our spacecraft strapped to a giant 200-foot tall launch vehicle, it's a little surreal. It's a moment I've been dreaming about, and this first mission is just our first step to make space accessible to the world, and it certainly will not be our last.
Line item 911 has been disabled. Roger.
Also riding atop today's Vulcan rocket is the Celestis Memorial Spaceflight payload. Let's learn more about this mission.
Celestis' Enterprise flight carries capsules containing cremated remains, DNA samples, and greetings from Celestis' clients worldwide. The capsules are integrated into 2 carriers that are mounted to the forward adapter on ULA's Centaur upper stage. The carriers will remain affixed to ULA's Centaur as it travels into a heliocentric orbit around the Sun, where it will remain for eternity. The Enterprise flight is Celestis' first deep space mission.
Flight control, LC. Go ahead, this flight control. Reduce Vulcan hydraulics to standby. Roger.
Today's rocket includes the American flag across the inner stage, as well as logos on the payload fairing representing ULA, Vulcan, and Astrobotic. While this is the inaugural launch of the Vulcan rocket, the CERT-1 flight test marks ULA's 159th launch. Let's learn more about this innovative new rocket.
Designed by ULA's engineering team and built by our skilled technicians, the Vulcan rocket, once fully stacked, stands 202 feet and weighs nearly 1.5 million pounds fully fueled. Vulcan's first stage is built using lightweight, machined and bump-pressed orthogrid aluminum panels to form the liquid propellant tanks. Once formed, tanks are joined together using circumferential friction stir welding before heading to the paint booth. Prior to mating to the booster, the BE-4 engines are individually hot-fired. At the base of the rocket is the Vulcan booster, powered by twin BE-4 engines. For additional thrust at liftoff, solid rocket boosters, or SRBs, are attached to the rocket. Atop the booster is ULA's ultra-thin stainless steel Centaur upper stage, powered by 2 RL-10C engines. spacecraft are encapsulated inside a protected 5.4-meter diameter payload fairing. With production complete, the rocket travels from the ULA factory in Alabama to the launch site in Cape Canaveral on ULA's rocket ship. Once in Florida, ULA's launch operations team begins a series of events leading to today's countdown. The process begins by lifting the 109-foot booster onto the newly constructed Vulcan Launch Platform, or VLP. For missions requiring additional thrust at liftoff, SRBs are attached to the side of the booster. Then, following interstage mate, the Centaur upper stage is transported to the VIF and lifted into position. Lastly, the encapsulated payload fairing is lifted and mated to the Vulcan rocket. Once fully assembled, the launch countdown begins, with moving the rocket from the VIF to the pad. Riding atop the VLP, Vulcan's trip to the pad is about 1/3 of a mile. Weighing in at approximately 2 million pounds, the VLP supports the rocket and contains air conditioning, electrical, and commodities lines. Throughout the 20-minute trip, a support van leads the move, followed by the payload van, providing communication with the spacecraft, while the ground van provides support to the rocket. Track mobiles at the rear power the nearly 3 million pound convoy, which also includes an environmental control system, providing air conditioning to the payload and rocket, as well as a backup generator. With the rocket on the pad, the launch team transitions to fueling and other final preparations.
Launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
Go, LOX 2.
Center LO2 at flight level.
Roger. Terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint, anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold. RLM, verify redline monitor and event table on the correct configuration for terminal count.
Verified.
As we approach the terminal count pole, let's check in on today's weather. The Space Launch Delta 45 forecast for this morning's launch is looking good. The probability of violating launch constraints is 15%. Ground winds are 15 to 20 knots out of the north, and the temperature is 57 degrees Fahrenheit. The primary concern for launch is the thick cloud layers rule.
L minus 11 minutes.
We remain in the planned 60-minute hold as we continue towards liftoff. In a few moments, launch conductor Dylan Rice will poll the launch team for the final go to pick up the count. 29 engineers and managers are polled for system status and readiness to proceed. This is the final status check for all Vulcan vehicle systems, ground systems, spacecraft, and the U.S. Space Force Eastern Range. The vehicle system readiness poll includes electrical systems, hydraulics, pneumatics, propulsion systems, flight control, and propellants. Let's listen in as Dylan Rice performs the final polling.
Prior to the status check.
L minus 10 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count, Vulcan systems, propulsion. Go. Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LNG.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GC cubed.
Go.
Operation support.
Go.
COM.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC. Verify T0 is set for 071838 Zulu.
Verified.
Polling is complete and the team is go for launch. From T-minus 7 minutes until liftoff, you'll hear Dylan Rice and the team performing the final steps in the countdown procedure. Several critical activities occur in the final minutes before launch, including verifying fuel tank levels and pressures in the booster and Centaur, and arming the flight termination system. At T-minus 1 minute, the Range Operations Commander confirms the range is in a green condition for launch. At T-minus 25 seconds, you'll hear Go Vulcan, Go Centaur, Go Peregrine. This is the final status check of rocket and payload readiness. At T-minus 7 seconds, ROFI sparklers will ignite, followed a second later by initiation of the launch pad water deluge system. At T-minus 3 seconds, the main engines ignite. Then, after seeing Vulcan's first ever liftoff from Slick 41, you'll begin hearing flight commentator Rob Gannon providing launch vehicle ascent data. This is Vulcan Mission Control at T-minus 7 minutes and holding. We anticipate releasing the hold in just a few moments.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 7 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 6:55.
Ground pyros enabled.
The countdown clock has resumed, and we are go for launch at 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern. After liftoff, ULA's Vulcan rocket will head east from Space Launch Complex 41. Here's a look at today's ascent.
Following final confirmation of rocket and payload readiness, 2 GEM 63XL solid rocket boosters and twin BE-4 engines produce more than 1.7 million pounds of thrust to lift ULA's Vulcan rocket away from Cape Canaveral Space Launch Complex 41. Shortly after liftoff, the rocket begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path while minimizing the dynamic pressure it experiences during flight. Vulcan then reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound. With the ability to add 2, 4, or 6 solid rocket boosters, or SRBs, Vulcan can be precisely configured to take any mission to space, from low Earth orbit to Pluto and beyond. These boosters augment the rocket's total thrust at liftoff, adding approximately 460,000 pounds of thrust per SRB. With their propellant expired approximately 90 seconds into ascent, the SRBs burn out, followed by jettison. Jettison time is variable, occurring between 100 and 150 seconds after liftoff, depending on mission requirements. Vulcan's guidance system then activates to steer towards the precise target in space. First stage flight continues as the rocket crosses the Kármán line, entering space. With the majority of propellant expended as Vulcan fights against the force of gravity, the BE-4 engines shut down, and the booster stage separates. With the rocket now weighing less than 10% of what it did at liftoff, dual RL-10C engines on ULA's Centaur upper stage ignite. Spacecraft are encapsulated inside a 5.4-meter diameter payload fairing, which provides a protective environment during ascent. Following Centaur engine ignition, the payload fairing is jettisoned. With the first burn complete, the Centaur engine shuts down for a coast phase. Centaur flies a short, medium, or long coast, which is determined by launch day. Further into flight, Centaur ignites for a second burn, powering the vehicle into a translanar injection orbit. Following the second main engine cutoff, ULA Centaur places Astrobotic's Peregrine lunar lander into a highly elliptical orbit, more than 220,000 miles above Earth, where it will intercept the Moon. Following delivery of the Peregrine spacecraft, Centaur comes alive for a third and final burn to reach a heliocentric orbit around the Sun. Centaur completes the CERT-1 mission by carrying Celestis' Memorial spaceflight payload into deep space. Known as the Enterprise flight, this mission includes 234 flight capsules containing cremated remains, DNA samples, and messages of greetings from clients worldwide on an endless journey in interplanetary space beyond the Earth-Moon system to orbit the Sun forever.
$249.
STS internal.
$238. $230.
CLO2 PLP started.
$159.
Vehicle internal.
T-minus 2
155.
minutes. The launch vehicle, payload, ground systems, and Eastern Range are go for launch. For those of you just joining, I'm Amanda Sterling, and I'm your host for today's live coverage of the inaugural Vulcan rocket launch. The team is not working any issues, and we're on track for an on-time liftoff at 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
STS arm.
$120.
SCS count started.
One minute.
T-minus 1 minute.
Range status.
Range green.
$45.
Vulcan tanks at step 3.
$30.
DE4 start box, go.
Status check.
Go Vulcan.
Go Centaur.
Go Peregrine.
15. Then
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We have ignition. And liftoff of the first United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket, launching a new era in spaceflight to the moon and beyond.
Engines operating. 2 good SRBs, hitting peak pressure on the SRBs. Everything looking good. And we've got pitching out programs in, coming into normal rates for that event. We have good hydraulic pressure on both engines. Good chamber pressure on both engines, everything looking good. Coming up on 60 seconds into the flight, everything looking good. 2 good engines, 2 good SRBs. Body rates look good, nice and smooth. And we've hit our first throttle point on the BE4s, everything looking good. And we have passed through Mach 1, we are now supersonic coming up on max Q. We've had max dynamic pressure, everything looking good, we're rolling off on the SRBs. And we have cutoff on the SRBs, coming up on jettison in approximately 30 seconds. "15 seconds to SRB jet, BE4s continue to operate nominally. Seeing expected PU activity on the booster mains. And we have separation of both SRBs, everything looking good, BE4s continue to operate normally. Coming up on 2 minutes into the mission. We are now 17 miles in altitude.
We just heard confirmation of solid rocket booster jettison. We have about 3 minutes until we reach our next mission event, booster engine cutoff.
And we see booster PU correcting towards a nominal MR, everything looking good. Both engines continue to burn normally. And we now weigh approximately half of our liftoff weight, everything looking good. And we fired the power valve, activating the reaction control system. On the upper stage, pressures are rising. As expected, BE4 continues to operate normally. Vehicles continue to fly down the center of the range track, everything looking good. 33 miles in altitude, 52 miles downrange, traveling at 4,000 miles per hour. Continue to see excellent performance out of the BE4s. Chamber pressure nice and smooth. Vehicle steadily accelerating, a little over 2 Gs at this time. Good body rates. Nice and smooth operation of the booster. 47 miles in altitude, 95 miles downrange at 5,500 miles per hour. Engines continue to burn normally, everything looking good. And the vehicle now weighs 1/4 of its liftoff weight as we pass through the Kármán line. Next mark event we're looking for is boost phase chill down on the Centaur main engines. Booster mains continue to operate normally. And we've begun boost phase chill. Housing temps are dropping as expected. Coming up to the end of boost phase, approximately 10 seconds to BECO. Throttle down in preparation for BECO. We've completed boost phase chill down. And we have cutoff. Coming up on Vulcan Centaur separation. We have Vulcan Centaur separation. Everything looking good. Coming up on the Centaur phase. And experiencing a bit of data loss here. We've recovered the data. It's like Centaur engines are up and running normally, good steady state pressure, and we've just jettisoned the payload fairing. 2 good brake wires. And good steady state operating levels on the Centaur mains. 2 good engines. Gone to open loop control on Centaur PU.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 5 minutes 57 seconds. We just heard flight commentator Rob Gannon confirm the successful completion of the early phase of today's flight, and all systems continue to operate nominally. Our next event, main engine cutoff, will occur in about 10 minutes. While we wait, I'm joined by Amanda Pichetti, ULA Director of Vehicle Upgrades. Amanda, thank you so much for joining us, and I know it's still early, but congratulations.
Thank you. You as well. This is amazing.
How did it feel to watch the Vulcan rocket lift off for the first time?
Oh, just absolutely amazing. I didn't expect it to be the way it was. My heart is still pounding. It was excellent, and I'm so proud of all the work that the team did to get where we are today.
Absolutely, and developing a new rocket is an enormous endeavor of which you were a huge part. Again, we're still early, but how do you imagine the whole Vulcan team is feeling right now?
I feel like they have to be the same way, smile ear to ear. I know the team is at all our sites, friends and family. They've been supporting us for many years to get to where we are, so I'm sure they are jumping up and down just like me. It's been amazing.
How is the Vulcan rocket going to change the industry?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Vulcan is very much based on our heritage rockets, the Delta IV and Atlas V vehicles, but we've brought in a lot of new innovation and capabilities that are going to allow us to even better support our warfighters, exploration, as well as connecting the world. And the great thing about Vulcan is it's highly versatile, meaning we can use that vehicle to do anything we want, allows for affordability for anybody who needs access to space.
Absolutely. And so this is the first certification flight. What are the next steps for Vulcan after this?
Yeah, so with the first flight, we are well under the way from a certification perspective. We do have a second flight that we'll need to do here later this year. Once that completed, we'll have about 2 months or so of post-flight data testing, and then at that point we will be certified by the U.S. Space Force, and we will be ready to fly all of their important payloads for them.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll let you get back and watch the next mission
Excellent.
events.
Congratulations again.
Thanks, you too.
Coming up on 500 seconds into the mission, everything's looking good. Continuing to burn Centaur. Body rates right as expected. Steady acceleration, just under half a G. And we are now 235 miles in altitude, 836 miles downrange, traveling at 11,150 miles per hour. Continue to see nominal performance from Centaur. And approaching the halfway point of this first burn of Centaur, everything looks good. We're now 1,000 miles downrange, traveling at 11,500 miles per hour.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 10 minutes 7 seconds. Our next event, main engine cutoff, will occur in about 5 minutes. While we wait, I'm joined by Eric Monda, part of ULA's mission design team. Eric, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Amanda. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So we're still pretty early in this flight today, but can you tell us how the data's looking so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to say that it was so exciting. I ran outside so I could watch this thing lift off, and that was so cool after so many years of development to watch this thing fly. That was fantastic.
Absolutely, I bet.
Yeah.
So what is the data showing us so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've had a very quick look. Obviously, we're very early in the flight still, but I've taken a look at the SRB performance as well as the booster performance so far, and everything looks just spot on, just perfect. Fortunately, we've had a lot of these systems on Atlas and Delta for a long time, and so we've had a lot of flight data to anchor our models, and everything is lining up just like we would expect.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So a lot of the audience has seen us switch from this live view of the launch from our rocket cam to this animated representation of the vehicle in space. Can you talk a little bit about why we make that switch and how this visual is populated?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we first lift off, we have a feed directly from the cameras that are on the rocket back to the launch site here. And so with that, we can get the video feed that we need in order to provide those images. As we get further downrange and we go over the horizon, we no longer have that direct link, and so we rely on NASA's TDRS system to send telemetry from the vehicle back down to us on the ground. In that telemetry data, we get information like position and attitude and velocity, and so we use that to drive the animations you see here.
Okay, so we're looking at real data, what's happening, it's just a graphic of it instead of the real thing.
That's exactly right, yes.
Awesome, that's really cool. So, today right now we're in the first of 3 Centaur burns. Can you talk a little bit about why we need 3 burns and how we use those 3 burns to complete our mission today?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first burn performs our injection into low Earth orbit. Unfortunately, if we just continue that burn from that point in time, we wouldn't necessarily be aligned with where we need to be in order to get to the moon. So what we do after we get to low Earth orbit is we shut those engines down, we coast around until we get to the right spot to do that, and then we light those engines up again. When we do that and complete that burn, that will allow us to send the astrobotic Peregrine lander onto the moon. So we shut those engines down again. We are ready to do that, and then start them up one more time in order to do the third burn. And that's what's going to take Celestis's Enterprise mission out to deep space. So let's talk a little bit about where these things happen.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go ahead and shut down the main engines on the Centaur when we get about halfway across the Atlantic Ocean, and then we're going to coast the rest of the way across the Atlantic Ocean, across Africa, and go ahead and start the engines up again when we get to Madagascar. And that's where we'll do the second burn, and then we coast again until we get about to Papua New Guinea. And when we get over Papua New Guinea, that's where we'll go ahead and do that third and final burn.
Okay, so you mentioned a couple of these key milestones that are ahead of us. What can everyone expect to see as far as the timeline of these mission events as they continue watching today?
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the clock right now, looks like we've got about 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes left here in the first burn of the upper stage. We're going to coast for about 30 minutes after that as we do that coast across the Atlantic Ocean and across Africa. The second burn will be about 4 minutes long, and then we'll have another coast for 30 minutes before we have a pretty short, like 20-second burn for the final burn. Once we've done that, then we've got some engineering demos we're going to do before we finally safe the stage and shut everything off. And then about 4 days later is when the Centaur will leave the Earth-Moon system and be off on its way to deep space.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us, and thanks for joining us today. And we'll let you get back to watching those next events.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Amanda.
Thanks.
PU system is steadily making the correction down to a nominal MR. Or 1 minute, D'Amico. Both engines firing normally.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 15 minutes 30 seconds. We are approaching the first main engine cutoff. Let's listen in.
Coming up on MECO 1. On to open loop control on MECO. We have cutoff. Both engines show normal shutdown signatures. We have settling established. 85% duty cycle. We are now in a 27-minute, 51-second coast duration to second burn of Centaur.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 16 minutes 20 seconds. We just heard flight commentator Rob Gannon confirm successful cutoff of the first main engine, and all systems continue to operate nominally. Our next event, Main Engine Start 2, will occur in about 27 minutes. At this time, we'll pass the broadcast back to the NASA team to continue with mission coverage through the coast phase. We'll join you back in as we approach the separation of the Peregrine spacecraft. Over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Amanda. Congratulations to you and the ULA team so far. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we just witnessed the first launch of NASA's CLIPS initiative. It was a magnificent sight, leaves me speechless apparently. Just really lighting up the night sky and loud enough to set off a couple of car alarms nearby. CLIPS is short for Commercial Lunar Payload Services. It's a new model in which NASA contracts space on commercial missions to send science experiments to the moon ahead of us landing astronauts there. For today's launch, NASA selected Astrobotic to deliver its 5 lunar instruments. This is the first mission for its Peregrine spacecraft. Today was also the first launch of ULA's new Vulcan rocket. Again, congrats. It lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41. Our broadcast here on NASA TV will continue through Peregrine acquisition of signal, which is expected to happen at the earliest around 3:17 a.m. Eastern Time. With me now is Sandra Connolly. She's the Deputy Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate. Good morning and thanks for being here, Sandra.
Good morally It's a thrill to be here.
Yeah, what did you think of the launch?
It was amazing. Yet another beautiful ULA launch. Totally spectacular, and it's super exciting to know that now our Peregrine 1 lander is on its way to the moon, and in about 2.5 weeks it's going to go into orbit. And a few weeks later from that, in mid to late February, we're going to actually see it land. And that will be the first, well, actually it'll be one of the early landings on the moon since Apollo, over 50 years, which is pretty amazing when you think about it. U.S. landings on the moon.
Yeah, it is. And the CLIPS is new as well. So talk to us a little bit about this program. We're using commercial companies to send science instruments to the moon for us. Why is that?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this program. It is a game-changing program for us. It really is leveraging industry in new ways. As you've probably seen, I mean, the whole aerospace industry has evolved over this last decade in amazing ways, and I think this is just yet one more step in doing so. So our commercial partners are actually delivering a service. They're delivering our payloads and other organizational payloads, whether it's other companies, whether it's international partners. Basically, anybody who wants to procure the service can deliver a payload to the moon using the CLIPS program.
And so there are 20 payloads flying on the Peregrine spacecraft right now. 5 of those are NASA's. Can you tell me a little bit about what they'll be studying once they get to the moon?
Yeah, so again, amazing service. So our payloads are going to be studying things, including understanding, studying water, studying the volatiles or the resources on the moon, studying the atmosphere, and also the radiation environment to help inform us for the future when we have humans back on the moon.
Sandra, thank you so much. I'm excited to see what we do with this initiative and this launch here today.
Thank you so much, and let me just say, go Vulcan and go Peregrine 1.
Yes, you can totally say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so when Peregrine lands on the near side of the moon on February 23rd, it will be one of the first lunar landings for the U.S. since the final Apollo mission over 50 years ago. Let's head back over to Astrobotics, Olivia Chapla.
Thanks, Megan, and what a great day so far. So for those of you just tuning in, I wanted to reintroduce myself. I'm Olivia Chapla, Director of Marketing and Communications for Astrobotic. Astrobotic is a space company with our primary headquarters in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we've just watched our Peregrine lunar lander rocket into space aboard a United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket. This Peregrine spacecraft's mission is to carry 20 payloads or cargo to the lunar surface from 7 different countries. 6 of those nations have never reached the moon before. Our aim is to autonomously land on the lunar surface a few weeks from now. We're taking the long way around, and we expect Peregrine to land on February 23rd, 2024. We've got all eyes on the Peregrine lander as it waits to separate from the Vulcan rocket in about 30 minutes. At that point, we will seek to establish communications with the lander. And now we'll take a more in-depth look at Peregrine's full journey to the moon with an animation. Once ULA's Vulcan rocket launches, we will then know the exact day the Peregrine spacecraft will attempt a soft landing on the moon. The first landing attempt could be anywhere from 10 to 60 days from launch. Because this is Peregrine's first ever trip to the moon, our team is not taking a direct path. Peregrine will first complete one Earth orbit so the team can get critical data on the spacecraft and test maneuvers before executing a very critical milestone, entering lunar orbit. Peregrine will orbit the moon at 3 altitudes. The first orbit will last about 33 hours. Peregrine's second orbit can be up to 35 days. The spacecraft's third and final orbit around the moon will last 48 hours. Next up, Peregrine will attempt a soft landing on the lunar surface autonomously. The team will issue a landing sequence that will command the spacecraft to enter a descent orbit. About 15 kilometers from the lunar surface, an exciting powered descent begins. While we wait for the Peregrine spacecraft to separate from the Vulcan rocket and begin that exciting journey to the moon, I have Astrobotic's founder and Chief Executive Officer, John Thornton. Hi there, John. I understand you are currently at ULA, just a stone's throw from where I am now, and we both just saw ULA's Vulcan rocket achieve liftoff with our very own Peregrine aboard. Tell me, after waiting for this moment for years, how are you feeling?
It's a dream. This is the moment we've been waiting for 16 years, and I'm standing in mission control, and we just had a beautiful launch. Thank you, ULA. So excited. We are on our way to the moon.
I can tell you and everyone else are in a really excited buzz today for sure. So tell me, what else do you think is the most important thing about our Peregrine mission today?
So this is the beginning of the dawn of a new era for the surface of the moon and how we think about space. This is an opportunity for commercial payloads to fly to the surface of the moon on a regular, routine basis. That means our nation's scientists, our world scientists, can access the moon in ways never before possible. And we are seeing the beginnings of that right now as we speak on our journey to the surface of the moon. Our first mission carries 20 payloads from all over the world. 6 nations on board the mission will touch the surface of the moon for the very first time. It's a phenomenal, exciting mission to be a part of, and it's a real honor to be here today, and I could not imagine a better start to the mission.
That's true. And what do you have to say to the Astrobotic team and to all of the payload customers who made today's mission possible?
For 16 years, we've been pushing for this moment today. And along the way, we had a lot of hard challenges that we had to overcome, and a lot of people doubted us along the way. But our team and the people that supported us believed in the mission, and they created this beautiful moment that we're seeing today, working incredibly hard to make this possible. I can't thank the thousands of people between our team, our suppliers, our partners that have made this moment possible today. It's an unbelievable feat, and it is the culmination of all of everyone's effort coming together for this moment, believing in this possibility that a small company in Pittsburgh, of all places in this country, can lead America back to the surface of the moon.
Thank you, John. Well, I'll let you get back to the team that are in Florida with us as we wait for the Peregrine spacecraft to separate from Vulcan's rocket in about 30 to 40 minutes. For now, back to Megan.
Thanks, Olivia.
Oh, thank you.
Now, CLPS missions are an important step in returning to and staying on the moon. But these lunar landings that will help shape our future there are not without risks.
Landing on the moon is hard. We're going back. Under this Artemis program, we're going to be sending humans to the moon for the first time since Apollo. So ahead of humans, we want to get up as much science exploration and technology experiments as possible.
So CLPS starts facilitating a lot of the early science, the things we want to learn before we even send humans. CLPS stands for Commercial Lunar Payload Services, CLPS.
The services part is the key element. Ordinarily, when NASA delivers a payload to the surface of the moon, they do it with a commercial partner, but NASA controls the building of the vehicle. Now, we're buying the service of delivery of our lunar payloads to the surface of the moon.
It is a delivery service, akin to a delivery service that you'd have here on Earth.
NASA will provide payloads to a commercial company. They decide how to get it to the moon. They have to develop their own lander, but they also have to manage the entire end-to-end mission.
It's meant to provide affordable, rapid, frequent access to the lunar surface through American companies.
We're funding different companies.
We have commercial companies that are competing to win task orders to deliver our payloads to the surface of the moon.
One of the goals when we started CLIPS was to help establish a lunar economy.
Somebody has to do it first, and then it becomes commercially available. Then they're able to crank them up. Then they're able to make it more affordable. And so the lunar surface is just the next frontier for a commercial environment.
But we had to acknowledge up front, all the way through the highest levels of the agency's leadership, that some of them will fail. These missions may not be as successful as a traditional NASA mission.
We have accepted the risk that going through this innovative approach with these commercial companies, that there could be some failures. Some of them are new companies. None of them have ever successfully landed on the surface of the moon. So they're going to learn lessons.
We need to give our vendors the opportunity to learn.
And so that'll help ultimately buy down our risk as these companies learn, okay, what does it take to actually build up the lunar lander, integrate payloads, get to the lunar surface and land safely?
They've been able to demonstrate that they have very, very good technical depth and the ability to design and execute missions. We're willing to take more shots on goal. And we aren't risking human lives. And in the big picture, if we're flying missions at 1/10 of the cost of a NASA mission and we fail 2 of them, we still get 8 missions for that same price.
Even with 1 or 2 or 3 failures, this is still a very economical proposition. It's a risk posture which is more risk tolerant than NASA is accustomed to. There's not a single one of these companies that's willing to bet their mission on a coin toss. Every one of them is doing what they can in order to have the most successful mission possible. But the important thing to realize is that risk tolerant does not mean risky. And the rewards are a long-term ability to get payloads to the moon inexpensively, frequently, and rapidly.
We want science, so we can then put more of our resources on even more science, exploration, and technology payloads and get more of a return on investment when we get to the moon.
CLIPS provides tremendous benefit across the scientific and economic communities.
So there's a lot we'd like to learn about the moon to help human habitation and prepare us for missions to Mars and beyond.
So the moon is the first step.
And a lot has to happen before Peregrine lands safely on the moon. Astrobotics' Olivia Chapla shows how they tested the spacecraft here on Earth and what the team will do during its journey in space.
Peregrine has gone through quite a journey already and still has a long list of objectives to complete on its way to the moon. We've categorized these objectives into 5 stages, beginning with engineering it here on Earth. First, we built and tested a bolt-for-bolt engineering model of Peregrine. Based on our findings, we constructed the final spacecraft to send to the moon. Each iteration of Peregrine went through rigorous testing to ensure it will survive the harsh conditions of launch and space environments. Phase 2 objectives will begin when the spacecraft separates from the rocket. Once separated, Peregrine will power on and establish communications with Earth. At this stage, we'll receive telemetry informing us of the spacecraft's position, orientation, and general operational health. One of the first commands we send to the spacecraft will initiate thrusters to point Peregrine's solar panels at the sun to charge its battery. We are planning for all of these objectives to be completed today. Next, and off camera, our Phase 3 objectives begin. These objectives include trajectory adjustment maneuvers in space before lunar orbit insertion. After lunar insertion, Peregrine will complete 3 orbits around the moon. Then, the last phase of the mission begins, lunar landing and operations.
And for a closer look at landing, I'm joined now by Mike Hennessy, Educational Director of the Moonshot Museum in Pittsburgh. Good morning to you.
Good morning. It's spectacular to be here today.
Absolutely. We saw a launch, right?
Yeah, and it was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So talk to me about Peregrine and the spacecraft we have you on, because you know a lot about Peregrine and this mission. Why is that?
Well, every day I've had a front row seat at Peregrine under construction. I work at the Moonshot Museum, and we share a wall of windows with Astrobotic. And better yet, I've seen kids with their faces pressed against the glass, knowing they're going to grow up to become that next generation of makers that take us to the moon.
That's fantastic. And you also brought us some props here. So these are different parts, different materials that make up the multi-layer insulation. That's what goes around the spacecraft, right?
Right. That's the thermal protective space blanket for the craft. And we have a number of different materials here. This is Astro Quartz. It's a woven ceramic fiber, very heat resistant. We've got aluminum, which is great for reflecting solar heat. And this is also aluminum. Glitters a little more like gold, but it's just aluminum that's been covered with a polymer called Kapton. And you can see it actually on our model here. We have of the Peregrine lander.
Right here. This is the multi-layer insulation.
Yeah, we've got the multi-layer insulation, and that's wrapping these fuel tanks, kind of like cosmic baked potatoes.
And why do we need all these different materials?
Well, the moon is a harsh environment, and it takes a lot of technical know-how to land there. There's no atmospheric blanket like we have on Earth. So we need a thermal space blanket to protect against wild temperature extremes. Boiling hot days, freezing cold nights, several hundred degrees below zero, and Peregrine's been engineered to endure that.
Okay, so now we know how it will be protected during landing. How will it land? What technologies are we using to make sure that it lands safely when you say that the moon isn't the easiest place to land on?
Right, and that's my favorite part of the story because this robot is going to land itself. Because we have about a 2.5 second signal delay from the Earth to the moon and back, it's like having a self-driving car going to another world. We have a full suite of sensors, gyroscopes, Doppler, LiDAR, star trackers, and a really cool technology called Terrain Relative Navigation, or TRN. About 9 miles out, Peregrine will activate its camera, and as it's descending, and the camera's taking pictures, the computer will be playing kind of a high-speed game of flashcards. Comparing those pictures to 3D maps, and then Peregrine will have to make decisions in order to come to a landing. We're going to test drive this technology on Peregrine, and then on Astrobotic's next lunar lander, Griffin, TRN will be in the driver's seat when we head to the moon's south pole.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I know Griffin is going to be delivering another NASA payload, so another partnership where we get to do this together.
Yeah, I think another great example of how CLIPS is bringing together entrepreneurship and accelerating the pace of science and taking us out into the solar system.
Mike, thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so the Astrobotic team hopes to land on the near side of the moon on February 23rd in a place called the Bay of Stickiness, a lunar feature formed by ancient hardened lava flow. It's located outside of the Gruithuisen domes, which is the largest dark spot on the moon. Why does NASA want to conduct science here? Well, on Earth, formations like these domes need significant water and also plate tectonics to form. But without these key elements on the moon, lunar scientists have been left to wonder how the domes formed and evolved over time. We'll, of course, have coverage of the landing on our NASA Plus app or whichever social platform you watch us on. Now, earlier in the show, we told you about the NERVIS payload from NASA's Ames Research Center. The other payload from Ames is the Neutron Spectrometer System, or NSS.
I'm Rick Elphick. I'm the principal investigator of the Neutron Spectrometer System aboard the Peregrine 1 lander. NSS measures neutrons coming out of the lunar soil, and the neutrons tell you a lot about the makeup of the lunar soil. The neutrons that we measure with the neutron spectrometer are specifically related to the presence of hydrogen, the H in H2O, or water, and that's its real purpose, is to locate water, to actually act as a divining rod. Peregrine will be landing in a location where we really don't expect very much water, if any at all. But it's an interesting experiment. The exhaust system of its descent engines will actually spray paint the surface with its exhaust. And part of that exhaust is water, and some of that water is actually going to stick onto the surface of the moon. Then after we land, NSS can monitor how that water goes away as the sun rises at the landing site and the day gets warmer and warmer. Well, water is really important as a resource for exploration. Astronauts need it for drinking water, but you can also use it by splitting it up into hydrogen and oxygen as rocket fuel. So if you can find water in place where you're going to, that means you can use it there and not have to bring it up from Earth.
Now, NASA has 2 more payloads flying to the moon today. We're going to tell you about both of them in just a few minutes. But first, let's introduce you all to Chris Culbert, Program Manager for CLIPS out of NASA's Johnson Space Center. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Megan. Thank you. It's a wonderful day.
It is. We just watched the launch. What did you think?
It was amazing. Oh, my God. What a wonderful feeling. That rocket was gorgeous.
Yeah, and so NASA has 5 payloads hitching a ride. Tell me about the different things that they'll be studying and why they're studying those things.
So,
This early mission for Eclipse, this is our first mission. So our first 2 early missions are mostly carrying small instruments that help us learn more about the environment at the moon. As we get further into Eclipse in future missions, we'll raise the complexity and start studying more complex, more difficult questions. But at the beginning, we're mostly trying to characterize what the moon is like, what the radiation does, what kind of environment we can find there. It doesn't have an atmosphere, but there's particles and dust and other things. We're trying to get more information about that so that we can help guide future human missions more effectively.
And how soon could we see data from some of those instruments so that we can start creating that fuller picture?
We'll start getting data back within hours of landing on the moon.
Wow.
Now, the scientists will need some time to analyze that information and turn it into the kind of information that helps guide future missions. But we should be getting data back from the moon within a few hours of landing, and we'll all the way for as long as 14 days on the moon. We'll be gathering that data. But the scientists will then take that information offline and analyze it for a while.
So basically these missions, these instruments that we're sending, they're scouting the moon for us.
Yes. Yeah, they're telling us what the moon is like, helping us understand what we need to know so that we can take humans there safely. It also allows us to better design future instruments and other experiments that will pinpoint the kinds of things we need to know about the moon to be able to work and live there.
Chris, thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're now less than a few minutes away until the Peregrine spacecraft separates from Vulcan's Centaur upper stage. We're going to go back to ULA for that milestone, but before that, another quick status update on Peregrine from Olivia.
Thanks, Megan. And now I'm checking in on Astrobotic's mission control team. In about 20 to 30 minutes, they're expecting Peregrine to power on and then try to communicate with them on the ground. Peregrine will establish ground communications with NASA's Deep Space Network, and then we will begin receiving telemetry. As we wait for those milestones, here's an in-depth look at the inner workings of the Peregrine lunar lander.
And now we'll take a look at the Peregrine spacecraft. You'll notice that we've removed the MLI or multi-layer insulation so we can better see the inside of the spacecraft. Throughout Peregrine's journey, they'll keep an eye on the spacecraft's temperatures, pressures, power levels, and communications system. Solar panels at the top of Peregrine charge its batteries to power the spacecraft. Moving down towards the center of the spacecraft are the payload decks. You'll notice the decks have a unique isogrid pattern that we've used as an inspiration for a lot of our graphic design for the mission. This structure pattern optimizes the sturdiness of the payload decks while also minimizing its weight. Affixed to these decks are all 20 payloads. 20 individual pieces of cargo from 7 different countries are aboard these 2 main decks. Peregrine has 12 attitude control system engines, called thrusters, that are used to orient the spacecraft. You can see 4 large propellant tanks filled with monomethyl hydrazine and multiple mixtures of oxygen-nitrogen, or MON, as oxidizer. Mounted to the bottom of the spacecraft are 5 main engines that will slow the craft down as it approaches the lunar surface. These engines use a hypergolic bipropellant pressure-fed system. Believe it or not, Peregrine will use the majority of its fuel in the last 15 minutes of the mission as we attempt a soft landing on the lunar surface. Peregrine has 4 landing legs attached to its base. These legs have a honeycomb structure on the inside that will crush to absorb the impact of Peregrine landing on the lunar surface. Peregrine is designed for an autonomous landing. That means it will use complex computing and a suite of sensors instead of human pilots. There are 2 antenna relays and a high-power transponder to relay communications between the spacecraft and the Astrobotic team. The relay will connect Peregrine with NASA's Deep Space Network, or DSN, utilizing the same dishes that communicate with the James Webb Space Telescope as well as other historic missions.
And the last major feature of Peregrine is something you can't see. It's the hundreds of people who have worked on, tested, and gotten the spacecraft to the launch pad today. A shout out to the team we like calling the Astrobots, and a shout out to our payload customers who are sending their items to the moon with us. Your continued commitment to science and lunar exploration is important for humanity. The Peregrine lunar lander has 20 pieces of cargo called payloads aboard. You can find the full manifest on Astrobotic's website, but here is a look at a few of the payloads. IRIS rover. This is a student-built rover with a mission to take photos and send them back to Earth as it drives across the lunar landscape. Once Peregrine lands on the moon, IRIS will deploy to the surface to begin its mission. And here we have another Carnegie Mellon University payload called Moonark. Moonark is seen as a cultural museum to the moon. Comprised of 4 independent chambers and weighing a combined total of 10 ounces, it contained hundreds of images, poems, music, nano-objects, and earthly samples. Next, we have Colmena, a fleet of micro-rovers and the first Latin American scientific instrument ever sent to the moon. Consisting of 5 small rovers, it will demonstrate a coordinated moon exploration. Lastly, we have the DHL Moonbox. Former astronaut Richard Garriott and thousands of others from around the world have sent small mementos to link life's meaningful moments with our nearest celestial neighbor. Now, this is just a snippet of the 20 payloads aboard Peregrine. Again, you can find the full list on Astrobotic's website. Now back to Megan.
We are now less than 10 minutes away from Peregrine separation, so let's get back over to the ULA team and Amanda Sterling to take us through that.
Thanks, Megan, and thanks to those of you who are still following mission progress of ULA's Vulcan Cert-1 flight. For those who are just tuning in, I'm Amanda Sterling, and I'm here at ULA's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. ULA's inaugural Vulcan rocket lifted off on its first flight test at 2:18:38 a.m. Eastern, and all systems continue to operate nominally.
One minute, 1 second burn. And we've begun pressurizing the propellant tanks in preparation for second burn. Coming up on LH2 pre-start. LH2 pre-start.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 43 minutes, 8 seconds. Coming up next is the second main engine start of ULA's Centaur upper stage. Let's listen in.
Let's change to the start position, everything looking good. About 15 seconds to mess. We have ignition, full thrust, 2 good engines, everything looking good.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 43 minutes, 57 seconds. As we approach Peregrine separation, let's learn more about the first spacecraft to launch in NASA's new CLIPS initiative to have American companies send its science experiments to the moon.
Astrobotic is a full-service lunar company. It starts with our terrestrial testing and development services that can build propulsion systems and test propulsion systems on Earth, to the sensors that make precision landing possible, to our rovers that will deploy down on the surface of the moon, to one day our power systems that will deploy on the moon and provide sustaining power for the infrastructure on the surface. Astrobotic is in all of those businesses, and we are in the business of making space accessible to the world, and the moon is just the beginning. The big thing that we're known for is our 2 lunar missions to go to the surface of the moon. Our first one is about to launch, and our second one flies in 2024. The Peregrine mission is important because it's among the first commercial missions to return to the surface of the moon. This is the first time as a nation going back since Apollo. It's the first time for 6 nations that could land on the surface of the moon with our mission. This is the dawn of a new era of affordable, routine, regular access to the surface. What that means is our nations and world scientists can access the moon on a routine, regular basis. They don't have to wait for the culmination of their career for one single super mission. They can go back again and again and again. It's the beginnings of learning about the resources on the surface of the moon and potentially one day turning those resources into something that we can use in space and maybe one day return back here to Earth. Peregrine's development was a years-long process that included many people, like engineers, welders, and technicians, who designed and built the spacecraft. Landing a spacecraft on the moon is very complex. The team worked long hours to get Peregrine to the launch pad. To be on the pad today with our spacecraft strapped to a giant 200-foot tall launch vehicle ready to blast into the heavens it's a little surreal. It's a moment I've been dreaming about for 16 years. And to see it all on one rocket, it's terrifying and exciting and thrilling all at once. Our Peregrine lunar lander starts its journey to the moon in Florida on a Vulcan launch vehicle. That will blast us into translunar injection, heading us straight out to the moon, where we will enter lunar orbit and start our descent down to the surface. At this point, engines are firing, all eyes are tuned in, and as we soft touch down on the surface of the moon, that marks the beginning of our surface operations and our payloads deploying. As a nation and as a company, as individuals, we all persevere to overcome challenges, and we're going to continue to do that. And this first mission is just our first step, our first attempt to make space accessible to the world, and it certainly will not be our last.
Pressures.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 47 minutes 8 seconds. We're a few seconds from the second main engine cutoff. Here's Rob Gannon.
30 seconds to nominal MECO. Seconds. And we're going to open loop on PU. Coming up on cutoff. We have cutoff. Everything is looking good. And we are now in a 2-minute 49-second coast phase of spacecraft separation. We've got full settling going after MECO. And we're reorienting to spacecraft SEP attitude. And continuing to maneuver to our MES2 attitude. And we're inside a minute and a half to spacecraft separation. Body rates are nulling out. And this mission does call for a roll spin for spacecraft separation of 0.5 degree per second. We'll be starting that maneuver shortly.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 50 minutes 10 seconds. Vulcan has executed all mission events expected, and we are now approaching delivery of the Astrobotic Peregrine commercial lunar lander into a highly elliptical orbit, more than 220,000 miles above Earth to intercept the moon. Let's return to flight commentator Rob Gannon as we approach separation.
We are spinning down. And we are now in a 28-minute coast period, the third burn of Centaur.
This is Vulcan Mission Control at T plus 51 minutes 6 seconds. We just heard confirmation of Peregrine spacecraft separation. I'm now back with ULA President and CEO Tori Bruno. Tori, our first Vulcan rocket just delivered its first payload to orbit. How are you feeling?
Yeehaw! I am so thrilled. I can't tell you how much.
Absolutely. And again, we're not completely done with the mission here today. Is there anything else that you want to share with the audience?
I am so proud of this team. Oh my gosh, this has been years of hard work. So far, this has been an absolutely beautiful mission back to the moon and off to our next burn where we will do our final payload deployment to that heliocentric orbit for the memorial. Our team has done such a good job. Bravo, Zulu to everyone. This is it's hard to describe.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that too. So again, thank you so much for joining us on our show. Congratulations, and we'll let you get back to finish the rest of the mission.
Congratulations to you. Give me a hug. All right.
Two minutes, 40 seconds. We're going to pass the broadcast back to the NASA team to continue mission coverage. We'll be joining back in as we approach the final engine burn. Over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Amanda, and well done, ULA team. So throughout the broadcast, we have been telling you about the 5 NASA payloads that are flying on this mission. We've shown you in depth 3 of them, and now we have the final 2. So NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center has 2 payloads aboard today's flight, and one of those is the Peregrine Ion Trap Mass Spectrometer, aka PITMAS. Its job is to understand the release and movement of lunar surface volatiles like water.
My name is Barbara Cohen. I am the principal investigator, or the lead of the science team, for the Peregrine Ion Trap Mass Spectrometer. PITMAS, the instrument I work on, is going to inform our understanding of the volatile cycle on the moon. That is water, carbon dioxide, methane, all sorts of fun molecules that we want to measure on the surface of the moon and in the lunar exosphere. So we are trying to learn about the water at the poles by going back to where it comes from, to the solar wind and micrometeorites that are coming in now, and understanding how much is there now, how much could be there in the future, how much was there in the past. We're interested in that atmosphere and what it's made out of, and that's what PITMAS will monitor. The reason it's so important to measure the lunar exosphere is because that is a process that's happening today that includes all of the things we're interested in for human exploration. Our Artemis program is going to the South Pole because there are resources there. If you don't have to bring your water with you, if you can use the water that's there, that saves you a lot of mass going up with your astronauts.
And the 5th and final NASA payload we want to show you is the Laser Retroreflector, or LRA. It's a unique type of mirror used to measure distance, and this is why it's so critical for future missions.
My name is Xiaolei Sang. I'm a LiDAR instrument scientist and also work on other laser instruments. The instrument is a laser retroreflector arrays. It's a small retroreflectors mounted on a shell, on aluminum shell, support shell. It retroreflects laser light back to where it came from. The purpose is to, number one, to have a fiducial marker, a precise fiducial marker on the lander so that we know exactly where that is on the lunar surface. It serves as a landmark for future missions if you want to go back and land it there. when you shine laser on it and it reflect right back at you. So it doesn't matter which way you're looking at it. And so that will help us to range from orbit to the lander as it passes overhead.
All right, it's now been about 55 minutes since Vulcan and Peregrine lifted off from the Space Coast of Florida. Let's get back to Olivia and the Astrobotic team as they work to confirm acquisition of signal with their spacecraft.
Thanks, Megan. As you saw, we just got confirmation that the Peregrine spacecraft separated from the Vulcan rocket, and now we are waiting to establish a space-to-ground communications connection. We expect for this to take a few more minutes. This connection helps engineers in Astrobotic's Mission Control Center pass commands, receive telemetry, and determine the location of Peregrine in space. Peregrine will be utilizing NASA's Deep Space Network, or DSN, their 34-meter dishes in Australia, Spain, and California. These dishes are the same suite used to communicate with the James Webb Telescope, as well as other historic missions. So our flight director on console, Alex Van Hoven, will be calling out what is happening in Astrobotic's Mission Control Center. And now, as we look at Astrobotic's Mission Control Center, you can see the rows of our staff all monitoring the spacecraft. In the room today, we have 3 of 6.
This is Mission Control Flight Director announcement. Repeat broadcast. This is Mission Control Flight Director with an announcement. The mission team is still waiting for communications with Peregrine with earliest AOS at 080905 UTC in approximate 2.5 minutes. To repeat, the mission team is still waiting for communication with Peregrine with the earliest AOS expected at 080905 UTC.
And folks, that was Alex Van Hoven, our flight director on console. He is calling out UTC times, or sort of space times, and we're waiting for that acquisition of signal with the Peregrine spacecraft.
Correction, earliest AOS at 0818 UTC. Earliest AOS at 0818 UTC.
Now you can almost see Alex Van Hoven in the back row, right below the eye in Astrobotic. You can kind of see his head. Maybe he'll stand up for us at least one time, we'll see. He's very focused and busy. Today we have 3 of 6 flight directors on console for launch. Once we establish communications with Peregrine and the spacecraft officially begins its journey towards the moon, the flight directors will work in shifts so there is always one present in mission control. I would ask them to all give a wave, but they're definitely laser focused on their screens, checking up on the spacecraft. Now Alex, he's giving us those live updates, and he is also senior aerospace engineer, and he oversaw the development of Peregrine's in-flight procedures. He developed his flight expertise as part of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center.
Broadcast, Mission Control Flight Director announcement. I repeat, broadcast, Mission Control Flight Director announcement. At this time, Astrobotic has confirmed that we have established communications with Peregrine, and we are now receiving live telemetry. I repeat, we have just established communications with DSN and can confirm that we are receiving telemetry from the satellite.
Now confirming, my goodness, we have received signal with the Peregrine spacecraft and we are communicating it with it here on Earth. You just heard it from Alex. The team will begin sending commands to Peregrine to continue its journey to the lunar surface. What an incredible day. Now, thank you so much for continuing to tune in with us to watch this historic launch of Astrobotic's Peregrine lunar lander on its journey to the moon. I'm Olivia Chapla with Astrobotic, and it is such a happy day for Astrobotic. I'm kind of speechless. So back to Megan at the hostess. Thank you very much.
Hey, congratulations, Olivia. I know that must have been really nerve-wracking to see such a big moment and it being finally here. So congratulations to her and the rest of the team. And actually right now here with me, I have Andy Jones, and he is the Director of Landers and Spacecraft for Astrobotic. And Andy, I saw you were over off the camera, but I saw you go, yes, as soon as we confirmed acquisition of signal. So talk us through that. How are you feeling?
Relieved, more than anything else relieved. I mean, getting communication is just so important to everything else we want to try and do. So now I can start enjoying the moment, enjoying the excitement of getting into space.
Yeah, at least you didn't have to wait long. You know, there was a window, right? We got it right at the beginning of the possible window.
So just a credit to all the great work the team has done to actually get it, to acquire it so fast.
Yeah.
It's just a brilliant set of machine, brilliant people working on it. So
yeah,
very proud.
Yeah, what would you say to the team? You know, again, I know that you guys have been working on this for years. What would you say to them as it culminates in this moment right now?
Get back to work. No,
not even going to give them a break. Okay, we're hard-working folks at Astrobotic, guys.
No, extremely proud. The team should be extremely proud of themselves. It's been a fast road, a lot of setbacks, a lot of ups, lots of downs. The team took everything in their stride and, as you can see, achieved remarkable things. So proud of everybody, what they've done. Inspirational to everybody.
Yeah. And what's next for Astrobotic and NASA? You know, it seems like we're going back to the moon for a second time, huh?
It is. So once obviously successful completion of this mission, we have Griffin, which takes the Viper rover to the moon late 2024. Following that, we have as early as 2026 a tipping point where we do a demonstration of power transmission across the lunar surface. And also Astrobotic is part of the national team led by Blue Origin to take humans back to the moon, and we're part of the cargo lander system for them. So
a lot of things to look forward to.
Lots to look forward to. Yeah.
And just by one last question for you, I mean, just what do you think of this new initiative that NASA has to really bring in all of these small U.S. companies to hopefully help us all go back to the moon?
This initiative is incredibly important. It allowed a small company like Astrobotic to actually deliver a lander to the moon. We'd have never been able to achieve it without that. But the best thing is it's bringing a lot more creative minds, new thinking to the table, and that will help us accelerate the technologies needed to get us back to the moon and have a robust resource and presence on the moon. So the more, it's very important for us to be there, and it's just helping us get there much faster.
Andy, thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
And that's going to do it for us here at Kennedy Space Center. Thank you for sharing in the excitement of NASA's first CLIPS launch. Now on its own, the Peregrine spacecraft will coast for an expected arrival at the moon on February 23rd. And coverage of that landing, one of the first U.S. landings on the moon in over 50 years, that will be broadcast on NASA TV and NASA Plus. For those of you watching on ULA platforms, the ULA version of the simulcast will continue in a few moments as they await another milestone in this inaugural Vulcan flight. Again, thank you so much for joining us. We leave you now with a final look at today's historic launch.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We have ignition. And liftoff of the first United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket, launching a new era in spaceflight to the moon and beyond.
Both engines operating normally. 2 good SRBs, hitting peak pressure on the SRBs. Everything looking good.
An idea born in unsettled times.
We are going forward. America, the United States, is first in space.
Becomes a feat of engineering excellence. The most complex machine ever built to bring humans to and from space.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
And eventually construct the next stop on the road to space exploration.
We are on a true spaceship now.
As 30 years of flight draw to a close, its legacy is one of unsurpassed achievement, tragedy overcome, and opportunity met. NASA Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle Endeavour is rolling out to Launch Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. In 24 missions, flown over 20 years, Endeavour has logged more than 103 million miles in space. The last of NASA's shuttles to be built, Endeavour prepares for her final flight, STS-134.
I marvel at when I see the space shuttle up close and personal, behind the panels where we have hardware, plumbing, black boxes, electronic devices, and that sort of thing. The workmanship that I see in this is astounding. And that points right at the people that do this. When you integrate all that together, it results in what I think has been a marvelous program with a space shuttle.
Well before any shuttle reaches the launch pad, however, a staggering amount of work is required. The parts, plans, and people necessary to make each launch span the entire nation. One single goal is the focus: the safety of the orbiter and her crew.
You've got all these people, all these folks that are in their 20s, some of them in their 30s, and they are, no kidding, in charge of some part of the space shuttle, some part of the space station, or some part of the plan. And every one of those people absolutely believes that they are the one that makes the difference on getting those astronauts back down to the ground alive.
At NASA's Mission Assembly Facility in New Orleans, production begins on the shuttle's external fuel tank. The last of 136 produced here since 1973. Each one 154 feet tall and 27.6 feet around, is capable of handling 535,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and oxygen, enough to fill 13,375 average household bathtubs. 3 versions of the external tank were created during the program in an effort to reduce the tank's overall weight and allow for heavier shuttle payloads. Around the same time, in Clearfield, Utah, technicians at ATK Launch Systems start work on the shuttle system's solid rocket motors, or boosters.
Fire.
Together, these SRBs produce nearly 6 million pounds of thrust, about 83% of the thrust needed to push the orbiter into space. The remaining 17% is furnished by the shuttle's 3 main engines, fueled by the external tank. Unlike the orange external tank that is used only once, the boosters detach themselves and parachute into the Atlantic Ocean. They are then retrieved, refurbished, and reused on later missions. The shuttle mission's crew is assigned.
Folks on there that are like my brothers and sisters. I mean, we really do get close after a year of training for a flight and having flown in space together. And there's a special bond that comes with that.
Right up until launch, a shuttle crew will train in a variety of critical regimens, some basic, others specific to their mission. Simulators, safety and contingency, science experiments, and underwater in the world's largest indoor pool. STS-134 astronauts floating in actual spacesuits trained to work during extravehicular activities, or EVAs. The Neutral Buoyancy Lab, or NBL, at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston is the best simulation of microgravity on Earth, and ideal for practicing spacewalks.
One of the most amazing facilities that we work in is the NBL, the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, and the divers and the guys who help us run the robotic arm are all there to ensure that our spacewalks are flawless. Their efforts in that pool have helped us and made us able to have this program.
Every step of a spacewalk, every step of EVA is so critical, and even though we see it every day, that one little safety tether could be life or death.
For every hour that they spend in orbit, they'll spend 5 to 6 hours training for that same task. So we've built up from the suit engineers and suit technicians who help them get into the suit. Now we've got trainers who help them learn how to use the suit and learn how to understand the suit. And then we've got divers who support them while they're in the pool. The closer they get to actually flying in the suit, the team of people who help them tends to grow. Maybe not exponentially, but it's certainly getting bigger.
A 12-person crew has kept a week-long vigil, while the barge, carrying the ET, made the 900-mile trek from Louisiana to Florida's central east coast. The iconic orange external tank finally arrives at the Kennedy Space Center. 1 month later, the ET is mated to the solid rocket boosters to form the backbone of the stack. Now, all that's missing is the spacecraft itself. When an orbiter returns from a mission, processing for the next flight begins almost immediately. It's a task requiring no less than 650,000 hours of labor. This includes the removal of its 3 liquid fuel engines and their replacement by 3 from a previous mission. They've been refurbished, inspected, and tested at the Stennis Space Center. With most of its flight preparations complete, Endeavour is towed in what is called the rollover, a short roll over a quarter-mile distance on a 36-wheeled vehicle from the Orbiter Processing Facility, the OPF, to the VAB. Here it undergoes its flight configuration. The rollout. Looking now much like it will at liftoff, the space shuttle is carried to the launch pad atop the 6 million-pound crawler transporter at a blazing pace of less than a mile an hour. Not exactly warp speed.
At our peak carrying full load, we get right around 38 feet per gallon.
Not too bad for an original 1965 hybrid vehicle with low miles. The 3.4-mile journey takes up to 6 hours. Just enough time to appreciate the route's picturesque surroundings. Kennedy Space Center is situated on a national wildlife refuge. Bald eagles, osprey, and vultures are just a few of the scores of bird species regularly spotted in local skies. Both land and sea are home to a wide variety of creatures, including manatees, dolphins, and of course, the ever-present alligator. Visitors are always urged to watch their step. Now on the launch pad, the orbiter is ready to take on its main payload. Testing assures that the multi-ton cargo is secured and safely stowed in the payload bay before the technicians certify the orbiter is ready for launch. Flying T-38 aircraft from Ellington Field in Houston, the crew members arrive at Kennedy's shuttle landing facility.
But finally the day comes when you're there and you're getting ready to launch. And you go into launch countdown and it's like going up the hill on that roller coaster. It's full of expectation and you're both thrilled and terrified at the same time because anything could go wrong, but when it goes right, it's a thing of beauty.
If there are no issues or concerns, technicians begin fueling the external tank with volatile liquid hydrogen, and oxygen.
The predominant emotion is pride. There's a tremendous sense of pride in all that not only that you do, but that your teammates do, that people in this very firing room do, and folks all across the country.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, T-minus 9 minutes.
At the T-minus 9-minute hold, the launch director leads one final pull.
We finally come out of the hold at T-minus 9 minutes. I sit back and I watch my data, but I know that there are souls on board that ship whose lives are depending on the launch team to make the right decisions.
And we can see on the crew just
I don't think about that consciously. The decision-making authority and responsibility, I know it's there, but I do think consciously about the crews and the people we're about to put on top of a controlled explosion and get to orbit.
This is the NTD conducting the launch status check. All stations verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC, OTC go. TVC, TVC go. ETC, ETC's go. LPS, LPS is go. Houston flight. Houston flight is go.
After nearly 3 years, hundreds of thousands of hours logged by engineers, technicians, scientists, seamstresses, electricians, and other program workers across the globe.
We have main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition.
The shuttle makes its way skyward. At liftoff, 6.6 million pounds of thrust begin hurtling the vehicle and crew at speeds that'll reach 17,500 miles per hour. The shuttle is like no other machine ever built. For its launch to succeed, more than 1 million parts must move together perfectly. How this engineering marvel came to be is an amazing story that begins in the early 1970s. The Vietnam War is divisive and costly. The economy is sliding into recession. And with the race to the moon already won, the Apollo program is canceled. A new mission is sought for NASA to send humans into space. But Mars, for many the next logical step on the path of exploration, is dismissed as too costly, a destination for a country preoccupied with events back on Earth. Instead, on January 5th, 1972, another destination is selected, low Earth orbit. As early as the mid-1960s, NASA had concluded that the technology was available to build and fly a reusable spacecraft.
President Nixon really liked the idea and told the NASA administrator, go do it. And the NASA administrator got a call from OMB the next morning, someone there, and said, hey, what the president really meant to say was, you're going to get this much money, and so do as best you can with the space transportation system. And our choice, logically, was, well, you have to have a vehicle first, and so that was the birth of the space shuttle as the first in the 3-part space transportation system.
Many designs were considered. Often, they combined the best features of different concepts.
At that time, they were looking at having jet engines on the shuttle for landing and for transporting it across the country.
The idea of the lifting bodies was to bring astronauts home to a conventional runway landing. Previously, all of our spacecraft, which were capsules, came down in the ocean. Someone came up with the idea of a vehicle that could land like an airplane.
The key thing was to understand aerodynamic stability across the hypersonic, supersonic, subsonic, and landing speed type of environments that a single vehicle has to fly safely. That was the key thing that was learned from those, and you'll see it reflected in the shape of the space shuttle.
One was the use of a lifting body, an aircraft with no conventional wings. Only its fuselage would keep the aircraft airborne and guide it safely back to Earth.
They were known as the flying bathtubs. For the first test, the M2F1 was towed behind a car, souped-up Pontiac. Whitey Whitesides drove that Pontiac across the lake bed at about 120 miles per hour, dragging this flying bathtub behind it.
As well as groundbreaking, their tests could also prove ground shaking. Home of the rockets that had sent every Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo astronaut into space.
All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Design teams would devise the partially reusable propulsion system that would finally be adopted.
The main engines were always something we paid very close attention to. Lots of moving parts, lots of high energy in very tight places, and very cold liquid on one side of a very small wall and very hot on the other side. When that thing finally lit off, for me, it just showed the power of a space shuttle main engine, and then
was for Fred Hayes, Jr., and Gordon Fullerton to lift the orbiter off a modified 747, then land on a dry lake bed 15,000 feet below.
The thing that we were most concerned about was if we were going to be able to get to a launch speed, if Fitz Fulton was going to be able to put the 747 into a slight dive so that we would have enough lift on the Enterprise to, when we did push the separation button, blow the bolts, to lift away from the airplane without hitting Fitz's tail. And of course, both of us were interested in that happening.
The pilots on the 747, Fitz Fulton and Tom McMurtry, sit and wait for the command to release and steer their massive aircraft out from under Enterprise.
There were still questions about, was it going to actually happen as we expected from those simulations and the analysis and everything. There's a very loud thump when the shuttle separates. There was always a question, was the shuttle going to slide back and hit the tail of the 747? But we couldn't see that, but we could, after a few seconds, we could tell it didn't hit us. And so the chase called clear.
Once we reached the 240 knots and Fitz called on speed, I think he really pushed some of the sensors he was looking at in order to let us get to there, and we appreciated that. But once we heard Fitz say on speed, I pushed the separation button and we just broke free. We had about 1.5 G's of lift.
Honestly, that was probably the most exciting moment in the approach and landing test, to feel and be there when the shuttle separated from the 747.
By all accounts, this first freefall test is a success. 5 weeks later, Enterprise is brought to 22,000 feet for her second freefall test. Pilots Joe Engel and Dick Truly have only 2 minutes to capture flight and maneuvering data before landing the aircraft again without any engines.
It was a real team effort, and the challenge was for Dick Truly and I to fly that profile and fly those data points, those maneuvers, as precisely as possible to give them the best data possible. It was a test pilot's dream.
A total of 16 taxi, captive, and drop tests confirmed the soundness of the craft's design and green-lighted production of the first space-worthy orbiter. Columbia, NASA's first orbiter, is fittingly named after the first American vessel to circumnavigate the globe. However, Columbia quickly becomes a daunting challenge for NASA. Its complex makeup had engineers struggling constantly to reduce Columbia's weight and simplify construction. Especially frustrating was keeping the orbiter's ceramic tiles attached to its fuselage. More than 25,000 of them fit together to protect Columbia from the searing 3,000-degree heat of re-entry.
We were having a lot of problems with the thermal protection system of the tiles. The way we were trying to glue them on, they wouldn't stay on. And we had to come up with a way of making sure that they'd stay on. And we had some really great people that worked that, and that's why it took such a long time. I had hoped it was not going to take that long, since John and I were named as a crew, so we had a lot more time to train than what we'd both initially planned.
The requirement was to be able to handle temperatures like 2,500 degrees F that occur on the surface of the TPS, and that's 5 times what your oven is at home that you bake cookies under at max. The other problem is weight, because after all, this is an airplane, so you can't have a metallic system on it that weighs tons. It has to be extremely lightweight. And in fact, the shuttle tiles are about 90% air, and that gives the combination of being able to be temperature resistant and yet at the same time light.
Each orbiter has a unique number of protective tiles. Challenger was built with the most, 31,088, while Atlantis has the fewest, a mere 24,177.
Over in Palmdale, they had put on their first effort of putting the tiles on to protect the aluminum from the heating they were going to get on reentry. And some of those tiles, when they put them on in the daytime, next morning the tiles were on the hangar floor. And so that was real scary that we could lose some tiles while they were on orbit and really have a problem with the heat coming back on reentry.
Columbia had a lot of tiles missing yet, needed quite a bit of work before we could deliver it to the Cape. And we scrounged throughout the city of Lancaster for RTV, which was the material we used to glue the tiles on with.
More glue did keep the tiles in place. However, water was literally ripping them apart.
It turns out, in the instant we hit rain, the tiles almost exploded.
The tiles fabrication process was modified, and the problem overcome. Other shuttle design features proved less problematic and more groundbreaking. A computerized digital flight control system, now common in commercial and military aircraft, was developed for the orbiter.
In flying the space shuttle, you were so aware that you weren't necessarily talking to the shuttle, you were talking to a computer who in turn was going to talk to the shuttle.
Barriers of race and gender were falling everywhere, and America's corps of shuttle astronauts would become more reflective of the nation it served.
There's been a lot that the shuttle era has done to bring space flight into the domain of the average person. We know it's not just crew-cut white test pilots anymore. It's essentially the United Nations that flies on the space shuttles. It's people of every description that look very much like the rest of us.
The astronaut selection process reflected a changing nation and a changing NASA. And 16 more were missing due to the effects of an overpressure wave. While that and other issues were addressed, the 50-ton Columbia would be placed atop the specially configured 747 and ferried back to Florida and processing for its next mission.
It's a massive enterprise. It's over 8 stories tall, sitting on the ground, and you never get over that site. It's really awesome.
After the shuttle lands, there's a processing procedure for the shuttle. Post-flighting it, checking the tires, checking the struts, get the correct measurements. And then when the shuttle is ready to mate with the 747, we would tow underneath, and then they would lower the space shuttle down on the supports on top of the aircraft. We would take off.
On takeoffs from the extra-long runways of Edwards Air Force Base, the shuttle carrier aircraft's crew of 4 would soon grow accustomed to the smell of burning rubber. That's the intense heat generated by their plane's spinning tires as they carried 2 massive aircraft at more than 100 miles an hour. The average range of a 747 is about 5,000 miles, but due to its weight, configuration, and special flight requirements, the SCA can travel only 1,000 miles at a time. A full turn in the jet can take several zip codes.
32.5. Switching up, thank you.
Cruising at more than 250 miles per hour, the jumbo jet burns 40,000 pounds of fuel per hour. That's 130 pounds per mile, or the length of a football field per gallon. No wonder it has to make several stops before reaching Florida's east coast.
We would get a spacecraft back, go over it again, be sure that we could reuse it, repair it where we had to do. It had never been done before. And so I think that's one of the marvelous things about the space shuttle was we found a way to turn this spacecraft around and use it again.
Before the end of 1982, Columbia would fly 4 more missions.
Liftoff of America's space shuttle,
including STS-5, the first with a crew of more than 2 astronauts. Challenger, the second orbiter in the shuttle fleet, made her maiden flight on April 4th, 1983.
And liftoff of the orbiter Challenger and the 6th flight of the space shuttle.
STS-6 deployed a communications satellite and featured the first spacewalk of the shuttle era. Just 2 months later, Shuttle Challenger was back in orbit, this time with the first American woman in space. Physicist Dr. Sally Ride was a member of Commander Bob Crippen's STS-7 crew that deployed Canadian and Indonesian satellites during the 6-day mission. Challenger was ready for flight in less than 2 months, another massive first. Shuttling the first African American to space, and Air Force combat pilot Guy Bluford.
For me, it was an exciting moment because it was something that I had been training for 15 to 16 months, and so I was looking forward to the experience of flying in space.
We are in an era of brotherhood.
We have liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery.
In 1984 to 86, the newest orbiter Discovery would fly a record 6 missions.
And liftoff of mission 51D and the 7-member crew of Discovery.
Carrying into space satellites, international astronauts, even a U.S. senator and a congressman. 1 year after Discovery's debut, Atlantis flew her first mission.
Liftoff of Atlantis. A new orbiter joins the shuttle fleet and it has cleared the tower.
STS-51J. It was also one of 7 classified missions the space shuttle would fly for the Department of Defense. By the end of 1985, the space shuttle program had completed 23 missions, including 9 that year alone. Each successful flight had the unintended consequence of convincing some that spaceflight, once considered among humankind's most inherently dangerous endeavors, had become routine. That notion would soon be tragically dispelled.
Well, I am so excited to be here.
Amid much fanfare, Krista McAuliffe, an elementary school instructor from Concord, New Hampshire, had been chosen from among 11,000 applicants to be NASA's first teacher in space.
I would like to humanize the space age by giving a perspective from a non-astronaut, because I think the students will look at that and say, this is an ordinary person. This ordinary person is contributing to history, and if they can make that connection, then they're going to get excited about history, they're going to get excited about the future, they're going to get excited about space.
The American public's interest in its space program was renewed by her participation and was eager to see her off. Commanding the flight was Dick Scobie. His pilot was Michael Smith. Serving as Challenger's mission specialists are Judy Resnick, Ellison Onizuka, and Ron McNair. Joining McAuliffe as a payload specialist was Greg Jarvis. From the start, STS-51L was plagued by delays, mostly due to unseasonably cold temperatures in Florida. Rather than give pause for thought, the delays only tried the nation's patience. Everyone, it seemed, was itching to go. January 28th, the ground temperature at Launch Pad 39B was a frigid 36 degrees. Ice could be seen on the launch vehicle. Despite concerns voiced by some, shuttle managers reluctantly decided to press ahead for a late morning liftoff.
6, we have main engine start, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
At 11:39 Eastern, twice the speed of sound, the Challenger's fuselage breaks apart from the inside out. America's space program suffers its first fatalities in flight.
Good, no.
All 7 Challenger crew members perish.
Okay, everybody, stay off the telephones. Make sure you maintain all your data. Start pulling it together.
We come together today to mourn the loss of 7 brave Americans, to share the grief that we all feel, and perhaps in that sharing to find the strength to bear our sorrow and the courage to look for the seeds of hope.
The investigation, headed by former Secretary of State William Rogers, would fault a solid rocket booster O-ring, rendered defective by the bitter cold. But the Commission's findings also addressed the human factor, the role played by shuttle program managers in sending Challenger aloft that day. The shuttle program came to a halt. It took more than 2.5 years of arduous engineering analysis and painful soul searching before a retooled and reborn shuttle would return to flight.
Challenger was tough because it not only represented a breakdown in communications, but it represented everything that's wrong or wrong about an agency like we are, where segments of the agency weren't talking to each other and didn't know everything that we should know.
We thought we knew where all the risks were and had them pretty well contained. The solid rocket boosters that caused the accident, obviously there was something that had slipped through. So we went back throughout the complete vehicle, all the systems, and did a complete review and trying to find any other things that we may have missed that may be lurking there.
When things are really starting to look smooth and you're starting to get maybe overconfident in a way, then it's time for you to step back, think about what you're doing, go back and look, do some additional testing, and see if there's something that you really hadn't anticipated that is going on with your system.
During a lot of that time, we got a lot of criticism that maybe the agency had lost its edge. There were folks inside the agency that started losing their confidence, thinking maybe we can't do this anymore. 2.5 years later, when we flew and then landed that flight, it showed that no, we really can overcome really, really large problems, really tough technical problems today, just like we could 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or 50 years ago. That was an important milestone.
Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
On September 29, 1988, 975 days after the loss of Challenger and her crew, the orbiter Discovery returned 6 veteran astronauts to space to deploy a tracking and data relay satellite important to a number of NASA missions. STS-26 proved a comeback milestone for the space shuttle and initiated a tradition that survives with the program today.
During the flight, we had roses show up in the Mission Control Center. 6 roses, 5 red, 1 white. And there was a card attached to it, and it simply said, "Congratulations, return to flight, we wish you well." And it was signed Mark, Terry, and Mackenzie Shelton. Didn't know who they were, but after the flight, we through the Foro company, we tracked them down so we could send them some pictures and something to thank them for sending the roses to Mission Control. So the next flight, roses show up again. And again, it's 5 roses for the members of the crew and 1 rose for those who have lost their lives in this endeavor. And so this family, they have become part of our family, and they haven't missed a flight since. Every flight since that time and to date, and I suspect they're going to go right with us to the end of the shuttle program.
STS-26 ended on October 3, 1988, at Edwards Air Force Base, California.
Standing by for nose gear and touchdown.
With Discovery's safe landing on runway 17, the triumphant crew was greeted warmly by Vice President George Bush on behalf of a proud and grateful nation.
There's something special about a return to flight that makes you have some trepidation because it's still fresh in your mind that you're frail and you can make mistakes and you're human.
In the spring of 1990, the $1.5 billion Hubble Space Telescope was loaded into Space Shuttle Discovery's payload bay, and on April 24th was sent aloft to be deployed to Earth orbit on STS-31.
Capcom, we have a go for release. Discovery, go for Hubble release. Okay, we have a go for release.
As envisioned, Hubble would return never-before-seen images detailing our universe as it was millions upon millions of years before. Soon it would become clear that Hubble pictures were not.
Several days later, if not a couple of weeks, we found out after we were back on Earth that it had a problem with its vision. And most of us were just devastated, that here we had this marvelous instrument that we had put on orbit and it was going to be useless. It turned out that it wasn't useless at all, because even with its flaw, it was still a much better telescope than anything that we had, on Earth.
A shuttle mission dedicated to the telescope's repair was planned. In essence, Hubble's nearsightedness would be corrected with a new pair of glasses.
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour on an ambitious mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope.
We finally flew STS-61, which was the first Hubble servicing mission. Absolutely incredible mission.
Clearly we have a dynamic situation.
You cannot take the 84-inch mirror out of the telescope. It's part of structure, too big, it's there. So by putting in one box called CoStar, And we're able to correct the aberrating light for 5 other instruments.
Of all the space shuttle missions we've flown, it was without a doubt the most ambitious flight, but the one that I think demonstrated NASA's can-do attitude, its technological skill, its technical capability, and the spirit of its people.
2 teams of astronauts made a record 5 back-to-back spacewalks to refurbish Hubble and realize her potential to awe and astound. While Hubble servicing missions were very important, the true gift of a maneuverable shuttle was soon realized in a very different rescue mission.
Booster ignition and liftoff of the maiden voyage of Endeavour on a satellite rescue mission.
Months earlier, in May of 1992, the 7 astronauts of STS-49 overcame initial setbacks to pluck the $180 million Intelsat 6 communication satellite from an unusable orbit.
It was going to be a very simple rendezvous, get close, bring the satellite down close and grapple it with the remote manipulator system. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
We got up there to capture it. The bar, we tapped the satellite with the bar, and the satellite started moving out of control.
Get me in. Pitch me over. Into the arm. Watch the end of the arm.
That's a singularity again.
You're going to have to get out of there.
It can be very difficult catching something like a tumbling satellite in space. The slightest touch or mistouch by the astronaut with the equipment, and you can send that satellite tumbling.
Here, make sure that when you want me to yaw right, you say yaw right. Okay. Any other time right is just right. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Better move. We're moving.
And so it was very touch and go on that mission, actually.
Commander Dan Brandenstein and pilot Kevin Chilton are preparing for the upcoming terminal initiate burn.
After several days of failed attempts with Endeavour's remote arm, Commander Dan Brandenstein literally tries a new approach.
Yeah, real easy, guys. Real easy. Don't bring us any closer, Dan. Okay, I'm stopping it.
At Endeavour's helm, Brandenstein delicately maneuvers the orbiter up to the 4.5-ton Intelsat 6.
The satellite is rolling out of control in 3 different axes at once, and you could actually fly the shuttle and fly this maneuver around and keep it aligned with it.
It's got to be the neutral point right here. 3 people grabbed 18,000 pounds.
Aware that any miscue could endanger not only the satellite but also the ride home, spacewalkers Pierre Thuot, Tom Akers, and Rick Heeb reach out and secure the satellite by hand.
Okay. Wait. Let's do it. Got it. Easy. Give it some time. Give it time. All got a good grip? Yes, sir. Houston, I think we got a satellite.
Yeah, nice job, guys.
Intelsat 6 is released from the cargo bay with a new mini-rocket motor for a gentle push to its proper orbit, where it remains today, fully functional. And as the shuttle program matured, so it seemed did relationships between the world's spacefaring nations. On STS-47, the 50th Space Shuttle mission saw the orbiter Endeavour back in space on September 12, 1992. The mission was a cooperative space lab venture between Japan and the United States that brought the first Japanese astronaut into orbit as a member of the 7-person shuttle crew.
The Space Shuttle has launched people from different nations around this world that used to feel they could never, ever work together. And it has ushered us from the Cold War to this really cooperative space program that we have with our international partners, including the former Soviet Union.
Regardless of what language you speak and love space. And that's pretty cool. We have a lot in common with engineers and scientists around the world, and that's kind of fun to work in a program like this.
On February 3, 1995, Eileen Collins, the first woman to pilot a shuttle, was at the helm as Discovery gave the U.S. its first up-close look at the Mir space station. Collins flew the shuttle through a series of intricate maneuvers, approaching within 37 feet of the Russian spacecraft and later performing a fly-around by hand.
And liftoff of the Space Shuttle Atlantis on a mission that will herald a new day of international cooperation in space.
4 months later, on June 27, 1995, Shuttle Atlantis would lift off from the Kennedy Space Center to begin STS-71, the U.S. space program's 100th human space mission. It would take 2 more days before Atlantis caught up with and performed the first shuttle docking with the Mir space station.
Houston, Atlantis, we have captured.
Orbiting 220 miles above the Earth, a most unique and historic celebration took place. As the Mir space station welcomed its first American guests, cosmonauts and astronauts together broke figurative bread, tortillas and fruit to be exact, in a renewed spirit of cooperation. Together, Shuttle and Mir formed the largest flying spacecraft the world had yet to see. It tipped the scales at 250 metric tons, more than 500,000 pounds. Between 1994 and 98, the Shuttle Mir program would involve 11 shuttle missions, including in 1996 STS-76, which began a continuous U.S. presence aboard the Russian space station with a visit by Atlantis. Barely fluent in Russian, astronaut Shannon Lucid, a biochemist, embarked upon a mission that would dramatically enhance our understanding of life in space. When she finally landed at Edwards Air Force Base on Shuttle Atlantis, she held the female space endurance record for spending 188 days in orbit. A hero's welcome was in store.
I'm here to say welcome home to Shannon Lucid.
By the time Shuttle Mir ended with STS-91, 7 American astronauts had completed extended stays aboard the Russian space station.
Tatiana Mativa, who I became very good friends with, and I remember us sitting in Red Square having dinner together with a full moon, and remembering when I was a child all those parades, those May Day parades with the tanks going by, and here we were sitting there having a nice dinner under the full moon and with a lot of friendship. So it just goes to show how space can unite people, and that's I think one of the biggest benefits.
8 cosmonauts had flown to Mir on the U.S. shuttle, and NASA astronaut Norm Thagard had become the first American to fly there or anywhere aboard a Soyuz spacecraft. In 2001, 15 years after its commissioning, Mir would be abandoned to break up and burn in Earth's atmosphere. By then, the process of building upon Mir's legacy of international cooperation in space had already begun. Whereas STS-61 had helped establish the Hubble Space Telescope as an icon of American ingenuity, STS-95 would update the hero's credentials of one John Glenn. On October 29, 1998, almost 37 years after becoming the first American to orbit the Earth as an original Mercury 7 astronaut, Glenn, now a 77-year-old former U.S. Senator, made his return to space. In contrast to his first flight, a 3-orbit, 4.5-hour foray inside the snug Friendship 7 capsule,
Liftoff of Discovery with a crew of 6 astronaut heroes and 1 American legend.
STS-95 would take 8 days and circle the Earth 134 times.
My main reason for being on that shuttle flight was to do research on aging. I was 77, we went up, and you know, NASA has charted some 52 different changes that occur in the human body when you go into space for a period of time. And several of those are very similar to what happens to the natural process of aging right here on Earth. Body's immune system changes. You get less resistant to disease and infection. The body's ability to absorb protein back into the muscles changes for the young people up there and for elderly here on Earth. The objective was to take those things that are the same and see if we couldn't find any differences between my experience up there and the younger people I would fly with the idea of finding in the human body what turns these different systems on and off. If we could do that, we might be able to make it possible for people to stay in space longer without harmful effects, and maybe cut out some of the frailties of old age right here on Earth. I really was happy to be assigned to that flight.
In an interesting twist of fate, astronaut Glenn not only inspired both the young and old around the globe, but also a fresh political science and economics graduate, Lori Garver, the 18th Deputy Administrator of NASA.
Having the ability at NASA to fly him again in space after his first flight was something we, I think, gave the nation, and it really helped explain what we were doing on the space shuttle. John Glenn was very, very focused on doing those experiments for both, I think, the older generation, but he was also an inspiration to people growing up.
Discovery carried a variety of payloads and research experiments. Arguably, the one most valuable was Glenn himself. Not only did he provide first-time data on what spaceflight might do to the body of a septuagenarian, Glenn also renewed the interest of the nation and the world in America's space shuttle program. While the program had and continued to successfully deploy and service science probes and satellites, as well as conduct on-orbit research, the space shuttle undertook a new, long-range task, perfectly suited to her specialized capabilities.
You've got a spacecraft that can carry at least 7 people into orbit, and with those 7 people, you can do a huge amount of work. One mission, you can do multiple EVAs, you've got multiple crew members, you've got a huge payload, just all kinds of capabilities to be able to construct and build bigger things in orbit.
Less than 2 weeks after Glenn's return to Earth, a Russian Proton rocket departs the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, carrying the Zarya module, the first component of the new International Space Station.
Liftoff of the Proton rocket and the Zarya control module. The International Space Station is underway.
2 weeks after that, Space Shuttle Endeavour follows up with delivery of America's Unity module, the second piece of this largest space station puzzle ever to be constructed.
Houston Endeavour, we have capture of Zarya.
Not until July 2000 will the Russian Zvezda module be added, finally allowing for 2 Russian cosmonauts and their American Expedition 1 commander, Bill Shepard, to journey aboard a Soyuz spacecraft to the International Space Station and begin humankind's continuous extraterrestrial presence.
Across the world, people are very, very interested in and delighted by the International Space Station and the science that has taken place there.
Since only an orbiter's payload bay could hold the station's largest components, the multi-year, multi-mission building, outfitting, and servicing of the ISS with cargo and crew would become primarily a job for the shuttle. Amid these dynamic station building missions, one seemingly simple and relatively uncomplicated flight would prove problematic and threaten the very future of America's human spaceflight program. Since 1988, the Space Shuttle had completed 15 years of successful missions. Each was unique, each had its own specific goals and tasks, and each had its own dedicated crew of astronauts who'd trained exhaustively to meet and carry them out. Yet each of those 87 flights did have 2 things in common: a safe launch,
liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery,
and a safe landing.
Nose gear touchdown.
From the start, STS-107 seemed to be a mission out of sorts. By the time Columbia was finally ready to fly on January 16th, 2003, its planned 16-day mission had been delayed no fewer than 18 times. All those delays had ultimately positioned the STS-107 as a sort of black sheep on the Space Shuttle program's launch schedule. Columbia's crew commander Rick Husband, pilot Willie McCool, and mission specialists Michael Anderson, Kalpna Chawla, Dave Brown, Laurel Clark, and Israeli astronaut Ilan Ramon, would not go to the International Space Station. Their flight would require nothing more risky than orbiting the Earth.
Booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
82 seconds after launch, what was later described as a suitcase-sized chunk of frozen foam insulation breaks off Columbia's external tank and strikes the leading edge of the orbiter's left wing.
Roger, roll, Columbia.
A routine same-day video review of the launch would reveal nothing unusual. However, higher resolution tracking camera film processed overnight and reviewed on flight day 2 by the mission's ascent team showed otherwise.
You saw this little thing float toward the leading edge of the wing and like, it was like a snowball hitting something and then just being pulverized. But when you saw it hit, we just winced. Because we knew, the vehicle's going 500 miles an hour or better. It was inconceivable in hindsight that you could have that kind of impact at the speed that the vehicle was going and assume that there was no damage. And that's what we allowed ourselves to feel comfortable that we were right and we were dead wrong.
Due to limitations in the visual clarity, the exact point of impact and extent of any damage could not be determined. If the foam strike had compromised Columbia's integrity, little, if anything, could be done to repair the orbiter in space. 1 week after launch, Mission Control emails the crew informing them of the debris strike. Save for a relatively minor problem with a leaky refrigeration unit, STS-107 had been without further incident. As scheduled, the order is given on the morning of February 1st for the Columbia crew to begin the landing procedure and come home to Florida. Traveling in excess of 12,000 miles per hour, the orbiter's belly begins to glow red as it descends into Earth's atmosphere.
FYI, I've just lost 4 separate temperature transducers on the left side of the vehicle, hydraulic return temperatures.
As reentry started and as the ground track went across the states, the ground track, of course, changes color. You can tell where the shuttle is over what part of the country it is.
No onboard.
Well, that display stopped updating. In other words, that display froze in a certain position. Well, sometimes you have loss of data, you have some problem with the system on the ground where you'll have those kind of outages temporarily. Well, this lasted a bit longer. Then the call went up to the crew. A call went up and no response. Well, I don't know, I just began to feel uneasy.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
At speeds above Mach 20, the stress becomes too much for the orbiter.
We do not have any valid data at this time.
The suitcase-sized chunk of foam had indeed punched a bowling ball-sized hole in the leading edge of Columbia's left wing. Within seconds, internal temperatures spike, signaling the cascade of structural disintegration. Only 16 minutes from home, Space Shuttle Columbia breaks apart in the skies over East Texas. All 7 crew members are lost.
GC flight. Flight GC, lock the doors. Copy.
And at that moment, I knew we lost him.
The grief is heavy. Our nation shares in your sorrow and in your pride. And today we remember not only one moment of tragedy, but 7 lives of great purpose and achievement.
Within days, hundreds of professionals from federal and state agencies across the country arrive in East Texas. They are joined by local volunteers to help NASA recover and catalog debris from Columbia in the hopes of, literally, piecing together an answer to the accident's cause.
This is one of the many obstacles investigators are up against.
It was really heartwarming and very emotional for me to see all of these people from around the country come in to the piney woods of East Texas and spend days and weeks there marching out through the woods looking for bits and pieces of the orbiter and so forth. If anybody ever wonders about the strength of the backbone of this country, then they ought to have the privilege, like I do, to meet these people who have come here to do this. It shows you the fabric of what this country is made of.
Determined to return to flight, stronger and safer, the grounded shuttle program had taken a fresh look at itself.
During my watch, we lost the Columbia crew, and clearly as a flight director back in Challenger, we lost that crew. I think about those every day. Every day I come to work. I need to be very vigilant. I need to pay attention, and I need the people that work for us in this business to pay attention to what they're doing, because this is hard stuff that we do. It's very dangerous. We have not figured out a way to do a beam me up Scotty. Right now it takes a lot of hydrocarbons, moving at very high speeds through fuel pumps at very high temperatures, high pressures to get into space, and it takes a tremendous amount of effort to get out of space back in the atmosphere and get home.
I was sent out to David Brown's parents' home. I'll never forget this moment when Judge Brown looked at me and said, "Leland, my son is gone. There is nothing you can do to bring him back. But the biggest tragedy would be if you don't continue to fly and carry on his legacy."
Each of the remaining 3 orbiters was pulled apart and refurbished. New capabilities were devised for the crew and mission controllers to assess and repair damage while on orbit. Processes and procedures were also re-examined and reinvigorated. Crew safety would never again be taken for granted. Nearly 2.5 years would pass before the nation would see another orbiter poised for launch from the Kennedy Space Center.
By the time that we fly the flight, it's something that it feels like we have flown many times. So if things don't go well, it becomes very, very natural for us to know at certain points during the mission, if this doesn't go well or if this significant system breaks or we have this type of emergency, what's the most important thing we need to do now, because we've been rehearsing it. And it makes it look really easy. You don't really get the full effect of how much real preparation, how much real studying went into making it look that easy.
Of all the changes accompanying the shuttle's return to flight, none was more significant than the one announced in early 2004 at NASA headquarters by President Bush.
Our first goal is to complete the International Space Station by 2010. We will finish what we have started. We will meet our obligations to our 15 international partners on this project. The shuttle's chief purpose over the next several years will be to help finish assembly of the International Space Station. In 2010, the Space Shuttle, after nearly 30 years of duty, will be retired from service.
Even though each shuttle was designed to fly 100 missions, the Columbia Accident Investigation Board called the shuttle an aging spacecraft, with the odds of losing another orbiter and crew increasing with each subsequent flight. NASA's human spaceflight program was faced with several basic challenges, including coming up with a successor to the shuttle fleet. However, with an impending cancellation of the shuttle program looming, shuttle managers recommitted themselves to the paramount task of safely completing the International Space Station. It would become the program's mantra, to be repeated over and over again, not only to the media but also for every worker in the shuttle program. No launch schedule was too tight and no mission too important to be rushed.
We ought to treat every flight, in a sense, as a return to flight. This is truly a test program. We go back, we make sure everything is right, we double check, and then we go commit in a flight readiness review that we're actually ready to go fly.
On July 26, 2005, Discovery gets the shuttle program flying again.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours as our pilot, flight engineer. We're now into the suit-up room.
LRD is go.
SRO.
SRO is go. So on behalf of the many millions of people who believe so deeply in what we do, good luck, Godspeed, and have a little fun up there.
Well, thanks to you, to the launch team, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
T-minus 10 seconds. Go for main engine start. 7, 6, 5. 3 engines up and burning. 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery, beginning America's new journey. And the vehicle has cleared the tower.
Among the many changes instituted, the new R-bar pitch maneuver or backflip.
Station Discovery initiating RPM in 3, 2, 1, march.
Will be used by each mission to the International Space Station. At arrival, the end-over-end flip allows the station crew to visually document the condition of the shuttle's belly and nose. Discovery and the STS-114 crew safely began the final phase of the shuttle program's historic journey with a smooth pre-dawn landing on August 9th, 2005 at the Edwards Air Force Base, California.
Stevie Ray, Suichi, Andy, Vegas, Charlie, Wendy, and Eileen, welcome home, friends.
With this practically rebuilt space transportation system, each remaining shuttle mission would be safer than the one before, and its final flight, the safest.
It's almost like we've had kind of 3 different space shuttle programs. First 10 years, we're off learning how to fly the thing, deploying satellites and flying laboratories in the back. Next 10 years, we're doing more of that, and we're going out on more and more spacewalks, and we fly up to the Mir space station. And in the last 10 years, we use it to build about a 1 million pound space station in orbit, which wouldn't have been possible without shuttle. It's a heck of a machine.
When you look at the Hubble Space Telescope, that would not have been possible without shuttle, and you look at the International Space Station, which certainly would not have been possible without shuttle. Every launch is an emotional experience. Watching what this nation has done, what NASA has done with the NASA contractor team, it's awesome. It's wonderful.
We didn't spend a dime in space. Not one single penny has been spent in space. Every single penny that went into the space shuttle program over its 30 plus years was spent right here on Earth. One, creating jobs, growing our economy, creating technological development of which we never dreamed, advancing science and technology, even advancing the field of aeronautics.
It just impresses me what people can do. What people can do. It's a big machine. It's a nice machine. It's a fantastic engineering marvel, in my opinion, the whole space shuttle. But what's the real marvel is the people behind it that make it go.
Having a space shuttle enabled us to be able to complete our science and do some really great things to advance the area of metallurgy.
Without the space shuttle, an experiment like this one could not have been conducted. The shuttle is very important for us to learn and be able to conduct long period experiments.
Out of the 50 states, 48 of them have vendors that provide parts or equipment to the space shuttle program. So it's a vast cross-section of America that makes the American space program what it is.
Change is inevitable. As much as people don't like change, it's the only thing that's constant in our lives. And we have to change, we have to transition from shuttle to a new future, which we're going to define, which can be even better. A future that allows us to explore beyond our home planet, to seek our destiny, to learn what we couldn't possibly learn if we were stuck in low Earth orbit.
And since its return to flight, the shuttle program has been almost singularly focused on completing construction of the space station.
I think back of all the challenges and all the things that had to work right, You know, a lot of these interfaces never came together before. All the shuttle flights, the 20-plus shuttle flights that went into assembly, all the Soyuz flights, the Progress flights. To see this station come together in assembly is a true testimony to the international partnership. This is probably the most amazing research facility ever constructed in space, and it's constructed internationally, and it operates every day, 24 hours a day, doing world-class research internationally, and there is no more amazing facility than what we have in orbit.
Through and possibly beyond 2020, the ISS will serve as the world's first full-time research laboratory in microgravity. Among zero-G experiments already conducted aboard the station, several have led to promising breakthroughs in the research and treatment of cancer. Many other on-orbit science findings have the potential to significantly improve the quality of life back on Earth. In May 2009, Atlantis and its STS-125 crew took to space not to visit the ISS, but to return to the Hubble Space Telescope for its final servicing mission. On 5 spacewalks, Atlantis astronauts repaired and upgraded the Hubble telescope to significantly improve its capacity to explore the depths of the universe until at least 2014.
I think of all the fingerprints that are all over this thing.
It's a phenomenal piece of machinery. It's a phenomenal airplane.
And it really is an engineering marvel.
The space shuttle will go down in history as one of the great flying machines that America has produced.
The space shuttle, you know, at this time was a vehicle for bringing people together from all around the planet and having us work in harmony for the betterment of humankind.
We may not have understood when we first built it what all we'd be able to accomplish with it. And after many years, we've realized just how useful it has been.
It's been a learning experience on how to operate and live in space.
What can you say about the space shuttle? It has changed everything.
Well, the shuttle, from my perspective, is one of the great things that this nation has done.
It was a lot of pride.
Like I said, it's inspiring to come to work every single day to work on this program.
I'd go tomorrow if I had the opportunity.
Liftoff of the Challenger from Columbia. Discovery, the shuttle has landed.
For more than 30 years, the fleet and thousands of Americans dedicated to its safety and success have toiled in exhilarating triumph, heartbreaking tragedy, and most often, quiet obscurity. Their contributions have extended beyond the bounds of space. Among others, shuttle-derived technologies have been used in developing an artificial heart and limbs, three-dimensional biotechnology, a light for treating tumors in children, and improving crime prevention and wildfire detection. From crawler driver to payload specialist, from scuba diver to pilot, from scientist to engineer, they and many like them throughout the nation share a commitment to sending humankind safely into space. That dedication, as much as any other acclaim, will be the legacy of America's space shuttle.
I think we'll be remembered in thousands of years, as perhaps the most incredible technological feat of humans of our time.
As is the order of life, an ending for the space shuttle becomes a beginning for a space-bound successor. Soon, America will again send astronauts into orbit and beyond to do what NASA does best: explore.
Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky will have been, as we said, a 245-day mission on the International Space Station, in which they spend 3,920 orbits of the Earth, a journey of almost 104 million statute miles. Flight control team is monitoring systems on the Soyuz S-20 spacecraft. Countdown for engine control in Houston, ticking backward toward the engine firing of the Soyuz vehicle. A 4-minute, 42-second retrograde firing that will slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its high-speed return back to Earth. That engine firing, the deorbit burn, is scheduled just 35 minutes and 18 seconds from now. The deorbit burn will begin at 10:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Eastern Time.
Preliminary.
Several hours ago, the departing crew members, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Zabritsky and Sergei Ryzhikov, had an opportunity to say some farewell words from the Zvezda service module, surrounded by their remaining crew members who are still on board the International Space Station, led by NASA astronaut Mike Fink, the new station commander, along with NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Chris Williams, Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Sergei Mikheyev, and Oleg Platonov. The crew members had an opportunity to gather in the Prashal module to say their final farewells before Ryzhikov, Zabritsky, and Kim floated through the hatchway, making their way inside the Soyuz spacecraft. Once they entered the Soyuz spacecraft, the hatch was closed at about 4:30 p.m. Central Time on the Soyuz side, as Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky began their procedures to conduct leak checks on that side of the docking interface between Soyuz and the Prashal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Once the hatch was closed and those leak checks were conducted and proved an airtight seal at the docking interface, the three departing crew members donned their Sokol launch and entry suits and conducted leak checks on the suits themselves, as well as communications checks with the Russian flight control team in Korolyov. Sergei Ryzhikov, the veteran Soyuz commander who is strapped into the center seat of the three-section Soyuz spacecraft in the descent module, has used the call sign Favore, that is named after a mountain range in Russia. He will be communicating during the descent of the Soyuz back to the landing site in Kazakhstan, talking back and forth with the Russian flight controllers as long as there is communications capability between the spacecraft and the Russian control center. At some point shortly after the deorbit burn, the Soyuz will pass out of communications range, reliable communications range of the control center that is normal at a distance of some 128 kilometers. But Ryzhikov already has been instructed to continue talking and providing updates on the condition of the crew, the performance of the spacecraft as they make their way towards the landing site in Kazakhstan to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky, upon touchdown, will have completed 245 days in space, 3,920 orbits of the Earth, a mission spanning 104 million statute miles. Of course, this wraps up the first flight into space for both Kim and Zabritsky. For Ryzhikov, he is concluding his third flight into space and a total of 603 days away from the planet, good for 13th place on the all-time endurance list. We are 30 minutes away from the deorbit burn. This is an animation that shows the activities of the 4-minute, 42-second retrograde firing to enable the Soyuz to drop out of orbit. About 24 minutes after the deorbit burn is complete, the separation of the modules pyrotechnically will discard the instrumentation and propulsion module and the orbital module, leaving only the descent module flying in the direction of travel toward the landing site with its heat shield repelling temperatures building up to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. About 15 minutes before landing, the parachute deployment sequence will initiate. First, a drogue chute, followed by the main parachute, the large orange and white parachute you're accustomed to seeing. Just a few seconds before touchdown, the Soyuz will fire its soft landing thrusters just a few feet above the ground, a final braking maneuver, and the Soyuz MS-27 will be home. The helicopters, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters belonging to the Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Forces, in which there are half a dozen NASA personnel embedded in the recovery team operating this evening and actually Tuesday morning now in Kazakhstan. They will be in the Russian Mi-8 helicopters right around the time of the deorbit burn, beginning to make their way towards the landing site. It is choreographed specifically so that they arrive at the landing site to greet the Soyuz under its chute, flying in a racetrack pattern. One by one after touchdown, the helicopters will land. They will the personnel will begin to make their way towards the spacecraft to begin the process of extracting the crew, placing them on 3 chairs nearby their capsule. It'll be quite cold at the landing site, I suspect, based on previous activities in Kazakhstan, that they will not keep the crew out in that cold weather for very long before they're carried in those chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent to get out of their Sokol launch and entry suits and to get into more comfortable clothing. They will be brought to 3 awaiting helicopters, one for each crew member, and flown about 2 hours back from the landing site to the main staging city to the northeast in Karaganda, where a NASA Gulfstream jet and a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center jet are waiting. The NASA jet to take Kim back to the Johnson Space Center, the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center jet to take Ryzhikov and Zabritsky back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. With the undocking of the Soyuz, the undocking of the Soyuz MS-27 occurred at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time from the Prishal module on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The docking was flawless. About a minute and a half after the undocking, the first of two separation burns by the Soyuz thrusters was conducted. First an 8-second burn, followed about a minute and a half later by a 15-second burn that accelerated the Soyuz separation rate away from the International Space Station, ultimately placing it at a distance of about 41 kilometers away from the station where it currently resides, as we stand by for the initiation of the deorbit burn just 26 and a half minutes from now. Again, the undocking occurring at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, as the Soyuz and the International Space Station flew 262 statute miles over eastern Mongolia. At the time of undocking, Expedition 73, the increment 73 on the International Space Station, for which Ryzhikov was commander for most of its time, that came to an end officially, and Expedition 74 began. There's the crew now on board the station. On the upper left-hand corner, the new station commander, NASA's Mike Fink, joined in the top row by NASA's Zena Cardman, Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Oleg Platonov of Roscosmos. Those four will be coming back to Earth in a couple of months on a SpaceX Dragon vehicle. And on the bottom, the newly arrived Soyuz crew of Soyuz MS-28, Roscosmos' Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, NASA's Chris Williams in the center, and Roscosmos' Sergei Mikheyev on the lower right-hand corner. So Expedition 74 now formally underway on the International Space Station.
Включение СКД 25 минут, на борту порядок.
25 minutes to SKD burn. Everything is fine on board. Copy all, favore.
Once again, if you're just joining us, we are just about 23 minutes and 40 seconds away from the engine firing on the Soyuz vehicle, the deorbit burn that will begin the journey home from orbit for NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. The trio launched on the Soyuz MS-27 from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan back on April 8th, arriving for their docking to the Prishal module just about 3 hours and 15 minutes later, a two-orbit rendezvous profile, which is customary these days. And now, with their 245-day mission drawing to a close, we are set for the final act in this space mission that will see them complete the deorbit burn. Once again, about 24 minutes after the completion of that retrograde braking maneuver, once they are well away from low Earth orbit, they will have the separation of modules, the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz vehicle. The instrumentation and propulsion module, which is the lower section, and the orbital module, which is the upper section, they will separate from the descent module. That's the center section that the crew is strapped into their seats in, with Kim in the far right seat as board engineer number 2, Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat, and to his left is Alexei Zabritsky, board engineer number 1. The only portion of the Soyuz that survives the module separation and returns to Earth is, of course, that descent module with the heat shield facing the direction of travel to repel the temperatures that will build up around the spacecraft of some 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. 3 minutes after the module separation, the Soyuz will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of some 425,000 feet. That will be at 10:41 p.m. Central Time, 11:41 p.m. Eastern Time. The 3 crew members will begin to feel the first effects of Earth's gravity in over 8 months at that point. Just about a minute and a half after entry interface is the beginning of the buildup of plasma around the spacecraft. This is the ionization effect that creates essentially a fireball with the heat shield repelling those high temperatures as it barrels toward the landing site in Kazakhstan. That plasma regime lasts for about 5 minutes in duration. We do expect to have choppy and sometimes intermittent communications capability between the Russian flight control team in Korolyov and the crew on board the Soyuz spacecraft. First, because of the distance, the geometric distance between the Soyuz and the International Space Station antennas, and then ultimately because of the heat buildup, that heat plasma buildup around the spacecraft itself. So if we don't hear from the crew, there's no cause for concern. This is typical, but to be expected, intermittent communications until the spacecraft exits that plasma regime, when maximum G loads of about 4 to 5 Gs build up against the crew just prior to the command to open the parachutes. Once the vehicle is within the neighborhood of the landing site, both voice and telemetry will be relayed through an airborne Antonov 26 spacecraft that is essentially a flying relay station, sending both data and voice back to the Russian flight control team outside of Moscow.
Moscow, Favore, less than 20 minutes to escape burn, and 5 minutes to transitioning to orbital memory. Copy all, Favore. That's correct.
You will hear Ryzhikov calling out the duration of the deorbit burn for its 4 minutes and 42 seconds expected duration, plus chamber pressures. He will be encouraged by the Russian flight control team to continue to report on the condition of the crew and how the vehicle is behaving as it makes its way toward entry interface with its guidance honed in on the landing site 91 miles to the southeast of Zhezkazgan. Landing again scheduled at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time Tuesday morning. That will be 10:03 and 10:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time, about 2 hours and 6 minutes after sunrise. In our previous broadcast, I had an opportunity to explain that parachute deployment sequence that occurs about 15 minutes before touchdown. It's probably worthwhile, while we have a moment here, to recap that once again. For the Soyuz spacecraft, the parachute deployment sequence is triggered by a barometric pressure sensor at an altitude of 41,000 feet. At this point, the main parachute cover is jettisoned by pyros and springs, pulling out two extraction chutes, which in turn pulls out the drogue chute. That in turn pulls out the main chute. This all takes about 20 seconds to occur. Then, at an altitude of 21,300 feet, another barometric pressure sensor starts a timer, triggering most of the remaining events in the landing sequence. At an altitude of just 18,000 feet, commands are issued to jettison the heat shield, inhibit the entry thrusters, and to open valves to vent all the hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. On previous Soyuz landings, when we've had clear visibility, you've seen a white vapor emanating from the Soyuz spacecraft. That is normal. I'm not sure we'll see it tonight because of the overcast skies at the landing site. But that white vapor is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. The purpose of this is to safe the vehicle for landing. The Rosaviatsa search and recovery teams do not want hazardous gases to remain in those tanks when the soft landing thrusters fire just a second or two before touchdown, and the vehicle has executed one final braking maneuver. This way, the ground support team can approach the vehicle immediately after touchdown without any hazardous materials to contend with as they began the process of extracting the crew from the descent module itself. Less than 16 minutes now from the issuance of the command for the beginning of the deorbit burn, which will begin the final leg of the journey home for Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky. Ryzhikov and Zabritsky had an opportunity to conduct two spacewalks during Expedition 73, totaling 13 hours and 3 minutes.
We have
Kim spent his 8 months on orbit heavily into scientific research on the station. These three, along with their crewmates, had an opportunity also to commemorate the 25th anniversary of a permanent human occupancy on board the International Space Station that began on November 2nd, 2000, with the arrival on board of Expedition 1, the commander then, Bill Shepard, along with Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Krikalev and Yuri Gidzenko. The returning crew also saw the arrival of 9 visiting vehicles and the departure of 6 visiting vehicles during their 245 days on board the orbital outpost.
500, rises sensor indicator is not lit. You will need to activate BIOS 2 at 06:59:46. And don't forget to deactivate Beta 1 on bow switch panel. And that time is 07:04:37. Okay, activating
Although tonight's operation is being conducted by the Russian flight controllers half a world away at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, here in Mission Control in Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Team on duty, as they are 24/7, 365, tonight led by Flight Director Heidi Brewer in the middle of your screen. At the bottom of your screen to her left is Flight Director Garrett Hain, and at the top of your screen to Brewer's right is veteran astronaut Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency, a Soyuz veteran in his own right. The Russian Flight Control Team reports that all of the Soyuz systems are in excellent shape. As we are just about 12 and a half minutes away from the initiation of that deorbit burn, once again, this is a retrograde braking maneuver of 4 minutes and 42 seconds in duration to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its 54-minute ride back into the Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan, 91 miles to the southeast of the forward staging city of Zhezkazgan. Light snow reported in the area, temperatures around 21 degrees Fahrenheit. We're now just 11 minutes away from the initiation of the deorbit burn. All quiet here in Mission Control in Houston. All quiet on the loops between the Russian flight controllers and the Soyuz spacecraft. Again, just for situational awareness, you'll be hearing the call sign Favore in the communications between the flight controllers in Korolyov and Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander. That is the call sign selected by Ryzhikov. All Soyuz commanders select a call sign for their spacecraft that is used from launch to docking, and then reversely from undocking to landing.
Moscow
Favore at 06:59:46. We have VP1 turned on. Copy. VP1 is on. That's going to be pilot site. And your next reference point will be TIG -8. Copy.
At the landing site this evening, there are 6 Russian Mi-8 helicopters that will be airborne from the airfield in Zhezkazgan right around the time of the deorbit burn, some 9 minutes from now, to be joined by an Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft. That is the flying command and control center that will relay telemetry and voice from the Soyuz back to the Russian Mission Control Center as the Soyuz approaches the landing site. There are also 4 all-terrain vehicles in play that are always used for support of recovery personnel. Further to the southwest, near the Baikonur Cosmodrome at the Kryiny airfield, there are 2 Russian Mi-8 helicopters as well, in the highly unlikely event that the Soyuz would move into a ballistic trajectory, meaning a technical problem that would trigger a ballistic landing, a shortfall, if you will, of some 400 kilometers short of the landing site itself.
Confirm.
However, that is, of course, not expected this evening. We expect an on-time arrival of the 3 crew members at the nominal landing site just to the southeast of the town of Jezkazgan.
TIG. We have A3 ready, and we are sending the command. All right, TSABO is off. Correction, test 3. Favore, MCC Moscow. Continue working for page 56. The next reference point is going to be TIG minus 1 minute. Copy, we're standing by. Favore, just as an FYI, even if we do not respond, please provide a running commentary. Copy.
Now approaching the 5.5 minute mark until the start of the deorbit burn, and as you just heard, a reminder to Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, to provide running commentary, not just during the deorbit burn. You'll hear him calling off the times and chamber pressure on the Soyuz engine, but also a running commentary of the condition of the vehicle during its descent back in the Earth's atmosphere for as long as communications are available. About 10 seconds after the completion of the deorbit burn, the upper section of the Soyuz, that's the bulbous orbital module section, will be automatically depressurized to vacuum. That sets the stage for the separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz. That is scheduled at 10:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. On board the International Space Station, the newly comprised Expedition 74 crew, the commander, NASA's Mike Fink, along with NASA crew members Zena Cardman and Chris Williams, Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and cosmonauts Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Sergei Mikheyev, and Oleg Platonov of Roscosmos are in their pre-sleep period. They have been following the communications of the departure of their 3 colleagues, Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky, following them toward their landing in Kazakhstan that is scheduled at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Favore, please provide a running commentary.
Now just 3 minutes away from the start of the deorbit burn. This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just joining us, we're 2 minutes away from the deorbit burn, the retrograde engine firing by the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft to begin the journey home for NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. Everything is in readiness for the start of the burn that will last 4 minutes and 42 seconds in duration. Just 1 minute away now from the deorbit burn and the start of the journey home for Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky.
The stabilization mode command has been prepped. We're standing by. And we're sending the J3 command. SKD cover.
The Soyuz engine cover has been opened.
BIOS confirmed.
35 seconds from the start of the burn.
For SKD operation confirmed. Copy. Please monitor it on displays maneuver and control. Copy. On info 1 and
15 seconds till the burn.
And we are standing by for the TIG. TIG activation confirmed.
And the deorbit burn is confirmed and underway.
4.3 in 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Unintelligible 9. Is the delta? 30 seconds.
30 seconds into the burn, everything looks good.
Burn.
This will slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it ultimately to slip out of orbit.
Consumption is nominal.
One minute now into the 4 minute, 42 second burn.
1 minute into the burn, and probe consumption is nominal, 65. KDU parameters are nominal. Copy.
"90 seconds into the burn, everything looking good.
1 minute, 30 seconds. Burn is 40, and acceleration is 0.45. Prop consumption is nominal. Continue monitoring. Two minutes. Into TIG, 0.46 is the delta V, 56, and 130 is for the prop consumption, and the parameters are all nominal.
Now halfway through the burn, chamber pressure, fuel consumption, all looking good.
Two minutes into TIG, 68, and parameters are all nominal. We are past.
Проходим Дельта В спусковой 1.
All right, we are past Delta V.
Passing 3 minutes into the burn, about another minute and 42 seconds left.
82 meters. Parameters are all nominal. Prop consumption is also nominal.
At Zhezkazgan, the forward landing staging site, the Rosaviatsa search and recovery helicopters, the Russian Mi-8s, have their rotors spinning, ready to take off in sequential fashion for the landing site. It's about a 30-minute ride.
For the burn, 0.46 is a Delta V, and prop consumption is 230.
1 minute left in the burn.
All right, we have less than 1 minute till GK command, main engine cutoff command.
Minutes.
4 minutes into the burn. 0.46 is the Delta V. 256 is the prop consumption. All parameters are nominal.
4 minutes, 20 seconds into the burn. We're standing by for the completion of the burn.
We're standing by for the main engine cutoff command in 10 seconds. Main engine cutoff command.
And we have engine shutdown, a perfect deorbit burn.
Off, as the bow is open.
The proper change in velocity was achieved. So Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky are heading home for a landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
190 is stable. Moscow, how copy? The burn was nominal. Main engine cut off on time. Favore, we copy all. Get ready for the separation. Work for page 62.
So with the completion of the deorbit burn, next up on the timeline will be the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz vehicle. That is expected about 23 minutes from now at 10:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. And with the completion of the burn, the depressurization of the upper section of the Soyuz, the orbital module, is underway, setting the stage for that module separation event.
Separation confirmed.
Время до разделения. Обратный отсчет идет?
Do you have the countdown till separation?
We're about 9 minutes away from the point at which the Soyuz will be right on the edge of choppy communications with the Russian flight control team that you see there in this balcony view from the Russian control center outside of Moscow. The far range of reliable communications is about 128 kilometers. The Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Forces will be airborne momentarily from the Zhezkazgan airfield in Russian Mi-8 helicopters for about a 30-minute transit to the landing site, arriving in sequential fashion in a racetrack oval-shaped pattern around the landing site itself, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz under its large orange and white main parachute. And reports from Zhezkazgan now indicate that the first of the helicopters are in fact airborne toward the landing site with the nominal completion of the deorbit burn. We expect overcast skies once we have video from the landing site. Earlier this evening, there were reports of some light snow flurries. The temperature at the landing site, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. We're about 43 minutes away from our expected landing time of 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. Everything is in readiness at the landing site. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are airborne, heading for that point, some 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. After touchdown, the helicopters will land in sequential fashion and begin the process of approaching the vehicle and extracting the crew, placing them in 3 chairs outside of the capsule. They'll be bundled up against the chilly temperatures, albeit desiring fresh air after 245 days in space. They'll be brought into a nearby inflatable medical tent and will be helped out of their Sokol launch and entry suits into more comfortable clothing. They'll receive initial medical tests and then brought back out to board 3 helicopters, 1 for each crew member, for a 2-hour flight back to the prime staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan. Johnny Kim will board a NASA jet for a flight back to the Johnson Space Center, while Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center jet to fly back to their training base and their home in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. This is Mission Control Houston. We are beyond the point of the deorbit burn that was nominal, a 4-minute, 42-second retrograde braking maneuver, enabling the Soyuz to begin its trek out of low Earth orbit back through the Earth's atmosphere toward its landing site 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. We're about 39 minutes away from our anticipated touchdown of the Soyuz, bringing Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky home after 245 days in space and a journey of almost 104 million statute miles. That is the equivalent of about 208 round trips to the moon. We are at the point where we expected communications either to be very ratty or to drop out altogether. This is typical. We should be regaining communications sporadically up until the time of entry interface and the entry into the plasma regime, where the peak heating around the spacecraft creates an ionization effect that would prevent any communications until the Soyuz descends further out of the upper regions of the Earth's atmosphere and regains communications with the Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft in the vicinity of the landing site.
Moscow, everything is fine on board. We have less than 13 minutes left till unintelligible, and we are till separation, and we are going to be closing devices in about 5 minutes. Copy, favore. 12 minutes till separation. Station, how do you copy, favore? Go ahead, favore. Sergei, we are doing fine on board. We are done with the burn. Moscow is not responding, so probably we're just not getting through. Could you please let them know that everything's fine on board? And thank you so much, guys, for your hospitality. We are doing good. And we'll let the mission control know.
МКС по Москве для Сергея Рыжикова слышали их доклад. Импульс отработали до разделения.
MCC Moscow confirms that we did copy your last message and that there will be about 12 minutes till separation.
And a good comprehensive report as Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, talked to Sergei Kud-Sverchkov aboard the International Space Station, as well as the flight control team in Korolyov that you see there in this live view from a balcony camera. The report from Ryzhikov indicates that the crew is in great shape, feeling well, and that all of the Soyuz systems are in good shape, as we are about 11 minutes away from the expected time of the module separation, the pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz, enabling the descent module, in which the crew is strapped into their respective seats, to be facing the direction of travel, with the heat shield repelling the buildup of heat and plasma as the Soyuz makes its way through the denser portion of the Earth's atmosphere, heading for its landing site. We are expecting touchdown at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, some 36 minutes from now. This is Mission Control Houston. The three returning crew members, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky, are currently about 9 minutes away from the next milestone on the road back to Earth, that being the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz spacecraft, and some 34 minutes away from their touchdown on the steppe of Kazakhstan on a parachute-assisted landing that is anticipated at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, which is 10:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time Tuesday. That is about 2 hours and 6 minutes after sunrise at the landing site. With the departure of the Soyuz vehicle, with the undocking occurring at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time this evening, the Expedition 74 increment got underway officially under the command of NASA's Mike Fink, joined on board by NASA's Zena Cardman and Chris Williams, Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Sergei Mikheyev, and Oleg Platonov. We're about 30 minutes away from our anticipated touchdown of the Soyuz MS-27 on the steppe of Kazakhstan. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are all airborne from the Jezkazgan airfield, heading toward the landing site. They will arrive in the vicinity of the landing site shortly before the Soyuz does, forming a racetrack pattern around the site itself, so that they have a clear view of the Soyuz under its orange and white main parachute prior to touchdown, at which point the helicopters will begin to descend fairly rapidly in sequential fashion to allow the technicians from RSC Energia, the search and recovery teams, to begin the work to make sure the vehicle is safe and to begin the process of extracting the crew one by one. We're about 28 and a half minutes away from the anticipated landing of the Soyuz MS-27. Everything in good shape. Some 3 minutes away from the module separation. That'll be the next milestone that we'll be waiting to receive telemetry on.
Moscow, favore. We started the separation program. We have controlled descent. We have automatic controlled descent mode. Copy all, favore. Everything is fine on board. We didn't hear you last. We started separation program. We are ready for separation and everything is fine on board. Copy all. Continue providing running commentary.
And good reports from Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, who's in the center seat of the descent module, flanked to his left by Alexei Zabritsky, and on his right, NASA's Johnny Kim. About 1 minute away from module separation. That module separation, which is imminent here, occurs at an altitude of 87 miles. And telemetry received in the Russian Mission Control Center indicates a good module separation. So the descent module with the 3 crew members strapped into their respective seats, now flying free of the other 2 sections. The heat shield on the descent module with the crew inside facing the direction of travel, as we are less than 3 minutes away from the vehicle and the crew reaching the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere. Time to touchdown, 24 minutes, 45 seconds. This is the point at which the communications from the Soyuz are expected to be choppy and sporadic. Once the vehicle begins what is called entry interface at an altitude of 61.8 miles, the ionization of plasma around the vehicle will begin to build for several minutes, thus blocking communications for the most part. 23 minutes now till touchdown. This is Mission Control Houston, less than 21 minutes from the anticipated landing of the Soyuz MS-27 on the steppe of Kazakhstan, a parachute-assisted landing that brings Johnny Kim of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky home. All of the events throughout the course of the afternoon and evening have gone perfectly. The entry interface has been reached. Temperatures beginning to build around the spacecraft. This is the area of peak heating on the descent module, with the heat shield obviously repelling that heat. The vehicle and the crew on board should be exiting that plasma regime in about 3.5 minutes. Meanwhile, a half a dozen Rosaviatsa Russian Mi-8 helicopters, including NASA personnel embedded with the search and recovery team, are in transit to the landing site, should be arriving shortly to take up their positions in a racetrack pattern around the landing site, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz under its large orange and white parachute. Johnny Kim and Alexei Zabritsky coming home, completing their first flights into space, respectively. 245 days in space, 3,920 orbits of the Earth, a journey of almost 104 million statute miles. For Sergei Ryzhikov, this is the completion of his third flight into space and a total of 603 days away from the planet, good for 13th on the all-time endurance list. This is a low resolution view from the landing site, showing several of the all-terrain vehicles from a drone shot. This is courtesy of Roscosmos. We will be getting additional video as the vehicle is approaching the landing site during its descent. But again, you get the idea. Partly cloudy skies, temperatures about 21 degrees. There is snow on the ground, not considerable amount of snow, but a drone shot of some of the all-terrain vehicles that are part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces. We're at the point of the entry where maximum G loads of about 4 to 5 Gs beginning to build up on the crew. They're about 20 miles in altitude. Their entry guidance on board taking them to the landing site.
Favore, you're breaking up. We passed re-entry, passed plasma, unintelligible.
Интеграл текущий 320.
Integral is 13.
You heard for just a moment there some communications from the Soyuz.
Type of descent. Automatic controlled descent. 8 seconds is the atmospheric miss. Copy.
Маркер ниже кривой, интеграл 12.
Marker below the curve. Integral is 12. How are you feeling? We are feeling fine. Copy.
Ожидаем через минуту.
Okay, expecting main should deploy in 1 minute.
And you heard that report from Sergei Ryzhikov. The vehicle is out of the regime of the high heat peaking on the vehicle. The crew is feeling well. We're 15 minutes away from touchdown and just a few seconds away from the anticipated command to open the chutes.
Prepare for main chute deploy.
This is Mission Control Houston, less than 13 minutes before touchdown. We're standing by for confirmation of the deployment of the chutes. All of the descent events for the Soyuz and its 3 crew members have gone normally. Again, we are standing by for confirmation of a nominal chute deploy. The parachutes should have deployed by now, and we are expecting confirmation of that momentarily. The communications, as expected, somewhat sporadic between the Soyuz and the Antonov 26 at the landing site, that is the Flying Command and Relay Station, sending back communications and telemetry to the flight control team that you see there in the Russian Mission Control Center. This is Mission Control Houston. We have received information from the Russian Control Center that the Antonov 26 at the landing site has visual confirmation of the Soyuz under its large orange and white main chute. We're still awaiting video from the landing site, but we do know that the Soyuz is now descending under its parachute, 9.5 minutes until touchdown. And this view of the landing site from a drone, courtesy of Roscosmos, as it pans the area of the landing site. Again, we did receive confirmation that the Soyuz is descending under its main parachute. Everything appears to be going nominally, with 8.5 minutes to go until touchdown. The temperature at the landing site is about 21 degrees, and now we're getting our first view of the Soyuz. Hazy, cloudy skies, but you can see the chute. This is not as clear a view as we're typical accustomed to, but nonetheless, it does show the large parachute, the Soyuz under that chute, descending for a touchdown about 7 minutes and 40 seconds from now, and a view from an aerial drone of some of the all-terrain vehicles moving toward the expected touchdown site. We are expecting landing just a few seconds before 11:04 p.m. Central Time.
Altitude.
Once again, the skies cleared somewhat to allow us these views. Some snow on the ground, temperatures around 21 degrees Fahrenheit, but everything is in good shape as the Soyuz heads for an on-time landing to bring Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky back to Earth after 245 days in space. 7 minutes till touchdown.
Космос 697. Информацию приняли?
ПСС, фаворы, высота 3000.
3000 altitude.
Ветерочек у земли не подскажете?
What about the wind?
240 градусов до
340 degrees.
You can hear the beeping of the radio beacon on the Soyuz as it establishes radar contact with the Antonov fixed-wing aircraft. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters now in a racetrack pattern around the landing site as we are less than 6 minutes away from anticipated touchdown.
Yes, problem. My ears are... I need to pop my ears. I cannot reach my dog.
Try to make a, like, how to say, like a drink of water.
I tried.
Now pressure equalization, so
yeah,
soon would be nice.
Now just 5 minutes away from touchdown. Again, this view of one of the all-terrain vehicles, part of the complement of vehicles supporting the recovery of the Soyuz MS-27 crew, just minutes away from touchdown.
Текущая высота 2000, фаворы.
2000 is the current altitude.
The Soyuz about 2 kilometers above the ground. There is a voice contact between the search and recovery forces and the spacecraft. Everything looking good. 4 minutes until touchdown.
Keep patient, hold on.
Okay. I just don't want to pop.
Так, еще раз подтянемся. Еще раз проверим на коленнички.
One more time, check your knee pads.
Проверил, подтянуто. ПСС, фаворы, высота 1500.
All tightened. The altitude right now is 1500.
Johnny? Yes. A little bit tight? Yes, that's enough.
Several views being provided by Roscosmos. This again a drone video of two of the all-terrain vehicles moving into position near the expected touchdown point.
It's cloudy. I don't see you just yet. What's the altitude? Close to 1,000. Copy.
So about 1,000 meters above the ground now, according to the report from Sergei Ryzhikov. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are in position, flying over the landing site, as is the Antonov 26 fixed-wing
Check
aircraft.
The prop, please. Excellent.
ПСС фаворы, высота 800, кислород стравился.
800 altitude.
800 meters now off the ground.
We'll report you the status after landing about the tanks.
Контрольная высота 700 метров.
700 meters. Crew, get ready for landing.
The crew being instructed to brace for landing.
Отлично, молодец, Женя. I got it. Молодец. метров.
500 meters.
Руки скрестили. Hand on body. And don't talking. Keep mouth closed.
Т-22, даю координаты посадки 47-22, 69-43.
The coordinates of the landing are as follows: 47, 22, 69, 43.
Так, приняли борта.
Did you copy?
Второй наблюдаешь? Не. Стрелочка, видишь, вот над нами развернулась. Да, наблюдаю. Стрелочка. Третью стрелку влево показывает.
Do you see the arrow? It turned. It's to the left.
47, 22, 69, 43.
The landing coordinates 47, 22, 69, 43. I see it. I turn to the right.
Моторчик 429. Набор экипажа поискового самолета.
Tabor 429.
На приеме.
To the rescue aircraft.
Второй ты где? Догоняю.
Second to one.
This is Mission Control Houston. Although we did not see the landing itself, the search and recovery forces called out landing coordinates. And from that, we have informed the flight director here in Mission Control that the Soyuz MS-27 has in fact landed.
522, close by.
The approximate landing time, 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, 10:03 and 30 seconds a.m. at the landing site. So we'll call it a landing.
To 429.
And now the search and recovery forces and the Russian Mi-8 helicopters will be moving into position to begin the extraction of the crew once they've ascertained that the vehicle has no hazardous gases. Once again, Soyuz MS-27 has landed. It was a nominal entry. The unofficial landing time, 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time.
Ready to copy and to transmit.
На приеме 697. Космос запрашивал. Готов передать информацию.
697 is here. Ready to copy. Nothing to transmit just yet. I have the coordinates that you have relayed.
Космос 429.
Cosmos to 429. I don't hear you.
So, Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky are home for the holidays after 245 days in space. Having landed 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, and there you see on the front screen of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov the Russian words Jest Posadka. They've landed. All of the evening's events, from hatch closure to undocking to the deorbit burn, all of the entry activities and landing went by the book to bring to an end this 245-day mission spanning almost 104 million statute miles. The all-terrain vehicles, including one that contains the ground-based television cameras and their operators, are in the process of making their way toward the spacecraft. Hopefully within a few minutes, they'll reestablish that television view with the search and recovery teams surrounding the capsule, beginning the work to extract the vehicle. The crew inside the vehicle in the descent module, Johnny Kim strapped into the right seat of the descent module in the middle seat. Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, and in the left seat, Alexei Zabritsky, having completed their 245-day mission, with a landing at 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday morning. Once again, this view from Roscosmos television showing basically a sweeping pan of the landing site. We did not see the touchdown itself because of the cloudy conditions, but the search and recovery forces did confirm the landing coordinates and confirmed an approximate landing time of 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. And there you see some of the Russian Mi-8 helicopters that are flying and descending in sequential fashion to assist in the recovery of the 3 crew members. The work now will involve the extraction of the 3 crew members from the descent module. They'll be placed in chairs right by the capsule to allow themselves a few minutes of regaining their land legs and equilibrium. They then will be brought in each of their chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent to remove their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable clothing, and then in turn be brought back to 3 awaiting helicopters, one for each crew member, that will take them on a 2-hour flight back to the staging city in Karaganda to the northeast. Johnny Kim will board a NASA plane bound back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, while Ryzhikov and Zabritsky board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for a flight back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're looking at a wide view of the landing site in Kazakhstan, to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, where the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft and its 3 occupants, NASA's Johnny Kim, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky landed at 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, to complete a 245-day mission aboard the International Space Station. All of the entry and landing activities went perfectly. There were very cloudy conditions at the landing site that prevented us from actually seeing the Soyuz descending under its main parachute or the touchdown itself. But the verbal words from the search and recovery forces flying overhead indicated that they had voice contact as well as visual contact of the Soyuz under the chutes, and confirmed the touchdown coordinates that indicated that the touchdown occurred as planned at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. That would have been 10:03 a.m. at the landing site. And here is a video now at the landing site itself, and right by the spacecraft, which has landed on its side, which is typical. So the search and recovery forces are there. They will be now working to begin the process of extracting the crew one by one and placing them in chairs nearby, and then bringing them into an inflatable medical tent. Again, there's your Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, having been pulled over onto its side after touchdown. The winds are a little bit frisky out there, and temperatures quite frigid, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. There is the hatchway at the top of the Soyuz spacecraft. Again, this is not unusual for a Soyuz to be pulled onto its side following touchdown, depending on the weather conditions and the wind. So, under overcast skies with snow flurries and temperatures around 21 degrees Fahrenheit, the 3 crew members who flew on Expedition 73 are home. They undocked that Soyuz spacecraft from the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station at 7:41 p.m. Central Time, almost 4 hours ago, landing about 17 and a half minutes ago at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time.
Рядом с тобой стоять справа, слева, или там же, где ты.
Ну, снимем ручки, давай обработаем.
So members of the search and recovery forces are in the process of working the top hatch of the Soyuz spacecraft to begin the process of extracting the crew. Johnny Kim and Alexei Zabritsky home after their first flights into space, respectively, 245 days. Sergei Ryzhikov has just completed the third flight in his career and now has logged a total of 603 days in space. The top hatch is open, and members of the technician team peering in to receive flight data file books and to check on the initial condition of the crew before they begin the extraction of the crew members. The chairs that they'll bring the crew to for a few minutes to gain their land legs back, if you will, those have been set up on a tarpaulin just outside of the capsule. The crew probably won't spend very much time in those chairs because of the cold weather out there. They'll be bundled up before they're brought in to a nearby inflatable medical tent to remove their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable clothing, and then receive initial medical testing before they're flown back in 3 individual helicopters, one for each crew member, to Karaganda, Kazakhstan, the staging site for today's landing.
Разговоров который из 3? Я вчера не выходил 2 раза. Нет, я вчера 2 раза. Только это не озвучили. Да. Не, а то уходит в эфир, потом начинает. Ага, порядок. А у них эта бригада 6 человек. Это официально. Да.
One of the search and recovery technician team members, having crawled into the upper hatch of the Soyuz vehicle, removing some of the initial equipment from the crew, as well as some of the flight data file books that the crew used for reference during their descent back into the Earth's atmosphere and their parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan that occurred about 23 minutes ago. And we're expecting now the first of the crew members to be removed from the Soyuz. This should be Sergei Ryzhikov from the center seat of the Soyuz.
Ну, всегда командир-то по центру. Его же никак не объедешь. Они куда пошли? Они уже пошли. У нас картинка есть. Командира.
And in fact, that is the Soyuz commander, Sergei Ryzhikov, out of the Soyuz, 603 days in space, good for 13th on the all-time list.
Нет, не надо выяснить. Это не надо. Можно не летать? Да. Ой, шиповник вообще чудесный. Слава Богу.
A good view of the Soyuz commander, Sergei Ryzhikov. The flight control team at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov has confirmed the official landing time now at 11:03 and 33 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 33 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. So that landing time that we had estimated earlier was just a couple of seconds off, but that is the landing time.
Здесь что, Серега? А? На машине кречет написано. Только с ним попрощались. Он уже здесь. 96. Я, может, накрыть на голову? Да нет, пока нормально. Не холодно? Да нет, так... 20 против не получилось. Вечером. Вечером? Сейчас будет холодать уже 18. Ну так нормально все авиация без проблем. Мы 10 километров перелетели задом это. Ну, ветерком. Да не только ветерок, по-моему, что-то ус там не смотреть. Перелетный промах 8, перегрузка 5,3.
The miss was 8. The G-load was 5 and 3.
Once again, a view of Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander.
The control was not
out
ideal.
of the Soyuz TMA-27.
Headwind or
the other two crew members to follow shortly. The Soyuz landed at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, 10:03 a.m. at the landing site after a flawless departure from the International Space Station,
Johnny had issues with his ear.
and a flawless entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
На 3 километрах надо было открыть, продуться, быстренько и опять закрыть.
You should have purged at 3 kilometers. Purged and then close it.
Алексей за пакетом уже потянулся. Ну вот, ожидаем.
Alexei started reaching for the bag.
Тут все готово. Насчет тут.
First snow today. There was no snow. We arrived at the airport and it started to snow. It's cold. Let's put a hat on. Is the tent ready? Will be shortly. Let's follow the tradition. Not cold? No, not cold.
So the work continues to extract the other 2 crew members from the Soyuz.
What about this hat with blue and white? That's fine.
Расположилась, не давит чудесно вообще.
Fantastic.
Как ты стал формулировать? Распутать шапку, расположилась. Ну, внимание, короткое интервью.
Attention, please, a short interview.
Кому? Вам отвечать, да?
So do I answer to you? Okay. Just say something.
Поздравляю всех
What shall I say?
с завершением
Congratulations, everyone, on one more end of a Soyuz vehicle trip.
выполнения программы 73-й экспедиции.
Mission Expedition 73. All tasks completed. The crew are feeling great. Thank you to all the specialists, to all the designers, to everyone involved, to MCC, employees, to scientists, to everyone involved. Thank you to all the families, and thank you to you who are greeting us here. How was the landing? It was a soft landing, as always. We tried to turn you. Yes, you did. You did turn us.
Да.
Конечно, чуть-чуть.
So you heard a few words, the interpreted words of Sergei Ryzhikov answering a few questions from members of the Russian media at the landing site, saying it was a soft landing and the crew is feeling great. The search and recovery teams, the technicians still working to extract the other 2 crew members, Alexei Zabritsky and Johnny Kim.
Ребята, потом чуть-чуть сейчас отойдите, пойти поработать с другими и потом снимать, хорошо?
Ну, смотрите, по времени сколько уже прошло. Если хотите работать, работайте.
Just watch the time. The readings are nominal. Everything is fine. It's snowing for the first time, they say, yes.
Пролетали с орбиты уже дня 3 как облачно. До этого ясно было.
It used to be clear, but for the past 3 days it has been cloudy when we flew by.
Григорий Алексеевич. Ваш? А что, не надо кресло?
Все, я тогда ухожу сейчас в палатку, а вы тут тогда поработаете немножко для камеры, а потом там увидитесь. Хорошо? Хорошо. Давайте второй срез.
This video from the landing site is courtesy of Roscosmos, a close-up view of the descent
All right,
module.
let's take one more reading.
The only section of the 3-section Soyuz vehicle that returns from space. The pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz occurring some 24 minutes after the completion of the deorbit burn that enabled the Soyuz to drop out of orbit for its 54-minute trip back into the Earth's atmosphere to the landing site.
Ребята, опустите там это.
Там как раз нагрелось.
They're taking him to the tent, and it's warm in here.
And one of the other crew members being taken directly into the medical tent.
Сереж, ты ж не в кармане в левой ноге. Мешать?
Maybe into the tent? No, no. Traditions are not to be broken. I'll wait for everyone.
So 2 of the 3 crew members are now out of the Soyuz vehicle. You still see Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander there. One of the other crew members already inside the medical tent.
Возвращение.
Посмотри, похож на себя.
Ручная работа.
And
handmade.
One of the people on the scene at the landing site providing a Matryoshka doll, a stacking doll, bearing Ryzhikov's face.
A whole collection,
hand-painted,
one after each flight.
As an offering of congratulations for his return back to Earth.
Да, и потом
Все понял,
Да.
Да. Дали мел? Да. Я вас с орбиты вез. Мы же...
Там очень много людей. Нет, ну не достанут, а потом мы подойдем.
Давайте, Джонни, да нет, Джонни, давайте дождем. Нормально. Сколько 4 растиши может зайдут сами? И сколько места надо? Ну, так, у нас сколько? 7 литературных гостиных. По каждой. По Эву сейчас. Что пока
Нет, если...
А есть второе дело? Может, второе дело? Не, Леш, не полный переживай.
Нет, давайте мы это там уберем немножко, поднесем. Сказали, сейчас достанут. Нет, третьего члена. Просто эвакуация.
Сейчас третьего члена экипажа эвакуируют.
Часы не забрали?
С моей стороны не было.
Не было уже, да?
Вы же сказали, что сломали пароль.
А, нет, это отдать тебе месяц.
Высотомер могут пожаловать.
Все нормально? Молодец. Дружище.
NASA's Johnny Kim, back on Earth after 245 days in space.
Так, а где фото-видео наше?
Where are our photo and video folks?
Вперед, фотографируй. Фотографируй, пожалуйста.
So all three crew members now out of the Soyuz vehicle. The Soyuz commander, Sergei Ryzhikov, was first out. He is still sitting in his chair, getting his land legs back. Alexei Zabritsky was taken directly into the medical tent nearby. And there's NASA's Johnny Kim, having completed his first flight into space. Ryzhikov now being brought to the medical tent as well. Kim will follow in just a couple of minutes.
Take a photo with you? Yeah, I'll do the same. I'll do the same.
Get the doctor here in a second.
There we go.
Ryzhikov fulfilling a long-standing Russian tradition by signing his capsule.
Okay.
She knows that you're awake.
Take care.
Okay. You want your comm cap off or you're good?
Yeah, I think off.
Сколько? Не вижу.
signing the capsule and the date of its landing, December 9th, Kazakhstan time. And another view, courtesy of Roscosmos, showing Sergei Ryzhikov being brought to the inflatable medical tent. Alexei Zabritsky already in the medical tent. And Johnny Kim having a few minutes to get his land legs back. Still sitting in the chair nearby the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft that the three crew members landed in some 44 minutes ago. And another view of NASA's Johnny Kim. The Soyuz MS-27 landed at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday morning, December 9th. 10:03 a.m. Kazakhstan time at the landing site, some 91 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. And the third and final crew member of Soyuz MS-27, Johnny Kim, now being brought to that nearby inflatable medical tent. Right there in the foreground is Dina Contella, who's the Deputy Program Manager for the International Space Station program. So all three crew members now inside that inflatable medical tent. They will be helped out of their Sokol launch and entry suits into more comfortable clothing, and will have an opportunity to be brought to three waiting Russian helicopters, one for each crew member, that will take them on a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan. Kim will board a NASA jet with his NASA team members. They will fly back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, while Alexei Zabritsky and Sergei Ryzhikov board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base in Star City outside of Moscow. So, with a successful on-time landing for the Soyuz MS-27, all three crew members out of the spacecraft and in the medical tent, as is the common procedure. It was a perfect undocking and ride home through the Earth's atmosphere for Soyuz MS-27, Johnny Kim, Alexei Zabritsky, and Sergei Ryzhikov. They are home for the holidays, back on Earth, after 245 days in space. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for tonight. Thank you for staying with us, and we wish you all happy holidays throughout the month of December and beyond. You can continue to follow International Space Station activities on our website at nasa.gov and all the other NASA platforms. But for now, we'll sign off. This is Mission Control Houston.